Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score. And whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 MLQ Championship. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Jack McGovern. We have a great one to kick off the morning, arguably one of the most important games of Saturday here at MLQ Championship. The Indianapolis Intensity taking on the Charlotte Aviators. There's a long play-in bracket to play through, but what you basically need to know is the winner of this game is very much the favorite to advance. The loser of this game has a long road ahead of them. And you know, Jack, this is a situation that's pretty new to Indy. This is a team that consistently finishes top of the North. They haven't had to play this early on a Saturday at championship since 2018 when they finished second to Rochester. How do you think they're going to handle kind of this new situation?
Yeah, this is tough. This is an Indy team that's used to getting a first-round bye to the quarterfinals. But I actually think if they can learn from their experiences in the play-in bracket, this could be a good warm-up for them. In past years, last year against San Antonio, they were kind of caught off guard, and the Soldados came out and kind of hit them in the mouth. And I think maybe this year, having to go through the play-in bracket, going up against tougher teams like the Charlotte Aviators is going to really sharpen them heading into if they make it out.
Yeah, and then across the way, it's the play-in Warriors and the Charlotte Aviators. They were the ones who started right here in this very game against a very different opponent. It was Detroit last year, and made their way all the way to the quarterfinals. Took a game off New York, who was finals bound in that tournament. A long day, but they've played it before. So what advantages do you think that affords them in this game?
Yeah, it's no guarantee that Indy is going to be able to get past this Charlotte team. This is an experienced Charlotte Aviators team that knows how to fight through these tough games in the play-in bracket. They've been playing some of the best teams in the league all season in the East Division. And so now the question is, can they put the pieces together against competition that's maybe not quite at that level? Can they play efficiently? Can they convert their opportunities on offense? If so, they're going to be in good shape.
Yeah, and a lot of this matchup is going to come down to the beating game. The names on Charlotte are well known. Perry Wang has a national championship. Cody LeBove and Sloan Richard have been playing for a very long time out of the LSU program originally. They are veterans in the sport. And, last year, the North kind of got punched in the mouth by beating when they showed up here. I think specifically about that Minneapolis series against Boston when they chose Boston, and Boston's beating absolutely ran havoc on them. Do you think Indy's beating game is going to be up to the test today?
Yeah, I mean, Celine Richard is such a key player for the Aviators because the Intensity don't have a player like her that they can rely on for long, long minutes. The Aviators can throw Richard out there and she can run all day long and play at a super high level the entire time. So she's really the X factor for the Aviators. The Intensity have a long, proud history of good beating. And that's certainly true today. Earlier in the season at MLQ North Division Championship, they were missing almost their entire roster of beaters out due to health and safety protocols, and now they're all back, and they're excited to play together. I talked to Mike Moralic before the game, who mentioned that this is only going to be his second game of the year, and so he's excited to go, as a lot of them are.
Yeah, I mean, Indy really taking care of business in North Division Championships with that limited roster. They get the 2 wins they need. They get out of there. Really what it came down to. And you mentioned Sloan Richard, really the work curse of this team. 150 beater possessions played already this season, by far and away the most for this team. There's no questions in the Charlotte beating game. There have been a lot of questions this year in the Quaffle game. I think specifically of those situations where they've caught some snitches, late in games, kind of even those games up, and the other team from the East, because again, this team went 3-9. They got no wins off of Washington, New York, or Boston. They just could never convert enough goals down the stretch. Where are you hoping to see the goals coming from this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good seeking team, and they're going to continue to rely on their seeking game. It's a real advantage they have over most teams here. In the Quaffle game, I would like to see them go to a player like Lee Hodgemore. He's the head coach, has been efficient statistically on offense, just an excellent decision maker in the half court. I think if the Aviators are going to have a big day, Hodge is going to play a big role in that.
Yeah, it's a tricky balance, when you are the head coach, but the balance is the same on Indy. Their leading scorer is also their head coach, Nathan Digman, and he did that missing one of the series, so only played in 5 of the team's 8 games so far this season. We've kind of beat around the bush in the seeking game. Obviously, Ryan Davis, one of the best in the sport, earned their very first Team USA call-up this summer for their seeking. Indy, it's been more of a question that we saw almost nothing from them all season. They basically weren't even playing much in the seeker game. And then Riley Andrews showed up at North Division Championship and gave them a bit of a spark plug. Do you think, first of all, how important is the seeking game in the series, and do you think Indy is capable of competing in it?
It's very important, and they feel like they can compete. They feel like they found their answer with Riley Andrews, and they trust their other players, but Andrews coming off an injury, able to go at MLQ North Division Championships was such a difference maker in the seeker game, getting the types of chances that they were struggling to get before. So they're going to need him big time today.
Yeah, Indianapolis and Minneapolis have really been the beneficiaries. A lot of players from the Kansas area kind of making their way up to these teams, providing those kind of spark plugs that these teams really need. I think we're just about to getting started here, but Jack, I have to ask you, who do you think is the favorite coming into this game, and what's clearly going to be very close? I mean, Fast Break News yesterday, their preview, they had these teams 7 and 8 in the power rankings for championship. These teams are neck and neck.
Yeah, it's tough, and I think that's exactly right. I mean, I would give the slight edge to Charlotte because of their experience in the playing game. I think Indy has the potential, though, to really come out strong. They have a nice full roster. big size, and I think they'll be ready to go.
Yeah, you said you were talking to Lee Hodge earlier, and you mentioned kind of the concern about this team starting slow. And, maybe that's some of the things that benefited them last year. They played so many games on Saturday that by the time they showed up for New York, they weren't starting slow anymore. But this is such a must-win game that they can't afford to start slow.
That's exactly right. And something that Lee Hodge emphasized to me, that they cannot start slow early against a team like the Intensity. Then they're going to have to fight their way through the losers bracket in the play-in bracket. So neither team wants that. But certainly Charlotte will be focused starting the game.
Yeah, we've got starting lineups on the field. Lee Hodge, we said we wanted to see more on the pitch. He will be starting a keeper for Charlotte. M.Y. Manowar, Trey Presley, Madison Burns are going to be the Quaffle players. I believe it's Tony Bonadio and Celine Richard. Of course, Celine Richard on the pitch at all times for this team. And across the way, it's going to be Cole Collins, I believe, starting with the green headband, with Nathan Digman coming out. One of the two of them is wearing the green headband, alongside Joey Shea, Kenny Murphy, and Monica Marion, with Matt Brown starting a beater.
And I think that's Ben Peachy on the far side with him.
Peachy obviously had a big series at North Division Championships. And we are off. It's Presley and Shea running for brooms up. Presley's going to come down with it. Matt Brown targets him quickly, forces a pass back, trying to clean up, and now it's going to be a no-budget situation going the other way. Lee Hodge driving the lane, picks out Madison Burns. She can't come down with this one. It's going to get wrapped up, and the ball's going to fall loose and fall into the hands of head coach Nathan Digman.
Yeah, and that's a big defensive stop. The Indy Beaters a little overextended, and Digman comes back the other way.
Yeah, the leading scorer getting it done. You cannot let Digman hit the lane with shooting options. That push shot is so consistent. 10-0 Indianapolis right off the bat.
Yeah, I was about to say that the Indy Beaters were out of the play, but all of a sudden, the Charlotte Aviators Beaters were nowhere to be found, leaving the open lane for Digman. Both teams are going to have to watch their transition opportunities and cut down on those for the other team.
Yeah, it's basically just one extended brooms up sequence, and I think the Beaters really never got into position. Bonadio took a very aggressive trade back in these defensive end, but in the meantime, Lee Hodge is walking up behind him. Bludgeon control is with Indianapolis, and Presley has the ball behind now. Working on Collins, goes back to Hodge. Hodge on the wing. Hodge looking to drive. Hodge makes a move. A tackle. He gets out of it. Yeah, he's going to have a chance to hit the lane. Beater pressure now comes. Madison Burns lobs one over to Presley. Just gets over Collins. Now it's Manowar. Manowar looking to drive. Manowar's got space. No bludgers in the area. And Manowar puts it through. We are all knotted up at 10.
Oh, and he's been such a dynamic presence for the Charlotte Aviators this season. The young player, just been one of their go-tos whenever they've needed a goal. They've gone to him.
Yeah, 13 goals on the season for the young player out of UNC. Real spark plug, as you mentioned. As Charlotte now setting in their first real half-court situation, they'll be playing a 2-2 with the green headband up top. Digman's going to go behind to Collins. Collins across to Marion. Marion's got some space. There's no bludgers in the area. She's going to pop it back up. It's Kenny Murphy who gets stepped up to. Now it's over to Digman. Digman goes right around Hodge. Digman is in the lane. Digman gets it to go.
And that's that mid-range shot. These teams played during the USQ season, the Cores, Boom Train, and Terminus in Las Vegas, and the game ultimately came down to who was hitting their mid-range shots. And in that game, the Charlotte Core outdid the Indy Core, Digman finding his shot early on and evening the score.
Yeah, and that's been the problem for Charlotte all season. They haven't found their shot, as we see some beating subs coming in. Perry Wang, who's been their most consistent beater on the season, to Burns. Patience here against the 1-2-1 defense that we're currently seeing out of Indy. Actually, it looks like a bit of a hybrid mark. Lee Hodge is able to get all the way to the edge of the keeper zone, flings it all the way across. Manowar bobbles this one, but nobody's stepping too close. Now Manowar's looking to hit the lane. No bludgers again. It is Manowar versus Digman. They each have 2. We're knotted up at 2.
It's incredible. He's just winning all of his one-on-ones with his speed. He's getting around the defenders that Indy is putting in his way, whether it's zone or mark or Manowar is beating them.
Yeah, and this is the concern here. Can Indy win back bludger control against this pair who have been so dominant? It's going to be a pass over to Marion. Just patience here from Indy. You know they're always looking to set up that angle here for Digman, but Digman's just going to go behind to Collins here. Wrap here is loose. It's a loose ball. Gets to Kenny Murphy. Nobody steps out. And I think a beat before call Charlotte seems so lax there that something had to have happened.
Yeah, that's a great play by Madison Burns to get the wrap on Cole Collins' arm. That's a look that Indy loves, going to Cole Collins behind the hoops. That's really where a ton of their offense comes from. And if Charlotte can get defenders out there and slow them down, they're going to be in a good position today.
Yep. First sub is in the qualifier game coming out from Charlotte. Tyrell Bird, Logan Hartman, and Quincy Hildreth all subbing into the game. Hartman has the ball on the wing here. Hartman was so huge for this offense last year, has been very, very quiet all year this season. Ball's over to him now. Riley Andrews, who just subbed in, stepping out, forces a pass back. Bird's up top of the lane, lobs one very high to nobody in particular. Terrible decision there from Tyrell Bird.
Yeah, that's not the play that you want to see as the Indy Beaters are going to get control and a big no-bludgers opportunity here.
Yeah, what can Andrews make of it? Trying to get past Hildreth. Two very agile players there. It just ends up handing it off in the end. Murphy now is able to drive the lane and get it back to Andrews. Andrews back to Murphy. Murphy now in the lane. It's over to Horcham. Horcham trying to hit the lane. The dunk goes high and puts it through the right hoop.
Oh, and they're lucky they had so much time there because the urgency was not quite there at the beginning. When the ball game came to Horcham, he recognized that the no-budgers opportunity was quickly disappearing with Celine Richard getting back in the play, and Horcham hit the lane and dunked a play that you'll see from him all day long.
Ross with the ball now on the right side. Takes a high wrap there. I think that might be a card. Yep. Kenny Murphy knows what she did wrong there and is headed immediately to the penalty box.
Yeah, she's one of their main tacklers, playing at the front of their 2-2 zone usually. They really rely on her for physicality, but she knew there that she overstepped the bounds of the rules a little bit.
And so that's going to be a power play here for Charlotte. What can they do with it? It's a missed opportunity again. Hildreth passes one over to the slipping Tyrell Bird. And it just hasn't been there clicking for Charlotte since the second line subbed in.
Yeah, just too many sailed passes, not quite the sharpness that you would expect from the Aviators at the end of the season. They're going to need to tighten things up with the second line.
Yeah, but that has been their issue for much of the year. Good news is, no, they don't have bludger control. I apologize. No, they do. Sorry. Richard is hiding her bludger quite effectively from me. But yes, bludger control with Charlotte. Horcham has the ball up top. Riley Andrews directing the offense here. Considering he's hitting a lane, Ross is there, but she does get tapped out. Hildreth is waiting. Andrews has no interest in taking that matchup on. Pass over to Hannah Miller. Of course, there's a penalty still being killed, and now it has been killed. Hildreth with a high tackle, forces a tap beat, but no damage done as the beaters don't step high with him. Perry Wang had to go recover his bludger. He had just beat out Advin Kola. Now Wang is considering a press. Does force an exchange. It's back to Horcham. Patience here out of Indy. Riley Andrews now has a chance to hit the lane. A long beat by Wang. Did it hit? Refs say no, but Andrews can't convert.
Yeah, and I'm not quite seeing the cuts around Andrews as he drives that are going to really make Indy dangerous. They're not quite in sync right now. As this game continues, I want to keep an eye on that.
Yep. Subs coming out for Charlotte. Sin Richard taking her first sub of the day. Devin Schusterman in for her and playing alongside Joe Goldberg. Hildreth all the way behind. And now it's back to Hartman. Good ball movement here. Hildreth hits the lane. Does take a wrap. Oh, it's a high pass, and it is knocked down by Andrews. It was a beautiful setup to Zachary Thompson, but Andrews with the green headband able to goaltend and keep it ball out.
Yeah, a really smart play from Riley Andrews. And a little more like it from the Charlotte Aviators with Zachary Thompson in the game, looking to find a chaser at the hoops, but a stellar defensive play.
Yeah, Andrews a veteran presence for this team coming over. Digman now back in the game, 2 goals to his name. Really, there's only been 1 goal in the game since Digman and Manowar subbed out of it. Things really did slow down. But that's been a lot of the season, where you're getting your goals from and the players who can consistently get them. Manowar and Diggy are 2 of those players. As the ball goes behind, it is a high pass shot there to nobody in particular. And it's going to go all the way out of play, so Hildreth's going to get to inbound. Now it's Ryan Davis into the game for the first time in the qualifier game. Of course, will be contributing in the Seeker game later on as well. Back behind to Thompson. Thompson just goes right past Miller and puts it through. Just too easy there for Charlotte.
Yeah, and they have a no-budger opportunity here.
And it's a big hit. One of the first we've seen in the lane all game there. End-to-end play there by Thompson.
Yeah, a couple things here. On the defensive end, Indy is usually a team that really prides itself on the organization and stoutness of its zone. They like to pack the paint and make life difficult for opposing drivers. We are not seeing that early today against Charlotte. It's been too easy for Manowar, Thompson to get around opposing defenders. Indy needs to tighten up their half-court defense. And then another huge no-budgers opportunity on the fast break for Indy, but this time unable to convert. And as you mentioned, it's the physicality from Charlotte that made the difference.
Yeah, and we talked about Charlotte's veteran quaffle lines not doing as much. A younger player like Manowar coming in. I mean, Zachary Thomas, a player from that App State program who has not played very much for this team this season, making a difference and now looking to continue to make a difference. Driving down the field behind Joe Goldberg, dodges a beat, hits the lane. Blocked, though, knocked down and stuffed by Ali Manzella.
And that's the type of defensive play I'm looking for from Ali Manzella, the Team USA Developmental Academy player, playing with so much confidence right now, coming off the camp. That's a potentially momentum-shifting play with Tad Walters serving time in the penalty box right now.
Yep. Now we do have a card, though. I believe that is Devin Classic headed to the box. Bludgers flying left and right. Digman in the lane. Passes all the way up. Peachy across to Manzella. Manzella streaking down the field. Puts it through.
And that's beautiful. And I love the decision by Indy to switch Ben Peachy back over to the quaffle game. It's a position that he played in the Minneapolis series, but with the game opening up, with Tad Walters and Mike Moralic in the game, Peachy can really bring his size and physicality and solid decision-making to the Chaser game.
Yeah, the value of a utility player here, as now Thompson again is in the lane, gets it across to Classic. Thompson is everywhere on the pitch right now. We're all not up at 4.
Yeah, and the Chaser defense for Indy is just not doing it right now, so they have to make an adjustment with their beaters defensively. Walters and Moralic have to be in position to make plays because their Chasers are not making hits right now.
Yeah, but the Charlotte beaters are, if not get bludger control, at least able to create chaos on every single possession right now. Pass goes behind. It is Peachy looking to drive. Peachy hits the lane. No beaters there. Oh, and it's another big play by Thompson shutting the door.
Yeah, the plays at the hoops from Charlotte have been making the difference right now. A couple opportunities that they have just snuffed out from the intensity.
Yep, Ryan Davis now in possession of the ball. Classic and Thompson, the two App State players, now behind. Cody LeBeau stepping into the game for the first time. Tad Walters is getting targeted here by the Charlotte beaters. It's popped right out. That could be bludger control for Charlotte. It will be. Meanwhile, Ryan Davis is going to get a chance to drive. I think that might have been a late pass in there. No, nothing called on Matt Brown, which sends a pass back to Classic. Classic puts their second through.
Yeah, and what a shift so far from Cody LeBeau. Charlotte Aviators have some familiarity with Tad Walters. LeBeau and Richard played in New Orleans with Walters in their college days. And they're winning the matchup so far, I would have to say.
Yeah, but, credit where credit is due. I believe that is Schusterman still in the game who knocked that ball out and allowed it to be so easy there for LeBeau. Going to get conversation here amongst the refs. Ethan Digman having a conversation with Chris Lecomte, the head ref, as well. No calls on the play. Keep things moving. I think there was a conversation about that throw after. Matt Brown now bringing the ball down. Riley Andrews on the flank of Kennedy Murphy, who's played most of the game so far.
This is a new lineup from the intensity. Usually you don't see Andrews and Collins playing together. Interested to see what it can do.
Oh, and Miller throws that one right into danger. LeBeau makes a big beat, and now it's going the other way. Ryan Davis goes end-to-end, hits the mid-ranger, and suddenly things are getting a little out of hand for Indy.
Yeah, this is not the start that they wanted. It's the Aviators who have come out and kind of hit them in the mouth right now as we've cycled into the deeper lines of the teams.
Yeah, a big shift so far here from the combination of beaters from Charlotte.
Yeah, you're right. It's been Devin Schusterman and Cody LeBove playing together right now. Really strong shift, holding bludger control right now.
Andrews swings it over to Murphy. Needs some patience, a chance to get bludger control. Cody LeBove, a long beat there. That should be bludger control, but what else might it mean here? No, it is going to stay with Indy, and Kenny Murphy puts it through the top hoop from distance.
And that's such a play of a leader from Kennedy Murphy to step up with her team kind of reeling, sub back into the game, and in a no bludgers opportunity, step into the lane and hit the shot. That's why they need her so badly on the field.
Yeah, so now a big opportunity here. Bludger control finally shifts to Indy, plus the shot brings the game back within 1 at 6-5. Lee Hodge bringing the ball down the far side. LeBeau flanking. High step out there by Murphy. As you mentioned, one of their more physical presences, that she's going to be beat out of the play. Hodge is going to walk the ball all the way back behind. Got Presley across, does find him. High press there, forces the pass back up top. It's bobbled by Manor. Manor looking for a hat trick here early in this one. Does have beaters in front of him, but also 2 beaters on the side of Indy. Bludger control still staying that way. Manor hits the lane, takes a hit, gets it back to Lee Hodge. Hodge puts it through. What a connection there.
Yeah, and I can't really fault the Indy defense there, but the offense was just better. Capped off by Lee Hodge, hitting the shot from mid-range.
Peachy stepping back into the game, will take possession of the ball. Seems like he'll not be playing any in the beater game, at least in the early minutes here. Monica Marion also in. Advincula in the game at beater, and Digman now back in the game as well.
Yeah, it's going to be Advincula and Danny Yakub going to work on offense in the beating game.
Oh, and it's a beat attempt there to block that shot pass with success. Very nicely done by the beating of Charlotte.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite plays to see, when a beater just camped out in the middle of the defense on the middle hoop, tosses their bludger up in the air and deflects a shot. One of the coolest plays in Quidditch.
That said, it can always go very, very wrong, and they do lose bludger control there. So it is with Indy. Trey Presley has the ball on the far side, marked by Manzella. And the beaters force a pass across to Hartman. Hartman stepped on it. It's a wrap by Digman. Floats it over the head to Hodge, but Hodge can't get it cleanly, and Digman comes up with it. Digman sees Collins up in front of her. Knows that Peachy. That's Peachy. Puts it through. We are knotted up at 7.
And that's something you'll see from Peachy. He's always looking for the cherry-picking opportunity, and those goals are so big. They count the rest as all the other goals, but they are so much easier if you can just get out ahead in transition, and Digman is going to hit that pass 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, sorry, not up at 7. It is still 7-6 Charlotte, but Indy's creeping in with bludger control here. Hodge going to bring it down the near side. LeBeau takes an exchange, but Indy wins it. No, it's a kick beat there that might have created an opportunity. Logan Hartman has the ball and is able to do enough to force a goaltend, but Digman picks it up on the other side. He has keeper privileges to restart play, and Indy's gotten 2 of the freest goals they've had all season.
Yeah, such a heads-up play from Nathan Digman to hit them back on the counter. But a really nice offensive possession from Charlotte if their beaters hadn't been completely out of the play. And I think all 4 Quaffle players touched the ball. Madison Burns kept the play alive and got the Quaffle over. They just have to get back on defense.
Hodge gets the ball over to Burns after eating a tackle from Manzella. Now it's Hartman in the lane. This time, though, they have an answer for it, and it's going to be a kick that goes out of play. So a big stop there for Indy. As bludgers are flying, there's going to be a no bludger opportunity going the other way here. If it's noticed, no, Bonadio is going to be able to track down a ball, which is going to prevent that opportunity.
Yeah, that's Tyler Piper with the stop defensively and with the Quaffle now. There might have been a half chance there if they had really gone quickly on offense, but they're going to want to set up. They're bringing Walters and Moralic back into the game. Struggled in their first shift. Let's see what they can do now with bludger control.
Yeah, surprisingly short shift from Digman there. Basically played 2 offense possessions, in transition had an assist and a goal, and subbed right back out.
It's load management from the intensity star, trying to preserve the body.
Collins absorbs a hit from Hartman there as Tad Walters beats him out. Now he hits the lane, considers a shot. Hodge gets a good wrap, though, and Trey Presley recovers the loose ball. Good defense there from Lee Hodge.
Yeah, for sure. Lee Hodge can do it on both ends of the pitch. Subbing out now, just played an outstanding shift. Such a key player for the Aviators.
Yeah, this game's living up to everything we could hope for. At 8-7 here, we've mentioned Charlotte's potential advantages in the Seeker game, so something to watch if Indy can only play level with them here. As Hartman considers a driving lane, eats a tackle, gets the ball out, knocked down way too easily. It has not been a very effective shift here for Hartman. As the ball's going the other way, no, the ball's going to be Turtle. It's just a beater play going the other way. Quaffle will go to Indy, but they can't get bludger control back.
Yeah, that was, again, Tyler Piper with the big tackle at the top of the defense. He's another player who can bring some physicality for Indianapolis. Subbing into the game a couple moments ago has made an impact immediately.
Yeah, the scoring is coming from some predictable places, but the defensive stops have been coming from some deeper names on the roster in a big way. Pass there was to a beater, and I think it was enough to block out Miller there, and the ball goes all the way out of play. I think there's a no bludger situation. No, Tad Walters is sitting back. Hartman looking to hit the lane. Does the Tony Rodriguez stiff arm, but loses the ball in the process. Now it's Hildreth hitting the lane. Hildreth, the mid-range shot, gets it to go.
And these are the opportunities, the times in the game when players like Quincy Hildreth and Logan Hartman are so dangerous. When there's some chaos in the beater game, when teams are running in transition, they can just tear you apart. And so Indy has to get back, and they have to limit those opportunities from happening in the first place, avoid some of those turnovers at the top of the key.
Yeah, we mentioned being concerned about where the goals from Charlotte might come from. 9 goals from 7 players so far in this game. Beater exchange up top. Hannah Miller gets pressured by Cylinder Shard. I guess a missed beat there. Pass goes across. It's taken down by Collins. Collins hits the lane. That is not the hoop that most people want to push shot to. It goes over and out of bounds.
Yeah, this has not been the shift that Collins wanted, I think. Playing in an unusual position, without Nathan Digman. He played with Digman almost exclusively in key games for Boom Train during the USQ season. That's the look that we've seen from the intensity when they're both available in MLQ. So Collins will want more next time.
Yeah, I mean, you joked about Digman's load management, but it'll be interesting to see how long he can stay out of this game as the pass goes all the way across the Hildreth, gets pressured by Walters, misses though. Monica Marion needs a wrap. There's going to be an advantage called. Quincy Hildreth is not an easy player to stop, but does miss the shot, so the hoop gets the better of him.
Yeah, the intensity are lucky there, but Marion throwing her body at Hildreth is going to pick up the yellow card for the contact. And I assume the Quaffle is going to go back to Hildreth here, so he'll get a chance to finish the play.
Yep. Tad Walters might be able to try a snipe beat if his chasers can give him even a half second here. Perry Wang has a bludger in the middle of the field. Cylinder Shard, though, without one. Hildreth is going to use the optional rule to reset himself along the keeper zone line, which is going to center him and give him more hoop options and, more importantly, perhaps, get him a little further away from Tad Walters. He'll just scored his first of the tournament, looking to make it 2 and looking to extend the lead to 3 goals, which would be the biggest lead of the game so far for either team. He'll just fakes once, goes around, goes to the far hoop where Walters can't stop him, puts it through. It is now 100-70 in favor of Charlotte.
Yeah, smart play just to get out of the range of Walters, not even give him the chance, and well executed on the finish. Indy has gone back to Ben Peachy in the beating game alongside Walters. Walters has subbed out now for Matt Brown. As we're going to get a Quaffle turnover to Charlotte.
I believe Indy just casually walked across the keeper zone line and then passed it back to somebody behind it.
That's tough.
Yeah.
They're going to want to cut down on those mistakes. They know that you can't do that.
Yeah, possessions are too valuable right now. As Tyrell Bird now subbing back into the game, a tough first shift for them, but looking to improve on it. Chance to really start to extend this lead up to 3. Trying to make it 4 here. Presley with the ball. Kenny Murphy marking. A casual pass all the way back behind. But it's a nice beat to force a turnover. Much needed stop there for Indy. They haven't got a lot of them lately.
Yeah, I think that is
Taylor Dively.
with the drive, yeah.
So Digman now back in the game, trying to get something started on the offensive end. It's going to be the 20-minute mark. So big chance here. Indy obviously wants a goal, but and another unforced error from Indy. Kenny Murphy just throwing it out of bounds to nobody in particular. The last two possessions before the 20-minute for Indy just completely wasted.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic from Murphy. She's made such an impact earlier in the game. Gonna want to get things right in snitch on pitch. This is going to be really important. We have a close game, Charlotte up 3, but they're favored in snitch on pitch.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not just the loss of the possession, the loss of the scoring opportunity. That possession was an opportunity to get bloodshed control right before snitch on pitch, which means Ryan Davis is most likely going to get the first shot at the snitch, and a lot of times Ryan Davis doesn't need more than one shot.
Yeah, and Charlotte can set up that bubble, which they're one of the hardest teams to break down around the snitch. With players like Perry Wang and Sloan Richard. This is not going to be easy for the intensity coming back from 3 goals down and going up against the Aviators' seeking game.
Yeah, so what do you think is the key? I mean, this felt like a very evenly matched up game for most of the game. What do you think is the 3-goal difference in the way these two teams have performed so far today?
Yeah, I mean, I think first Indy has to try to get bludger control back. I think they were struggling in the moments when they had one bludger and they were trying to get bludger control back, but leaving themselves open in transition. Just there were times when they were too overextended and taking risks that maybe you have to take, but that were costing them goals. And so I think that's the difference. And the Aviators have executed well in the half court, with the exception of a few early possessions. They've moved the ball and converted their opportunities, hit their shots. I think that's the 3 goals right now in the game.
Yeah, as we get you back to the pitch here, and I agree. Charlotte figured out a way to minimize those inefficient possessions, and in Indy we saw those inefficient possessions very much right down the stretch here. Christian Barnes, I believe, is going to be our snitch here in Game 1. Chris Comp just discussing options to Tyrell Bird, who's about to inbound off of that Kenny Murphy misfired pass. Game is 100-70. The set score is going to be 160. First team to reach that will come away with an important victory here. Charlotte's looking to take advantage of a no-bludger situation. They beat the beaters out of the play. Digman does his best to slow down Bird, but to no avail. It is now 110-70. Charlotte up 4.
Wow, I love the decision by Goldberg, or I'm not sure if it was Wang, to throw at Matt Brown there and create the opportunity for Tyrell Bird in transition.
The problem, though, is that they gave Riley Andrews the first shot here at the snitch. It almost was a problem for them. Now, though, Ryan Davis is going to get a lot of time. There are no beaters in the area. As another turnover here for Indy, bludgers flying left and right. Tyrell Bird hitting the lane, takes an ill-advised mid-range shot there, so no goal.
Yeah, Bird could have gotten all the way to the hoops and just finished there through the Indy defenders. Missed the chance. Hopefully he won't regret that.
Yep. Davis gets pretty close there on a lunge. Does eat a beat, though, right after it. Seekers returning long plays in the beater game. Seems to be all won, though, here by Joe Goldberg and Perry Wang. Going to open up Ryan Davis for another opportunity here on the snitch. Oh, and it's a double move there from Ryan Davis, and they have delivered the grab that might have delivered Charlotte this game.
Yeah, that's such a pretty catch from Ryan Davis. Just textbook, going one way and then coming back the other. They are one of, if not the best seeker in the country right now, and they're showing why.
Yeah, and that catch is probably going to be all but a death knell here for Indianapolis. Charlotte now needs 2 goals to Indy's 9.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Indy to come back from this. But as head coach Nathan Digman told me before the game, they're going to be focused on learning, and they're not going to panic if they drop this game. They know how important it is, but they're really focused on getting better as the day goes on, and let's see if they can figure out some things at the end of this game and maybe make a run and get some confidence.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, at 2 o'clock today, there's a good chance these two teams are going to be playing again
That's right.
for that spot in the quarterfinals. And it doesn't ultimately matter how you got there. It just matters that you can win this game. As we do get a goal here from Indy, good to see a little bit of a momentum boost here.
Yeah, and there you go. And it's Nathan Digman on the ball again, making decisions. And it's Ali Manziel with a well-timed cut at the near side hoop. That's going to be a formula for success that they can count on as the day goes on.
Yeah, Digman with 3 goals to his name, and I believe at least 2 assists on top of that. So at minimum, has contributed to 5 of their 8 goals. We'll see if they can find other sources of goal scoring as we get later in the day. It's a dodge beat there from Dively, so Dively's going to get to hit the lane. Digman has to step up, forces a loose ball with a wrap, though it is picked up and gets across to Presley, who casually puts in the second to last goal needed here for Charlotte.
Yeah, again, both Dively and Presley just getting around the Indy defenders too easily with the beaters out of the play. If they're not going to be able to bring the level of physicality that they need to stop these fast Charlotte Aviators players, they are going to need their beaters in position. Playing a little bit more conservatively on defense.
Yeah, and as Presley opens up their account there, it's now 12 goals from 9 players on the Charlotte roster.
Yeah, really balanced attack, and you like to see it from the Aviators. I think that was one of their keys to success last year, and at times when they've struggled, they've been too heliocentric.
Yeah, so we're definitely going to get a trip there on Presley. Really stuck a leg out there, but Cole Collins finally found a chance to drive a lane. I think is going to get a goal out of it, so we'll see if Presley serves any time.
It's going to be Tyler Piper with the ball behind the hoops. And the goal is good. Head referee Chris Lecomte signals. Presley is going to bring the ball up, going the other way with Richard and LeBove holding bludger control for the Aviators.
Yeah, one more goal needed here for Charlotte. It is that Cole Collins goal that does make it 15-9. But it's a long way to go. And Presley now looking to end it himself. Bounce off a tackle. Gets it back to Dively. Dively could be the 10th goal scorer for Charlotte, but does get shut down by Beat. Ross, though, puts one over the top. No good. And now it's picked up by Piper. Piper has a step on the entire field. Hits the mid-range shot, and the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, great recognition by Piper to get up the field quickly, knowing that no bludgers were back, and to make the finish as the window was closing quickly. I like what Piper's brought for the intensity today.
So Hartman bringing the ball down here, looking to end the game. 155-100. Still a long road to go, but Indy does have the first step, which is bludger control, and I maybe won an exchange there. Hard to tell, but it's a high pass over the top, put through by Lee Hodge. If this goal stands, that will be game, and it is. Charlotte walks off with a 165-100 win.
That is so pretty from Lee Hodge. Just an outstanding finish. What a stylish performance from the Charlotte Aviators. The snitch catch on offense, getting so many players involved, juking around the Indy defenders, finishing at the hoops. This was just an Aviators team feeling confident for maybe the first time this season and looking good doing it.
Yeah, the first win over a team besides Ottawa. It's something we said we wanted to see. I'm interested to see how they can carry this momentum. They've got a big game against Kansas City. A win there would put them in the winner's bracket final of the play-in bracket, put them basically one game away from making the quarterfinals. We've got a lot more action to come here, though. I believe this Charlotte team is now going to be playing immediately once again, or at least in a little while. I would say 9:45 start for that game. But, Charlotte's probably going to be favoring that game against Kansas City.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier in the week on MLQ Replay that Kansas City is coming with a short roster. They're going to be playing hard, but the Aviators, with the depth that they've brought and how good they played to start the day, are certainly the favorites in that matchup.
Awesome. Well, we thank you so much for joining us early in the morning for that first game. Like we said, we'll be back at around 9:45 for Game 2 here on Pitch 2. For Jack McGovern, myself, and Harry Clark, our producer, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you back in a bit.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and quaffle and three bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first two are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
Hello and welcome back to MLQ Championships 2022 from Troy Park in Howard County, Maryland.
Yes, we're here on pitch 2 where Kansas City will be facing off against the Charlotte Aviators. Charlotte Aviators, of course, winning their first game against Indianapolis Intensity.
This match will be to continue on in the top half of the play-in tournament here at MLQ Championships, where the loser will move into the, as we were calling it on the other side, the gauntlet.
The gauntlet, yes. Playing a lot of games throughout the day just to try to make it back into the championship bracket.
Yes. So Charlotte has already played once, Kansas City has not, but Kansas City has a short roster here this weekend. Only 10 players on this Kansas City roster. That's going to be a tough task.
Yep, that definitely, as the day goes on, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to, keep their energy high, I would think.
Yes. So we will try to get the starting lineups for you. It might take us a couple minutes as we have to be able to find everyone, make sure that we've got their numbers right, and make sure that everything is happening. Mm-hmm. As we get that together, do you have any predictions for us for this match?
I think the safe answer to say is that Charlotte's going to go ahead and be the winner of this match against Kansas City. I think especially if the game tends to run long, then the game's going to be in Charlotte's hands. If Kansas City's able to come out and really just play a strong, tough defense and get some goals on the board and just hold Charlotte back, they'll be able to do what they need to do to try to come out of this first game, but we'll see what happens game 2.
All right, looks like we are just about to move into Brooms Up here. That is our head ref, Matt Melton, calling us off. Casey with Kaylee Johnson, number 33, and Justin DeWick in number 52, and at beater.
Yep, and they've got Adam Heald keeping number 13 for you.
Ryan Dickey is one of their chasers, and Kyle Hemken, a second of their chasers, and I just need to be able to see the number on their third chaser, and I'll be able to get that person's name out there for you. Whereas over on the Charlotte side, we'll have to get to you in just a moment here, but we are about to have Brooms Up.
And Brooms are up.
And it looks like Kansas City is able to come away with a quaffle and both bludgers. That is a dominant performance on Brooms Up.
They definitely made it to the center as quick as they can, so we'll see how the rest of this game goes and see if they can keep that kind of speed up.
The last chaser is number 12, Caitlin Bannister for Kansas City. That is Heald. Heald makes a shot. It's a little too high, but it could have been a shot pass. The next shot bounces off of several Charlotte players, and Charlotte is able to take it home.
Now Charlotte able to make a dominant stop there right at the very beginning, not what Kansas City wants. Again, Kansas City, short roster today, 10 players, really wants to come out and try to make something happen early on before they get winded.
Trey Presley moving on this side. Number 26. That is over on the far side, just too far away for me to be able to tell exactly what's happening, but Charlotte has the quaffle, passing it around. And that is
stop by Heald.
Shot block. The pass blocked by Heald, and Heald is now taking it back up the pitch, right into the middle of the Charlotte defense. Takes a shot and knocks it home. That is a good shot, goal by Heald to put Kansas City up 10-0.
Yeah, Heald definitely showing and showing off in terms of how tall he is. Saying, hey, you're not going to be able to make that easy pass right over the top of my head.
All right, so Charlotte looking to settle things down as they head back up the pitch here. It's a move. Both of the chasers are moving behind the hoops as the keeper takes it up on the far side.
Yeah, Kansas City playing a super tight defense right there around the hoops.
Pass back is a miss. Oh no, the shot is good from Manowar, number 99 for Charlotte.
Brandstetter looked like she was able to get a hand on that, but unfortunately not able to get enough to knock it away from the hoop. So that is a good goal for Charlotte. Score right now is 10-all.
10-all. Heald surveying, passes to Bannister. There's an exchange in the beater game. No, it's a block by DeWick Back to Heald with another just nice, pretty shot through the top hoop by Heald.
Kansas City doing a good job of at least moving the ball back and forth just enough to sort of get the Charlotte defense out of position, and then Heald able to drive in just a touch and take that shot through the top center hoop.
That is a moving again to the far side from the keeper. Pass is just off. Trey Presley is beat, so it is going to be another stop from Kansas City.
Yeah, DeWick able to run outside of the Kansas City defense there, get that beat just outside the hoops to get the quaffle back in the hands of Kansas City. Far pass made across the field by Heald, though, as they sort of get a little bit desperate.
Oh, and then the pass is just too much. Those passes are too long. They can't pass that far.
No.
There's some exchanges. Number 18, who is Charlotte's keeper, is going out of the game. 18 is not on my roster, so I thought it was Quincy Hildreth. Maybe it is an 8. But anyway, just as if you can figure out who that was.
Yes, absolutely. I do believe that is Quincy
This
now.
is
with
Quincy
Quaffle
in
hand.
now, yeah.
Charlotte slowing it down a little bit.
So pass into the backside here to Logan Hartman. Quincy and Logan really have a nice match, nice hookup a lot of the time for the Charlotte team.
Yeah,
Far
Charlotte-
over the pack, back over to, this is a lot of long
I
passes.
was going to say, this is a lot of long passes around Kansas City's hoops. I don't know if Charlotte's trying to get Kansas City to run a little bit more, maybe to tire them out might be part of their strategy, but in doing so, Charlotte gets a goal.
That was a nice pass in from Hildreth to the cutting chaser right there at the hoops, who was...
Didn't quite turn this way, but we'll get the name of that player. Kansas City slowly making their way up with the quaffle. Charlotte with bludger control and making it difficult for Kansas City to run in, but there is a bludger on the ground. Kansas City making a desperate pass, picked up by Quincy.
Yeah, that was Tyler Bird, number 1, who got that last goal from Charlotte. That is a stop. There are players all over the floor. That was a nice defensive stop with the chaser, and then the beat came in on Quincy to knock away that drive before Charlotte could do anything.
Yeah, that was a great defensive stop by Kansas City, coming up all the way to the halfway point and really just making that tackle before Charlotte could even make anything happen on offense there. Kansas City is not able to come up with the quaffle on that, but they are able to get their defense better set.
Celine Richard and Perry Wang in at beaters for Charlotte, and they have bludger control now, leading Hartman in, who makes the shot but misses it. That was a nice design on that play from Charlotte. If they keep doing that, then Hartman is going to start hitting those shots.
Yeah, and that last goal I do believe was number 1, Tyrell Bird for Charlotte. Score right now is 20-all, so very tight game that we have here. As we stated, Kansas City a little bit short rosters. Will be interesting to see how this game continues as the heat starts to take its toll, as exhaustion starts to take its toll, especially this being our first round of 3-game series for the weekend.
Yes, and that was a missed shot. But Kansas City also came away with bludger control, so that would mean that it's a nice exchange for them. And Charlotte tries to drive back up the pitch, but is stopped.
And that was a good stop on Charlotte's side. The pass was knocked off by a Charlotte beater. Makes the quaffle go flying pretty much straight into the Charlotte's keeper's hands, making it easy for them to take control again on this side of the game.
Okay, so the quaffle is going to remain with Kansas City after this stoppage. And it looks like Melton is just giving them all a little warning about the play.
Yeah, and I do believe on the far side of the pitch for Kansas City, that is Billy Quach, and Quach made a pass back to Heald, back up to Quach.
That's Quach behind. Quach was called clear, so that beat is not happening. All of these moves from Quach are good, but he's stopped by Tyler Bird. Nice work around the hoops by Tyler Bird.
Yeah, Bird, making multiple stops there to just, every shot that Kansas City was trying to take, slapping it away. Able to get it back in the hands of Charlotte without much of an issue at all.
It's a pass over on the near side to Melissa Ross. Melissa Ross passes it back up top and then back to Ross.
Kansas City using sort of a teeter-totter defense as Charlotte's continuing to pass this ball around. Each time player just sort of pops out and then back in depending on where the ball goes.
Back and forth facilitation from Quincy. It's a shot by Tyler Bird on the short hoop. Misses, but he picks it back up. Looks like that's Logan Hartman. Logan Hartman grabs it and knocks it through for the goal.
Spin move after spin move after spin move for Hartman to get that goal.
All right, this short roster Kansas City team doesn't want to let this game get out of control. It's still 20 for Kansas City, 30 for Charlotte. Pass over into the back corner, back up top towards Bannister. It's too far, goes out of bounds.
Yeah, Brandstetter right there, unfortunately, they're not quite able to get the quaffle into her hands. Charlotte also doing a great job of maintaining bludger control. I think that's one of the big reasons that Kansas City is struggling here, is they're just not able to get the drives, having to take some further out passes.
Quincy to Hartman through the hoop. That will happen all day if this Kansas City team lets them.
Yeah, that's looking like that's going to be the key for Charlotte's offense here.
40-20, Charlotte ahead. Adam Heald trying to settle down this Kansas City team, trying to keep things slow. When you have a 10-person roster, you always need to keep it slow, but I think they're better off in a half-court set because this Charlotte team will just keep running those up and down the court alley-oops like they just had.
Absolutely, and Charlotte still with our bludger control here, making it so Kansas City is having to stay out wide, outside the hoops. They really don't want to have to get beat and lose that quaffle again. Charlotte beaters press.
And that shot is the third little touch goal from Adam Heald.
Yeah.
Adam Heald keeping Kansas City in this on his own.
Yeah, Heald has a laser shot from, that was outside the keeper zone, far side of the pitch, right through the top hoop. I think you got to watch that shot specifically. He'll hit that middle hoop all day.
Charlotte still with bludger control here.
Yeah, Kansas City beaters really need to work together, try to get that control back.
Joe Goldberg in with Celine Richard now. Ryan Davis on the field now. They're a dynamic player.
Yep. And we got Brianna Duncan and Brian McClanahan in on Kansas City beating side of things.
Allison Slominski in at chaser for Charlotte. It's a lot of changes. This is Billy Quatch. I thought that beat might have come in. And that is coast to coast for Billy Quatch to get another goal for Kansas City.
Yeah, and that drive started initially by a nice beat by Brian McClanahan on Charlotte's player who was trying to go for the alley-oop. Made it so Kansas City was able to get that quaffle in hand and really just run with it while the beaters were still occupied back behind the Kansas City hoops, leaving it open all day. Desperate bludger thrown, but those are always, 50-50 at most when you're throwing it from back behind by the other side.
So Kansas City gets the goal and gets bludger control out of that last exchange. That is a very nice little result for them.
Absolutely, and that brings our score back to 40 all. So really, this is anybody's game at this point.
Charlotte from the back of the hoops trying to make a move. Nice pass off to Ryan Davis. They take a pass to the far side. There's a nice move again by the Charlotte player over on that far side. Takes a shot and gets the goal. That is Classic? Was that Devin Classic? I think that's number 77, Devin Classic. There's another stoppage in play. And they've remounted. They're going to go again. Adam Heald slowing things down. Yes, that was Devin Classic who got that last goal.
Kansas City getting some new legs into the beating game. It looks like Duncan subbing out.
Adam Heald passes to Brandstetter on this side. Brandstetter back up top. The little touch pass shot, that time it did get through to Billy on the far side, but Charlotte is able to grab it, dodge the beat, and now wants to make something happen going back the other way.
Kansas City with bludger control. One of the first times this game I think that we have seen that. And Kaylin Johnson is who subbed in for Duncan at beater, able to help McClanahan get that bludger control, and we'll see if that can help
Ryan Davis tries to fake out Adam Heald, and it does not happen. And then Classic is beat behind the hoops. Heald is able to take it away.
Nice work by Johnson, cleaning up that play, making it so Heald can get that quaffle easy, not give up any more easy goals. Score right now, 50-40, Charlotte leads.
Got Zachary Thompson and Allison Slominski in for Charlotte, back at their hoops, doing the 2 players at the hoops defense with 1 beater in the middle.
Pass back
The
over
pass
top.
back it's a good goal from the Kansas City Chaser from behind the hoops. Kyle Himkin was that Kansas City Chaser behind the hoops. Great goal from Himkin.
Yep, and even if that goal hadn't been good, Quach was right there to clean it up. Always good to try to double tap, just in case. Sometimes you never know what kind of integrity the hoops are going to have, whether that shot's going to come off fingers just a little bit outside. Always want to have someone there just to clean things up.
Trey Presley takes a shot. Oh, may have been a pass, but either way, did not hit and did not connect. And there is a timeout for Kansas City here. Okay. Timeout for Kansas City here is a time for them to kind of take stock of what's going on in this game, maybe take a breath, get their wind back under them. It is 50-all. Do we have an idea of what the time is? I don't have an idea of what the time is, but I'd say about 12. Oh, okay, 12 minutes, 30 seconds. I was going to guess 12, so I was pretty close.
I was going to say somewhere right around there. Definitely, I think Kansas City is definitely using their time out as, kind of a chance for them to take a little bit of a break. We've seen a lot of the players staying in this game. I don't think we've seen Heald sub out yet, and if we did, it was for maybe a quick minute. Very short rostered, keeping the players on the field that are going to generate those goals. Our score right now, of course, is 50-all. Typically, you don't see teams taking timeouts when they're tied up. Usually, it's a little bit more when they're falling behind, but I think, again, Kansas City using the strategy here of, hey, let's let our team get some water, take a break, and then get back to it.
Yes, they need to. There are many different ways to have a strategic timeout. This is definitely a strategic timeout from Kansas City. That's a strategic timeout to make sure that they can keep their breath, keep everything running. I feel like this game is going about as well for them as you could want. Mm-hmm. They want to stay in it. They don't want to use up too much energy, and they don't want Charlotte to start running away with it. So right now they're right in it, even with their short roster, which is very nice. And if they can keep that little shot going from Adam Heald and those nice breaks and cuts from several of the other players, Brandstetter, Quach, Himkin, there's just a lot of things they can do. Whereas on the Charlotte side, if they start connecting on some of these passes, they will run away with this game.
Yeah, I think Charlotte just needs to clean up their passing a little bit. I think they might have a little bit more confidence after coming out and winning their first game against Indianapolis, making some of those longer passes here now that probably aren't going to be as successful against a team like this.
Himkin now has the quaffle coming up the center with bludger control back over to Goldberg and Richard. That's not Richard anymore. That is Mickey Harrelson for Charlotte. Himkin makes a move. Himkin takes a shot, and it is good. 2 goals in a row from Himkin puts Kansas City up 60-50 right out of that timeout.
Yeah, that's great for Kansas City. I have a feeling they must have strategized at least a little bit on that. Coming out of that, they still only have 1 bludger, and it looks like we've got Duncan coming back in for Johnson in the beater game for Kansas City.
Trey Presley, number 26, in the middle here. Number 16, we just don't have on our roster, unfortunately. But some great moves from 16 behind the hoops, the keeper. And that shot from Presley goes through. Presley with the good goal for Charlotte makes it 60-60. Presley, an impressive player. Their athleticism among the best in the game.
Oh, hands down. I think in general, Charlotte happens to be one of the teams, in my opinion, that seems like they are one of the fittest teams out here. For sure, has a lot of strength. One of those teams that definitely, if you're playing against them, you kind of think twice about driving against some of the players that they put on the defense.
Vincent Reyes, number 16, now in for Kansas City. at keeper. I think with their roster, they're going to all be playing as many positions as they can. So utility player makes a pass behind to Hemken. Hemken takes a shot. It's no good, just barely off.
And Reyes tries to pick up that ball, but unfortunately unable to do so.
And that move by number 16 is a nice goal.
We are at 15 minutes game time. Score right now is 70-60 with that last goal. Charlotte taking the lead back of this game. It's actually been really back and forth in terms of the goals. One team gets ahead, the next team gets ahead, they get caught back up.
Yeah, a very, very even, very back and forth game that's been at two very different paces. Kansas City taking it slow, Charlotte taking it fast.
And I think that's what we're going to see more of the rest of this game. Again, this is game one of a potential 3-game series, depending on how the games shake up. Kansas City definitely wants to make sure that they conserve what they can, because it's not just all about winning this first game.
Nice block at the hoops by Charlotte's defenders, and they are able to take away the quaffle and continue to have bludger control and want to start making some moves in the game here to get ahead. I think that's Cody LeBeau in at beater for Charlotte. It passes around. That's Tyler Bird on this near side. That's up top to Melissa Ross, who passes it out to the center to Quincy.
Yeah, Charlotte doing a great job of just, passing the ball around in a box.
So much passing. Very, very nice. And with the passes being more crisp, their goals are going on the board. That last goal is good. And now there's another stoppage.
Yep, great passing around by Charlotte. They completed the box around Kansas City's hoops. Kansas City not quite able to keep up on defense. And Charlotte doing a great job of just waiting for that shot opportunity to be open. Shooting from just outside where the other keeper zone line, I like to think of it as behind the hoop sort of is.
There is going to be a foul on it's on Quincy Hildreth, and we'll have to see if this happened before or after the goal, because if it is before the goal, then it will discount the goal.
Bird taking on the keeper headband for Charlotte.
Looks like it's after the goal. It's still 80-60 Charlotte in the lead.
And we do have DeWick in for beater for Kansas City.
All right.
Referee is quickly discussing where the quaffle needs to go. It is in the hands of Reyes before Reyes
is
subs
switching
out. And we have McClanahan coming back in now, but coming in the chasing game, previously playing in the beater game. Or is that Healed? That is Healed.
That is Healed back in at keeper.
Excuse me.
Kansas City looks for an opening, passes all the way to Hemken on this side. That's a nice block by Hemken. Hemken gets around two of the Charlotte Chasers and is able to get it in. Another nice goal from Hemken.
I gotta say, one of my favorite sounds on the Quidditch pitch has to be when somebody's able to make a good block on a bludger with the quaffle. Just that little bit of a slap that you get is always so satisfying, especially if you are the quaffle player in hand, because you get that full block.
And that that last goal for Charlotte was from Taylor Dively, number 36. I finally was able to see his number. Nice pass around here. Tyler Bird here on this near side passes to Quincy Hildreth behind the hoops.
Duncan doing a great job of flying out and getting a beat on the Charlotte players that are behind the hoops.
Bird thought that went in. A lot of people think it went in. The referees are going to have a conversation.
Yeah, hard to see from this angle whether that was the case, but it does look like a lot of people are in favor of that. Oh.
All right, so the Kansas City defense is able to keep that ball from going all the way through the hoops. That is not a goal from Bird. So it is 80-70. Charlotte still in the lead. Adam Heald trying to make a move and takes a shot that rims off the side of the hoop. Quincy Hildreth picks up the quaffle.
That's unfortunate and not characteristic of Heald in the way that he's been playing so far this game. DeWick doing a great job of sort of running in with his bludger, kind of creating chaos there. Heald had the opening, just not able to get that shot off quite where he wanted it to, and it ended up spinning the hoop in the process.
Number 39, Melissa Ross, is here on this near side, making a move toward the back side of the hoops, while Quincy Hildreth comes up the center with the quaffle, passes it over to Dively. Dively tries to pass it back to Hildreth, but Dickey is able to get a hand on it and knock it into the hands of Heald. That is more sloppy play from Charlotte on the passes and nice ball hawking from Kansas City.
I do think that there might be a call on that specific play, though. I don't think Heald had crossed the line at that point yet to make him a playable after getting the quaffle back in hands. Charlotte did make a small shove there. I think it's just a warning from referee Matt Melton.
Okay. And then there's a little late beat from McClanahan there, just knocking out the player. It's interesting whenever someone does that and the bludger goes rolling off the pitch. I always worry. It's 80-70, Charlotte in the lead. Kansas City, Brandstetter makes a nice pass to this side to Hemken, who has been goal machine so far today. He's taken down, looked like maybe high. Vincent Reyes comes up with it behind the hoops. Heald is not able to catch it, and it's stopped by the beater from Kansas City, but everybody is beat out. There's just motion all over the place. Reyes gets the quaffle back, gets the shot, and gets it through the hoops. Reyes able to get to the right place and make that sloppy play look nice.
Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, that really just stemming from the fact that Duncan and McClanahan, the beaters for Kansas City, were able to stand over that quaffle, keep it there just long enough that Reyes is able to get his hands on it, and then run in towards the hoops and make that drive against Charlotte, really when I don't think that they were prepared.
No, Charlotte thought they were going to come away with that coming the other direction, I think.
Yeah, always got to be prepared in those gritty 1v1s. I mean, if you can't get yourself on the quaffle immediately, just assume that it's not yours. Can't count your eggs before they've hatched.
Let's go, Charlotte! This is your momentum!
Celine Richard leading the way with her bludger for Charlotte.
1945, so this will probably be the last possession. Charlotte wants to keep the bludger here. There's a pass behind to Trey Presley, passes it over to the side. It's passed back up top. It looks like another nice give and go into Logan Hartman. And it is a good goal from Charlotte.
And that will take us into our 2-minute intermission here.
2-minute intermission, and we have Charlotte up 90-80 at this point.
So that'll make our set score 150.
Yes, that makes the set score 150. So the set score, the first team to get to that number will win this game. With a close match like this, it can be anybody's game. The snitch will be entering the pitch here at the 20-minute mark. Looks like that is Adil Abdallah.
Yes, I do believe that is Adil over there with the snitch shorts on. Adil, of course, a pretty storied snitch, in my opinion. Used to be part of the Midwest, ended up going to the Southwest for a while, now is back up in Minneapolis. And I mean, Adil's physical. Adil's a lot harder to catch than you think he looks at first.
And Adil just had a nice game in our previous game on pitch 1 here today between Toronto and New Orleans, which was a very close match just like this one. Came down to the end. Toronto caught Adil to go to 1 goal to win and then got the goal, while New Orleans was also at 1 goal to win at the moment. So Adil had an exciting game already. The snitch catch would be worth 35 points for whichever team does it. Charlotte in particular with Ryan Davis, one of the best seekers in the game.
Yeah, I think Seeker is the one position that Kansas City with this short roster is definitely short-staffed at. Typically, they would have the likes of Aaron Grant, Joe Goulet to be able to throw into that position. Neither of them here for them today. So I'm actually kind of interested to see who they throw in at Seeker because none of their current players actually have Seeker listed as one of their positions. And can't see on the far side of the pitch that they have anybody in just yet.
and with only 10 players, having 7 players in at the same time is also going to be another disadvantage for Kansas City.
Absolutely.
So, unfortunately, they also can't just let Ryan Davis catch,
No,
because
absolutely
if they do that, then Charlotte will be too close to winning, as they're already up by 10 and only need 60 to win. I definitely think that Davis will be going hard at the snitch here. Kansas City may spend their effort trying to keep him from doing it while they get a few goals in the quaffle game, or just depending on who's out there and what they decide to do, just go for it.
And I do believe it is Ryan Dickey that Kansas City has decided to throw into the seeking game.
And that takes Dickey out of the quaffle game. It's very difficult at this point with Kansas City's roster, but they can do this.
They certainly can. I mean, so that snitch catch can cause a lot of chaos. I mean, we saw that in the first game with Toronto and New Orleans. You know, Toronto behind, but then gets the snitch catch to come right back into the game and make it a next goal win scenario, which I think is one of the most exciting scenarios you can get since the implementation of set score.
And all of the bludgers are all in the seeker game. Everybody is concentrating on that, while Adam Heald is concentrating on trying to get that quaffle through that goal. Pushes over to Brownstetter, who's knocked out of the way by Hartman.
And we've seen a lot of good bludgers being exchanged here. I mean, just in front of us a second ago, Duncan of Kansas City and Wang of Charlotte able to exchange a few before finally getting somebody out. But yes, both teams choosing to allocate their bludgers to the seeking game. Charlotte right now with control.
And that is a goal by Logan Hartman, who just kind of drives straight through the middle of this now a bit depleted Kansas City defense while they have their bludgers in the seeker game, is able to make it 100-80, Charlotte in the lead. This is the big problem for Kansas City. If they start letting Charlotte get goals, then they will not be able to get back into this.
Yeah,
that shot by Brownstetter is a little high, but
Heald not quite able to get enough oomph on that quaffle to get it through the top hoop. Quaffle back in the hands of Charlotte. Great drive by Kansas City, just not able to capitalize and get that ball through the hoop. And I think this is one of the first times this game that we've actually seen a 20-point lead by either team. So score right now, 100-80. Charlotte leads, and another goal by Charlotte.
That is number 16 from Charlotte.
I think this is who it is.
Okay. So it's Manowar in a different jersey.
Yes, that is who I believe it is that is scoring right now. That just scored for Charlotte is Manowar. He just a lot of different things can happen with jerseys when you travel far for tournaments. I don't know about you guys, but I always tell my players to make sure you keep your jersey in your carry-on luggage, because gosh forbid the airline ends up losing it on the way. I've seen that happen multiple times to players.
All right, behind the hoops, Kansas City gets a shot off, but it is too high. Looks like Adam Heald is going to get to it, and Adam Heald has DeWick as a guard before Kansas City with bludger control as well, but they're both far away from play.
Yeah, both of them choosing to prevent Charlotte from being able to get more looks on Adil alone. Looks like we got a sub in for the Kansas City Seeker. Hemken now taking his turn at seeing if he can catch Adil.
And with the scrum there between Manowar
and it looks like Hemken may have just caught right after subbing onto the pitch. That looked super clean. Not going to say for certain, just because, you know, we've only getting one angle of what's going on here, but okay, we got a no good snitch catch.
So Hemken is going to go back to hoops, and the snitch will remain on the pitch.
Calder, I believe, was the person dismounted before the catch. Make sure you stay on your broom. It's kind of the most important aspect of Quidditch and what sets us apart.
Hartman passes back to Presley behind the hoops, back up top to Hartman. Hartman tries to get it through, but there's just too much defense there.
Great stop by Heald. Both hands just right in the way of that quaffle, completely preventing Charlotte from getting that ball through the hoop.
Just all kinds of craziness going on in the snitch game. Ryan Davis with a look right now, a little bit of time. Kansas City taking it slow. Reyes makes a move. Reyes takes a shot. It is good. So that makes it 110-90. Charlotte still in the lead, 110-90.
Yep, and Bonundio is doing a great job. Charlotte beating, letting Charlotte Seekers get, I mean, just every single look that they could ever want with the snitch right now. You know, not letting Kansas City even come close to trying to beat them out.
Ryan, get us
All right.
A nice swat.
Manowar with a nice
By
pass
Quach.
over to Hartman. Hartman passes up top to Presley. Manowar on this side. Makes a move around Reyes. Passes back to Presley, who just a nice give and go to Hartman. Too easy there.
Yes, that makes our score 120-90. This is the biggest differential that we have seen this entire game. Kansas City, unfortunately, I don't know if it's the exhaustion starting to play into the long game of this, but Charlotte's starting to run away with it here during the snitch on pitch game, and Kansas City really needs to step up their defense if they're going to choose to continue to allocate their bludger, usually just the one for them, unfortunately, at this point in the game, strictly to the snitch.
And Ryan Davis almost gets the catch. If Davis gets the catch right now, then Charlotte will win on the snitch catch. Then Heald is beat. Hartman picks it up. There are no people in front of those goals at all. It is 130-90.
And Duncan is in seeking for Kansas City
Kansas City now just trying to stay in this game, in the Quaffle game.
and trying to get some fresh legs into the game wherever they can. 2 players sitting on the bench for this long of a match is not ideal.
Richard beats out Kansas City, gives Ryan Davis another close shot at the snitch. Quach with a shot that is good. Billy Quach knocks it through. 130-100. Kansas City still close.
Yep, Celine Richard and Cody LeBeau doing a great job. Again, just giving Dickey some more looks, or Davis, more looks at the snitch. But Dill so far being able to fend off anyone trying to make a catch.
That's another shot from Logan Hartman and another goal. That is 140-100. It is now goal to go for Charlotte.
Yeah,
They will hit the set score if they get the next goal.
Charlotte doing a great job of just continuing to drive. Kansas City, not much back on defense. No bludgers there for them. And Charlotte, with their size, just able to drive in, put that ball through the hoop, make it look easy. Kansas City needs to get on the board here to really stay in this game, and would help bring it down to really the snitch catch or continuing to get back into it. Duncan, though, even though she's seeking, not looking like she's making too many attempts at actually catching snitch. Maybe Kansas City hoping to try to get back into the quaffle game with this so she can make a quick catch as needed.
Nice takedown behind the hoops is going to stop play. There's a discussion happening with Matt Melton and the coach of Charlotte.
Yep.
Brandstetter was taken down hard. I thought it was a nice tackle by number 80.
No call on the play.
Yeah.
Play will continue.
Slominski back there.
Hildreth with quaffle in hand.
Nice tackle by Slominski. Hildreth coming back up the center. Hildreth wants to put it away right here. Hildreth gets by everybody. And the whistles definitely blew before that goal. But I think what we're trying to decide here is whether the snitch catch by Devin Classic or the goal by Quincy Hildreth, which one of those wins the game for Charlotte?
I think at this point, either way, unless both of them get called off, there's not much that you're going to see that prevents Charlotte from, getting the win here today.
So this would be, as long as, again, both of these things are not called off, this would be the second straight win from Charlotte here to having taken down Indianapolis earlier, and now they would take down Kansas City, and they will play the winner of the Washington versus Toronto game, which is happening right now.
So no good on the goal. And the catch will do it for Charlotte. Catch by number 77, Devin Classic, puts Charlotte with the win over Kansas City.
All right, and so that will affect mostly pride at this point as we have the championship going here. So this was a great win, a second straight really strong performance from this Charlotte team. Like I was saying, Charlotte will go on to play the winner of the Washington versus Toronto game, which I do not know who's won that yet or if it's still going.
I do believe that game is still going. We do not have a score for it yet here. So likely that game is still ongoing. But that will determine who Charlotte will move on and play. Kudos to Charlotte, winning both of their first games here today. I think a lot of people might have downplayed them a little bit, coming fourth in the East Division, one of the last teams to qualify from the East Division. But that's one of the great things about this championship is you do get some more of that cross-divisional parity now instead of just the interdivisional. And the East has looked really strong this year, and that's a scary team to come out in fourth place in the East, in my opinion.
Yeah, this Charlotte team, I've seen them play several times. They're very, very good. They can really make a match with anyone. This Kansas City team will now go on to play New Orleans in the gauntlet to get to the one spot with all of the teams who have lost a game so far, all going for that one last spot in the championship round later on this afternoon.
Ooh. Yeah, I think that's going to be, I mean, of all teams, that's going to be tough for Kansas City. That short roster going through that kind of gauntlet is going to be difficult for them.
Yes. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. This has been Clay Dockery.
And K-Pack.
The next game on this stream is at noon.
At noon. So we'll
tune
see you
back,
then.
Tune back in here at noon o'clock. Goodbye. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MLQ Championships 2022. This is Clay Dockery back with you on Pitch 2 with Noah Schwartz.
That's me.
And we are excited to be bringing you the action between the Indianapolis Intensity and the Toronto Raiders. Both teams have played earlier today. You want to give us a little recap of what's been going on, where we are now?
Yeah, we've seen some really exciting games from both teams. I think Indy's probably favored in this game going into it. I really like what Nathan Digman did. I really like some of the secondary ball handlers for Indy, and we got to see them against Charlotte. They weren't able to come out with a win there, but they played really well, and this should be a good game against Toronto here.
And Toronto was able to pick up a win against New Orleans earlier in a really close game. They won with a snitch catch and then a goal to go for both teams' circumstance, where Toronto was able to pull it off, and then they were not able to put up much of a fight against Washington in the next round. So this is a loser goes home match, where the winner will go on to play a few more times in this gauntlet side of the play-in match.
Yeah, and that's, I think, really the most important part of this whole MLQ season, is really trying to avoid this situation right here where you have to play all day and then play a series later tonight. Unfortunately, that's where both these teams find themselves. But we've seen some good performances all day, and it's been good Quidditch all day. And we're excited to bring you this game very, very shortly.
Yes. This Toronto team is, earlier their matchups were kind of going through several of their players, like Burroughs Balka, who caught the snitch in their game against New Orleans and also had like a really strong showing. And then their coach, Michael Howard, whenever Howard has the ball in the hands, it's something, good things usually happen for Toronto.
Yeah, there's been a few players that have really been able to drive and create things going on around the hoops. We're going to need a bit more from Toronto's chasers if they're going to want to be able to match up against Indy in this game today.
And soon we should be starting. We're hoping to start. Looks like they are finally getting the refs together out there. Have you seen any other action that you thought was noteworthy? How about the Washington and Charlotte teams that were still playing as of just a moment ago up on pitch 1? Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, so if for those of you that were following the Charlotte-Washington game, Charlotte's beaters looked pretty tired. I think that was the big takeaway. It's a really good team there, that Charlotte Aviators team. Obviously, Washington Admirals have abundance of talent at the chaser position, right? Mm-hmm. And what we were looking for is for the Charlotte beaters to maybe be able to counteract that just enough to keep the game close. And it's been, I'm not sure how the game ended. We had to come over here to start this game up before it ended, but it was a relatively close game throughout. But what was interesting, again, through this gauntlet at the beginning of the day, the Charlotte beaters, after playing 3 games basically back-to-back, really looked tired, and the mental mistakes were really starting to kick in. And I think Washington was able to take advantage of that, especially going forward on fast breaks and turnovers. Those Washington Chasers, a star-studded Washington Chaser team, was able to capitalize on those mental mistakes from a really worn-down Charlotte team.
And that's the hard thing at this point, right? Because those teams, whoever loses that, will come back and play the winner of the winners of both this match and then the other match that is still going on between New Orleans and Kansas City. It's just so hard. If this Toronto or this Indianapolis team wants to go all the way into the championship bracket, they have to play through some really tough matches.
What teams do you think have been your favorite to watch so far from this play-in bracket?
So I'd say that the Washington team is definitely the most fun to watch, right? So the Charlotte team is great athletically. The Washington team, though, with the way that they know what they're doing in every play, their chaser talent is so superior. As long as they can play even in the Bloodsher game, then and make things happen with their set system, then they're just really fun to watch, as is the Charlotte team when they get fast breaks.
Yeah, that's something that's been missing from that Charlotte team, I think. This year as opposed to last year, they haven't been running quite as fast in their breaks. It's been a much more methodical, slow-paced half-court offense style from Charlotte so far today. You're right. I really like when Washington gets out in transition. Mm-hmm. When their beaters can create chaos and make things happen, they've been a really fun team to watch. I'd be really excited to see this Indy team play Charlotte again. I'd be really excited to see this Indy team. I'm really excited to see this Indy team continue on if they're able to win this game. I think they will. I think they should be pretty heavily favored. However, this Indy team looked slow today. Like, that's the thing I took away from that. The thing I took away first and foremost from that first game of the day between Indy and Charlotte, it might have just been the first game of the day, was how slow-footed this Indy team looked. And we'll see if Toronto can take advantage of that. Because like you said, we've mentioned some players on Toronto already that really would be able to take advantage.
Yes. The Toronto team, their speed and cuts, plays on the ball have been the real way that the Toronto team makes things happen when they're out there. And so if this Indianapolis team is slow, then they are definitely going to get run off the pitch by this fast Toronto team. Whereas I think if Indianapolis plays to their strengths, then yeah, you're right. I think they're the favorite pretty clearly, as they already won at North Championships 2-0 earlier in the year.
Yeah.
And that was a depleted Indianapolis team.
Yeah, they have a much fuller roster today, and we'll see what they're able to do. We're not live in it. We live.
All right, so as we continue to wait for the match to get started, it looks as though teams are about to take their starters onto the pitch, and as soon as that happens, we'll concentrate on getting you information on who the starters are. As it is, I just wanted to... Digman makes a move around one player, has Andrews right in front of the hoops. He goes around three, goes in the short hoop on his own.
Yeah, really nice play there from Digman, just to survey the field at his own pace and find the far hoop to finish it off. Now Digman taking a sub.
It's 30-10, Indianapolis in the lead.
And I'm a little bit surprised, especially after that first possession. I'd like to see Toronto getting towards the hoops more. They had a lot of success, obviously. Indy, not the most physical team. We'll see if they can kind of get close and get back to that more physical play and more forceful drives towards the hoops.
Medeiros, number 9, in at chaser for Toronto now. Passed into the back corner. That goes through the hands of Derek Taylor in the back, and Indianapolis is able to pick it up again. This is Riley Andrews.
Indy looking to run on one. You hear it from their sidelines.
And the Riley Andrews shot falls through.
A nice little mid-range there from Riley Andrews. Really picked it up from earlier today.
Yes, you were talking about, it seemed like Andrews was a step slow in the first game, but Andrews has really turned it on in this game so far.
Yeah, had more ball handling responsibilities in that first game, and I think when he's able to just make decisions instinctively, he looks a lot more comfortable.
Brian Melchior was the ball carrier, passed it off now. That's to Barros Boca, gets it into the right corner. And there's a big exchange, a lot of beaters, a lot of play, a nice tackle, and Indianapolis comes up with a quaffle. And Riley Andrews has it. That is Josh Horsham, number 98.
And Peachy subbing out at beater.
This is Monica Marion at the ball carrier now. Makes a nice pass to this side to Manzella. Manzella is the ball carrier surveying now. Gets it back up top.
Nice dish there.
The nice dish across to Digman, back behind to...
Really well down there from Indy.
Yes. A lot of ball movement. Everybody in the right place. Everybody doing their thing. That was Cole Collins with the goal.
Yeah, and I always like when you have unexpected ball carriers for teams, right? Players that don't necessarily have a ton of ball handling responsibility, when they're able to pivot, when teams are able to pivot their primary ball handler to the side of the hoops, they're really able to change the outlook for the defense and attack from new angles. And I always really enjoy that.
Yeah, I think Manzella doing particularly that was one of the things that got Indy the wins in North Championship.
What was a really good look there from Toronto. Goes wide.
Oh, they're able to pick it up on the far side here before it goes out of bounds.
Yeah, and that's Sarah Dykstra.
Dykstra with a nice pass in, but the beat takes out the player, and now Indy is once again running. Collins running through the entire Toronto defense, makes a pass that's too high. They're not able to connect.
Let's see what the salvage in play here is. A better pass there gets a goal.
Yes, that's an easy dunk for Digman if the pass is online. But if this ball goes back into his hands, he'll definitely put it through because he will have the opportunity to move around as well. All right, that is a penalty on Medeiros.
Might have been a push from behind. Illegal charge.
Illegal charge on Medeiros.
We'll see who comes up with the ball for Indy here. Oh, it will be Digman by the near hoop. That is a Toronto beater right next to him. This should be a quick release from Digman.
Yeah,
that's Burrow's ball close by. They're
Yeah.
changing the angle, moving him.
Yes, the MLQ ability to switch to the nearest restrictor line, in this case the keeper zone line, so that gets Digman away from that beater and gives just a great shot here for Indy with all their chasers, including a beater in front on that side of the field.
Yeah, we'll look for them to slow it down. That's generally the Indy instinct, is to take things a little bit more slowly, a little bit more methodically. That's Marion behind calling for the ball. Now Collins looking to drop.
Danny Jakob, the beater on this side, and that goal is good for Indy.
Really good mid-range shot there from Digman to the top hoop. Not a lot of hoops coverage here from Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto falling a bit behind on defense and falling a bit behind on the score. It's now 60-10. Toronto's still struggling to get their game together. And
we had such a good first possession from them. It's really disappointing to see kind of the passing game fall apart. I'd like to see their best ball carriers be a lot more selfish going forward. You're playing for everything here. You're playing to continue your championship, and I'd like to see kind of them put the ball into their best players' hands and say, let's go force this Indy team to tackle us.
And the Indy team has been kind of in control in the beater game as well. That was a nice pass behind. It's Michael Howard. This is having the player with the best skill, the ball in the hand, and it results in a goal.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about we've seen this now twice from Toronto. I don't think Indy's going to be able to tackle them if they keep doing this. So we'll see if they can claw their way back into this game. It's funny that we talk about this. The Indy beaters really have been dominant, and so far we haven't mentioned their names. It's kind of interesting, anonymous. It's kind of been an anonymous beating performance. It's been really, really good. It's kind of what you want to see sometimes when you're playing this game.
Yes, and that is Danny Jakob and Ben Richard out there at the moment at beater for Indy, controlling still the bludgers and the pace of the play and everything in Indy's favor. Nice shot again from Indy.
Yeah, that's a nice mid-range shot from Collins there, who's about to take a quick sub.
That's 2 goals for Collins in pretty quick succession here in this game so far.
Yeah, that's not the hoops defense you want to see. That somebody has to get to that top hoop. Much better for Toronto.
It's now 70-20. Custer's trying to make something happen on this side. Custer's to Howard is really what they want to see happen. That shot is good.
A quick response from Custer's here. A nice mid-range shot of his own.
And that was another one of those nice ones that if it had edged out, it probably would have gotten right into Howard's hands.
Mm-hmm. You do always like to see that player behind hawking for rebounds.
Yes. 70-30 now. Riley Andrews back in at ball carrier.
Yeah, and this is where Riley Andrews makes me a little nervous so far today. I don't really want to see him as the primary ball carrier. He's much better when he's making quick decisions in transition.
A couple nice cuts from Manzella. Got it back behind the hoops and then back up top. Back into Riley Andrews.
Lots of beat trades. This is going to be a no-beater situation. Riley Andrews looking to score.
And so the connection was made to Peachy, and the goal would have been good, but there is a stoppage of play.
Goal is
and
good.
The goal is called good. That's a good connection from Andrews to Peachy to make another goal happen from Indy. Put this at 80-30.
And Peachy's having a really important day for Indy. He started the game at beater, now in at chaser. Has played really well at both positions. We'll see if Indy's able to pull this one out, how he's able to help this team going forward through MLQ Championships. But he's had a really good day so far. so much of Indy can sometimes be heliocentric around Nathan Digman, and all these auxiliary quaffle players stepping up is really good to see. And here comes Ottawa driving towards the hoops.
Toronto, Howard tries to drive through the entire Indianapolis defense and is not able to do it. It's Peachy who comes away with the quaffle after stopping Howard on that attempted drive-in. It's that Tad Walters now in at beater for Indianapolis. And Manzella back up top as ball carrier. I like seeing Manzella as ball carrier.
Yeah, I really like seeing Indy be able to pivot and attack from different angles. I think that's really interesting what they're doing.
This is Amy Zadushki,
Yep.
number 2.
And here they're moving Peachy around a lot in the offense, and Riley Andrews as well. Nice pick there from Andrews to give Manzella space. The pass is going to go wide. There was nobody there anyway.
Yeah, and that gets into Michael Howard's hands behind the hoops. There was not quite the thing there, and Manzella took a hard hit as she let go of that pass.
Yeah, and attacking this Toronto team from different angles is really important, right? You don't want all of your offense to come from one position on the field. It's going to be really easy to stop. I like this, and I like to see Riley Andrews and Peachy be able to play off ball with Manzella or with Manzella as ball carrier.
That's a pass over to Venuta, who passes back up top to Custers. Custers is beat before.
They should definitely call that beat.
Yeah,
before.
that was definitely okay, and it is turned over.
A nice move. Another tackle broken there for Custers on his way to the hoops. Unfortunately, not able to break a tackle on a bludger.
Riley Andrews runs into Tad Walters, then a beat's missed, and then the give and go to Manzella is just missed.
But a really heads up play there, picked up and finished off by Indy anyway. Manzella should have scored that, but it's not going to matter.
Yeah, that's why you always play to the goal, play to the whistle, and in that case, Indianapolis did and puts it away for a really solid 90-30 lead.
And that was Peachy again, by the way, who's having a big game.
Yeah, Peachy all over the place, and that is a timeout from Toronto. Toronto needs it.
Yeah, and going into timeout is going to be 90-30 Indy.
90-30 Indy at this timeout. What can Toronto do? What do they need to do to get this game turned around? Because right now it's just Indy running away.
Yeah, that was the question I was about to ask you. First and foremost, Toronto has to get bludger control back. They're going to have to do a better job. They're going to have to do a better job in the beating game if they want any chance of clawing their way back here. But also, like I said earlier, they really need to get the ball in their hands of the best players. They need the best players going forward, right? And we've seen that a little bit more, which is nice. But they haven't made Indy uncomfortable once this game. Indy has been able to get whatever they want whenever they want, showing them different looks, and so far all of them have worked. The hoops defense has to be better. The beating game has to be better. They have to, again, more forcefully go towards the hoops, which they've done a slightly better job of, which has resulted in a couple goals. But long story short, the whole thing has to get better for Toronto.
Yeah, improve in every aspect of your game, which is a hard ask, but is something that needs to be done. I think that the Indianapolis team, on the other hand, they just want to keep this thing running.
And they look so comfortable, right?
Yeah, they don't want to get complacent. Right? Because that will happen to some teams sometimes where you take your foot off the gas. They need to just keep pushing, get this Toronto team out of there, and then rest after this game is over, because the loser of this game goes home. The winner has to keep on playing in this gauntlet.
Yeah, Indy's been better getting loose balls. Their hands have been a little bit quicker around the hoops. I like all that. You like to see them be even better at it, but so far it's been enough to give them a very nice lead here.
Yes, and of course they want to continue their absolute dominance in the bludger game, no matter who they've got out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially as we get towards snitch on pitch. Obviously, having bludger control becomes even more important.
All right, timeout is ending, and we are started back now. Custers with the quaffle on this near side. Lamb coming up the center. Passes over to Venuta. Toronto is looking like they're going to make a play for bludger control here, and so they're slowing the quaffle game down. Both of their beaters in front trying to make something happen. Venuta gets out of a tackle. B is missed
there by Tad Walters, yeah, and the ball's going to go in behind. Venuta not with a very good pass.
And it is not saved. Indianapolis is able to pick it up and is running back the other way. That's Collins. Collins with nobody in front. Passes over the top to Andrews. Andrews was beat at the last second. Nice long beat by one of the Toronto beaters.
Yeah, it looked like they might have made a play for bludgeon control in the scrum after the incomplete pass. It looks like Toronto wasn't able to come up with it, though. Yeah, it is going to be Indy still with bludgeon control, continuing their dominant performance in the beating game.
That's Custer's on the far side with the quaffle. Number 13, the class Smithson in the center.
And drive there. They're going to call that. It looks like they are going to call a tackle from behind.
All right, so the goal looked like it went through, and there was a tackle from behind on Indianapolis. And yes, so the goal is good. That will make it 90-40.
Yeah, nice drive-in shot there from Venuti, even getting tackled from behind.
That is a yellow card on the Indianapolis player. Will not have to serve any time in the box because of the good goal immediately after.
Yeah, this game's certainly not over yet. Plenty of time.
Okay. And Riley Andrews gets the quaffle, and play is immediately stopped.
A disagreement here. It looked like Tad Walters said that they called Walters beat. It looks like he was complaining that the beat went off of the bludger, not him.
Well, referees are conversing to get it right, and now getting everyone under control. I like it when the referee tells everyone what's happening, gets things moving.
Yeah, and there's a blue card administered on Corey Smithson there after the stoppage in play. That's not, I mean, it's not a staggering card, but it's not good news. It's going to continue to allow Indy to press with two beaters here, knowing they can't lose bludger control.
And Indy presses down the other side. Riley Andrews gets stopped. Nice takedown by Custers, and the ball comes out.
Yeah, and this is a no bludger situation here for Indy. Toronto's bludger not even close to into play. Now coming back, really nice play there from Toronto. Going to be another no bludger situation.
And this is Peachy. Peachy, the ball rolls out of his hands and is able to be wrapped up by Toronto.
Yeah, really poor there from Indy. Toronto, no bludger situation. Again, Toronto is definitely the more physical team, and they're definitely the better tackling team here. So if they're able to exert that physicality going forward, that was a really nice defensive stop with no bludgers twice. This
is Medeiros with the quaffle for Toronto. Toronto had a pretty big exchange with a lot of their players going out just now. We have Sarah Dykstra taking around the pitch on this side. Medeiros bringing it himself, trying to get behind the hoops. Passes it directly into the hands of Indianapolis.
It might have been a shot, but it wasn't a very good one. And here comes Indy.
Indy is able to...
Oh, and a really nice play. You're going to reach through it. Looks like that's not the right color headband, maybe?
I think...
It was definitely a goaltend, but if he's got the green headband on, it's not going to matter. Really good defensive play there. We'll see what the call is. You said after the timeout, Indy can't get lackadaisical. They can't get complacent. And so far, it has looked a little lazy coming out of the timeout.
Yeah, Toronto put in a lot of fresh legs, and Indy has in probably their third line for the most part at this point. And right now, the difference is getting Toronto the spark they need to get back into the game. This, if it's called a goal, because of the goaltending being by one of the chasers, would put Indy up 10-4. But if not, it's another nice stop by Toronto.
Yeah, really well done. They're not giving up on anything right now. They're not giving up on any plays, which is what you want to see from a team that's trailing as much as they are. We'll see what the call is here. It does look like the right headband to me. We are pretty far away.
Yes. So,
intentional hoop dislodgement might be what they're talking about.
Oh, the hoop dislodgement where the defender ran into the hoop instead of into the player who was there. It seems odd with all the players in the zone like that. Some things to sort out is the official call. There were some things to sort out. There is now a quaffle in the middle of the pitch. Maria Owen is able to get to it first, but is beat. And
tough break there for Toronto, who was in the middle of making a really nice defensive play, having it reset. And a nice beat there. Well done.
And that's a nice stop. All right, so now Toronto is able to finally get the stop that it seemed like they had a minute ago.
Yeah. And you're right. This Toronto team against this Indy, I believe you're right, is their third line, is coming to life a little bit, and hopefully if they're able to put a goal through here, they can close the gap just enough to maybe make things interesting.
Burroughs Boca with the quaffle up top. It's a pass off that is behind the hoops and picked up by Indy.
Yeah, and a nice tackle there A nice tackle there from Tyler Piper on Burroughs Balka. Probably the first solid tackle we've seen from Indy today.
Yes, Indy not playing with a lot of physicality, depending much more on their beaters and on their passing.
And it has been a dominant performance on their beaters, for sure.
Yes. That's Horsham, number 96, who is making a move, trying to get to the hoop, and knocks the quaffle through. I think the Toronto player tipped it through, but it definitely went in to make it 10-4.
Yeah, and that's Josh Horsham, who was really with a really heads-up play after getting stuff to make the tap through. Toronto did have bludger control for just a second there on that drive. Now it is, of course, back with Indy.
Of course, back with Indy, and with two more beaters two different beaters with Indy. It's really a team play with this dominance on bludger control from Indy. This is Robert Ali behind the hoops. Makes a pass up top, but Burroughs Balka is immediately beat. And Indy is able to pick up the loose quaffle.
Yeah, poor choice there from Toronto. You really, as any player passing the ball, you have to make sure that you know where your bludgers are, where the other team's bludgers are in relationship to who you're trying to pass to, or else your passing target won't be allowed to catch the ball by the time the quaffle gets there.
Yes, this is Monica Marion, who passes around, gets the ball back, still up top, passes back to Nivash Jerome. Nivash Jerome is able to drive straight through to the short hoop.
Really nice cut there from Jerome. That's a sort of quick, decisive cut that we see seldomly here from Indy. And that's a really nice dimension to add for them.
110-40 now. That little run that Toronto has gone on has been effectively squashed as their dominance has been reestablished, particularly with this, Danny Jakob back in at beater, along with Jem Richard. That's their A beater line they had in dominating the beginning of the game, back in for this domination now. That pass across looked like it was going to go out of bounds, but Toronto's able to save it right back into the hands of Indy and Monica Marion, who...
Yeah, and a really nice defensive play there from Jerome this time. Able to chase the Toronto chaser down to the edge of the field and force the turnover.
That is Tyler Piper, number 48, who gets it back.
That's Monica Marion up top.
And Mary Owen gets the shot off. It almost fell through, but did not quite
Gets
make it.
Flattened, too. My goodness. That was a big hit from Brian Melchior.
And play is stopped. I think we're take a moment away from the pitch to make sure everybody is okay. As we talked about, there were a few things that the teams needed to do in order to make sure that they got back in this game or didn't let their foot off the gas. You were talking about how it seemed for a minute like Indy was letting their foot off the gas. I feel like they've put it back on now. They're coming back into their own.
Oh, yeah. Indy's beaters have we've talked about all game, really established dominance. And as long as they're able to maintain that, I don't see Toronto having a way back in this game. I also really like what Jaron's been able to do since getting onto the pitch. We saw a really decisive cut, really forceful cut, as one of those buzzwords I mentioned. That's something I don't think we'd seen too much of from Indy today. And then was able to win that 50-50 ball over there on the sidelines. That's the kind of thing that you want to see from a team that's ahead.
Yes, definitely that. So as we have here a couple minutes to get things back before we get back onto the pitch, as we with Indy, if they move on to the next round, they are going to play against the winner between Kansas City and New Orleans. How do you think they match up against either of those teams?
I think they'd want to play Kansas City. Kansas City, like we talked about, 10 players to this tournament, playing a lot of games. It's going to really favor this Indy team that is now going deep into their depth. Already, I think, looking forward a little bit to who they're going to play. If they play the Curse, if they play New Orleans Curse, I mean, I've really liked this performance from these Indy beaters. And they have, it looks like they've got a lot of options offensively that they can throw at New Orleans. I think I like them to advance versus either of those teams should they get the win here.
Yes. And Toronto, they just want to try to get back into this game to be able to possibly be in that conversation. We are back on the field now. Number 24, Kaylee Fugate has come in to replace Owen, who is walked off the field under overpower. Everything seems like she's over there. We're going to keep going.
And on the restart, we're going to be at 17:28. Obviously, first half ends after 20 minutes, and then we'll get the cinches on pitch. Move from there.
All right. So I'm trying to find where the quaffle is and have not seen it yet. I see the bludgers.
All the way in the behind the hoops there for Toronto.
Okay.
And that's Melchior with the quaffle.
Melchior with the quaffle. All right. So it's been a while since we've seen Melchior ball handling. Melchior ball handled a lot in their first game today. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to see him get a little bit more decisive when he's out there.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to beat him out right away on the edge here.
That's Matthew Bunn, number 93, up top. Passes it to the far side to Paige Hare, who gets it behind.
And that's two misbeats. Yeah, that's two misbeats. Now Toronto's really going towards the hoops. And able to get back in play. Really, really well done there from Indy.
Yeah, Cater is not able to get out of that tackle. Indy is able to really make a nice play.
And that was Tyler Piper, number 48, again on a really great tackle. That's twice now Piper's really been the one to step up for this Indy team and make hits.
Yes. Nice to see these players a little bit more into Indy's depth, really bringing physicality that they didn't have early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's from the last of your roster spots, this is, I think, exactly like you said, exactly what you want to see.
All right, that's another drive. A shot is a little bit too high from Tyler Piper. Tyler Piper takes a nice attempt at a shot, but just misses. Melchior once again. Everybody moving a little slow on Toronto right now. They are also playing pretty far into their depth from some of these players.
Melchior goes around one, makes a nice pass.
The shot from behind is missed, but another person picks it up in front. I couldn't tell who grabbed it, but that is a good goal from Toronto.
Yeah, Melchior able to pick it up in front, put it through the top hoop. Well done there to stay with the play by Brian Melchior.
Piper passes out. It's 19-20 in the game now, so things will be getting set for the snitch on pitch play. Indianapolis wants to keep bludger control as they have for almost the entire game. Kennedy Murphy passes into the middle. It's back to Kennedy Murphy. Murphy and Marion playing a bit of catch. And that is a shot. It was almost saved behind, but it goes out of bounds.
Yeah, and I actually really, like I said, I really do like the ball control that Murphy brings up top. Really, it looks like she's really comfortable up there, distributing, getting the ball, resetting her feet, finding the open player, and that kind of pivot up top is really going to be really good for Indy in this game and going forward.
So this is the last play, the last drive before snitch on pitch play. We have our 2-minute break. So Custer's has the quaffle on the far side. Indianapolis still has bludger control. Toronto needs to make both things happen pretty much. And there is a play, but Indianapolis keeps bludger control. Toronto is able to get the goal.
Cutting lead down here to 5 right before the half ends is really nice. Obviously, they're going to need. We talked about this. They're going to need to be doing everything better. But there have been some bright spots. Actually, more bright spots than I thought there were going to be for this Toronto team.
Yes. So the score is 110-60. As you said, just 5 goals down. The set score will be 170. And what do you think that Toronto is going to do here once snitch on pitch play starts?
I think the instinct is obviously to put a bunch. Maybe the instinct is to put your beaters on snitch and try and go for a grab really quickly. I might half and half it. If Indy is really dedicated to catching the snitch, I might keep my beaters with the quaffle game and try and force my way back into the game while Indy is preoccupied. Yeah. If Indy's beaters don't go to the snitch, then I might throw my beaters at the snitch and go for a quick grab. And the emphasis here is on quick grab, right? In that set, ball control becomes really important if your beaters are away from the quaffle game. And so I would tell my chasers, hey, when we have the quaffle, we have to slow the game way, way, way down, maintain control, and give ourselves a chance. So whatever Indy chooses to do, I might just choose to do the opposite in this situation if I was Toronto.
Yes, and with the way that Indy has been dominating the bludger game, you don't want to get too caught up in needing that to happen, right? So you want to. I think they are going to need to split in order to make it happen. Because if they send everybody into the snitch game and can't keep control, then Indy will either catch the snitch, which I'm sure they'll try because they have some players who that's their skill set. But if Toronto doesn't keep up with it, then they'll wind up losing out in the quaffle points. And the snitch is Rookie Nelson.
Yeah, I think this is going to be too tall a task in terms of getting bludger control back so far for Toronto, which will obviously be a giant disadvantage.
Yes. Yes, and as it is now, well, Ricky's walking right to where the beater is. That's number 14 with the bludger, Derek Taylor for Toronto, who's standing very close to where the snitch is. It'll be about 10 seconds after we restart play before the seekers actually come out there. It looks like Riley Andrews is the seeker for Indy, and is that Barros Bolka, who caught the snitch earlier? Yes, Barros Bolka is the seeker for Toronto. Both very capable of catching the snitch, with or without health. So Digman on the far side.
It looks like that's Corey Smithson for Toronto at seeker.
Oh.
Ooh, and it looks like we have a snitch down here. That's gonna change things. We'll see if Nelson needs a sub. Holding his face.
Yes, Smithson number 13. The 1 and the 3 look like an 8 to me. So the stoppage in play is for
the snitch.
Yes. And Digman is right underneath the Toronto hoops with the quaffle still in hand. All right. No foul on the play. Snitch looks like he's going to wave it off. And all of that play right underneath the hoops. A lot of Toronto players are on top of Digman, who looks like he's possibly going to pass it out to Fugate.
I'm going to try. Obviously, on the stoppage and play, you can reposition yourself however you want. And so these Toronto players are going to reposition as much on top of Digman as they can.
And
there's going to be a lot of limbs in there.
Yeah, and Fugate and Miller are both right there for Digman as well. So all of the Toronto players are focusing on Digman. So if he can get it out to one of the other two chasers that are right there at the hoops, then they might be able to make a play.
And now Riley Andrews is headed for the box.
Interesting.
So there might have been a late card here on the Indy Seeker.
Yes, previously
for a charge, I would assume.
Yeah. All right, and
Toronto is going to be able to come up with this ball.
Yes, that is.
And Riley Andrews is in the box here. Toronto is going to have a really great opportunity to catch and maybe get themselves back in this game. Trade of beats up top. Seeker foul contact to the face from the snitch. That's what the foul is for.
And that is Barros Bolka at chaser who gets the goal.
Ooh, and that's a catch. We'll see what the call is. This might have just changed the entire complexion of this game. That foul on Riley Andrews could become really important really quickly. We'll see if the catch is waved off or not. It looked clean from here. I don't like saying that, though.
Yes. The goal...
Oh, good catch.
Good catch.
40-point swing here for Toronto. It's going to be 11 to 105. This is going to be really interesting on the way. I still think Indianapolis should be able to have a handle on this game, but we've got a real one now.
Yes, this game is within one goal. We're playing to 170, so it's 6 for Indianapolis to win, 7 for Toronto to win.
Yeah, and what a timely catch there from Corey Smithson. Really big, facing elimination. Absolutely amazing to be able to come up with that snitch so quickly.
Yes, and that is exactly what they needed because they couldn't keep dividing any resources. They were able to get the snitch catch without putting much effort into the beater game, into the snitch game, and they're right back in this.
Yeah, a great defensive stop and then a score on the other end. Now the snitch catch. And Toronto really has momentum here, and it's going to put Indy on notice.
Yes. Yes, this is where Indy needs to figure out the best way to respond. Digman passes to the center. That's Monica Marion. Passes to the far side. Manzella, that nice move on the far side. Back. Collins back to Manzella. Manzella looks for Digman. There's an exchange in the beater game. Digman.
Happy to take his time.
Yes, Digman is
Toronto
not
with
gonna
bludger
rush.
control. Now Indy with bludger control.
Yeah.
And that's what Digman was waiting for. That's the whole purpose of this offense, of this kind of methodical offense here, is to reassert bludger control. And that is Peachy in there, has a beating.
All right, Manzella now on this side, making a cut and passes it back to Digman.
Nice look there.
Nice, yes. That
No
was
goal.
called beat before, no good. That was a really nice cut to the goal by Monica Marion, a nice pass, but it was not to be. So now Toronto coming back up the pitch, gets it into Custer's hands. Custer's is no good on the medium hoop as it falls, and it's back to Indianapolis.
And I believe that was Kennedy Murphy on the cut.
Oh. Okay, 22.
And it is Kennedy Murphy with the ball up top now. Has been doing a lot of ball handling for this Indy team. Now out to Digman. Back to Kennedy Murphy. Digman able to evade the beat.
It's
Out to-
Manzella on this side. Murphy gets it out to Manzella. Back to Digman.
And the bludger is behind the hoops here for Toronto. Now coming forward. Still Indy with bludger control. Again, it's only a one possession game here. We'll see if Indy's able to get out of this kind of first gear attitude.
Kennedy Murphy gets around one player, gets a pass off, it's tapped. This is Smithson behind. Smithson gets the shot off, and the goal is good.
Wow, really, really nice play there from Digman to get that quick pass out to Collins. Collins able to finish up top. I do think Indy's going to be able to reassert control here. This is going to. I think the rest of this game looks a lot like the first half of this game.
Yeah.
But I really have loved to see Toronto fight their way back into this and make it interesting.
So Collins with the goal. Indianapolis now up 120 to 105.
And set score is 170, as you mentioned before.
Yes.
And I talked about this before, but the ability to attack from so many different angles for Indy has really been the difference, I think, so far in the game.
Yes, that's definitely the case. They have a lot of ability to move the ball around. A bunch of different people who can play at ball handler, and they've just been showing different looks to this Toronto team.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've seen Monica Marion, we've seen Kennedy Murphy, we've seen Riley Andrews, we've seen Nathan Digman, we've seen Benjamin Peachy, all be ball handlers, and we've also seen all of those players play at different positions in the offense as well. And that multi-dimensionality is really important, obviously coupled with a very dominant beater performance.
Yes.
But so far, all that dominance has only led to a 2-goal lead.
Yes. So Toronto, with that snitch catch, is still 7 goals away from pulling this thing out, and with Indianapolis only 5 away.
Yeah, and I'd also like to give a shout out to Tyler Piper again, who's really laid the biggest hits for this Indy team and really been the only one who's been able to stop Toronto going forward towards the hoops. I keep saying this. I'd love to see Toronto with their best players attack the hoops more aggressively. I think that's their way through. That if there's a chance to capitalize on this comeback, that's the way it's going to happen. On the restart, it is Indy with bludger control.
Yes, and Custer's on this near side. Passes all the way across to Lamb. Lamb is tackled, and the Quaffle scoots out, and the Toronto player is able to save it right before it goes out of bounds, but there's another stoppage in play.
Another nice tackle there. That time it was Kennedy Murphy on the edge making a tackle. And that was Venuta unable to stop the ball from going out of play. Yeah, east to west stuff just is not. It doesn't work so well for Toronto. We want to see north-south movement.
All right, so this is Manzella behind the hoops with the Quaffle. Venuta looks like he's just going to run back.
getting the ball to
Digman.
Digman here. Obviously, their most trusted ball carrier, their best player on this team. In a tight game like this, I expect the ball to be in his hands a little bit more. Ooh, and a really nice shot there from Digman. Nobody's stepping to ball. You always have to step to ball, and that's just too easy for number 29.
Yes, Digman will hit those shots all day long. This is Melchior coming back up for Toronto.
Yeah, the hoops defense for Toronto has been very lackadaisical. We've seen a lot of those mid-range shots go uncontested so far for Indy.
Yes, the Toronto team needs to step up. Their back on hoops is not working out. Lamb behind and passes too high to Michael Howard and is picked back up by Indy.
Yeah, and Riley Andrews now screaming down the side. Head up, looking for a pass. The pass isn't going to get there. It also did not go through the hoop.
Yeah, it went off the bottom of the hoop, and then the pass was intercepted afterwards. There's a lot of play in the beater game right in front of us, as Melchior sees a no-bludger opportunity and starts to drive up the center of the pitch.
And
it looks
like
stopped.
Yeah, Indy with not a chance to stop Melchior there with a no-bludger situation. We'll see why the wide play was stopped. They're going to reset Melchior here.
Yeah, Melchior was going to... There was no way anyone was stopping.
And resetting doing. I wonder what the call will be.
Quaffle being carried away.
Yeah, all the bludgers are on the other side of the pitch right now, off screen. The closest one is inside of the Toronto keeper zone.
Yes. Peachy here on the near side with one bludger, the other bludger by itself behind the hoops, and then Emma Sherwood with Toronto's bludger in the middle of the field.
Contact from behind.
On Toronto.
So that will result in a Quaffle turnover, not a bludger turnover.
And that's really the only thing that was going to stop Melchior there.
Will result in a bludger turnover. It looks like it was a bludger. It was a beater foul. Okay, so the foul was away from the play. It looks like it was a beater foul, which is why the bludger will be turned over here. So Indy is going to get bludger control back and the Quaffle. Big decision here from the referees, and big problem from the beater play here to cause the bludger turnover and stop the goal.
Yes, this is going to be a critical time that Toronto could have been really back in this. Instead, Indy with everything.
Conversation still going on here. Quite a lengthy stoppage. There's refs just trying to get the call right.
And that bludger is put at the bottom of the hoops.
Really unfortunate there from Toronto. On their way back down only 2 goals. Now Digman's coming down the field.
Digman with another short shot falls through the short hoop. Digman can't be stopped.
Yeah. And he back in control of this game. Up four scores.
Yes, it's 140 to 105, 170 set score.
It looks like Digman did just take a sub.
Quaffle in the hands of Michael Howard. Passes over to Custers. Custers on the wing now.
Bad place to
not able to stop.
One of the worst places to turn the ball over at the top of the key there. Indy content here though to be a little more methodical.
Yes.
Gonna get stoppage to play again.
Another stoppage of play. Horsham in the center of the field. Indy just continues to play their game. Methodical game, slow, make everything that they want to happen, and then take advantage of it.
Yeah, they've definitely been I would say they've been the much better team. There's going to be a no call here from the referees. But Toronto's been able to take advantage of some pretty key elements that kept them in the game only at certain points.
Riley Andrews back up to Horsham. Back to that slow play where India is just looking for the exact defense that they want to attack.
Yeah, and I'd like to see Riley Andrews make a good decision here. As a ball carrier, like I said, maybe some question marks around number 44, but maybe Andrews can prove me wrong on this possession.
Manzella now continuing this exchange for Indianapolis as they pass all the way around. Now Horsham behind, takes a shot at the tall hoop and is hit. Misses the shot, and Toronto player is beat, but it looks like Toronto's going to be at the bottom of the pile by the hoops.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a dangerous throw there from the Indy, and it's going to create a no bludger situation. There was a lot of chaos around the bludgers after the scrum. A nice move there.
Custers goes all the way coast to coast and drives it home.
Any opportunity that Toronto can create a no bludger situation is one they have to continue to take advantage of throughout this game.
Yes, it's now 140 to 115. It's so slow. There's been so few goals that Toronto is still in it.
And Toronto with bludger control now.
Horsham to Andrews on this far side.
If they can capitalize on if they can get a good defensive stop here, they might have an opportunity to get back in it.
This is Monica Marion.
Maintaining bludger control is going to be key the rest of the way.
Horsham takes another shot that misses, but Riley Andrews is back there, but is immediately beat.
And a nice play there by Tad Walters to get bludger control back from Toronto.
All right. So Venuta in the center here, number 21. This is Michael Howard, number 67, carrying the quaffle. Paige Hare behind the hoops. This Toronto team needs to make something happen here.
Nice play there from Walters. Nice play there from Walters to force the turnover.
Horsham with a nice play on the quaffle after the shot as well.
Yeah, big press there to create the error and pass from Walters. And now Walters is pressing. Walters is looking to create another bludger situation.
And he does. So with Walters in front with that bludger, makes an easy goal for Riley Andrews.
And that's actually the first time I think we've seen any of the beaters on Indy push play and create opportunity for their quaffle players. So far we've seen them death by strangulation almost. Yes. But being able to see another gear from Indy is always very fun.
Yes. And that was a assist for Tad Walters on that goal. Venuta in the center. Takes a shot that is just off, but there's a player back there. I think that's Baraszbolka. Baraszbolka looks like, I thought he was going to step out for a second. Makes a long pass back up the middle. Digman almost picks it off. Venuta is able to get it off again, and that time that pass is too far. Goes out of bounds and is over to Indianapolis.
Yeah, it looks like that was Levi Moreos behind the hoops for Toronto. And now we'll see Collins up top with the quaffle. Indy with bludger control. I feel like I've said that on repeat the whole game.
Yes. Jim Richard and Tad Walters, those beaters, with a litany of control.
And that's a nice move by Monica Marion there. My goodness, a little pump fake, step through, finish on the near hoop.
Monica Marion all by herself. It is now 160 to 115. This is Toronto really needs to do their thing to get back into it because it is goal to win for Indianapolis.
And on this goal to win, expect Indy to be able to push those bludgers forward again. Free on the near hoop, unable to come down with it.
That is Scott Rousseau, number 12, now with the quaffle for I think the first time this game. Passes back to Lamb behind. Lamb tries to get around Marion, but is beat.
Not sure if Marion got a piece of that quaffle on the way out of Lamb's hand, but looked like it might have gotten tipped.
Yes, nice defense from Marion and a nice bludger.
Oh, and Piper driving it with a look out wide.
Quaffle's on the ground. Looks like Toronto's going to come away with it. So Robert Ali wants to make something happen for Toronto here. Passes into the center. That's Matthew Bunn. Bunn takes it all the way on the outside, trying to get around this Indianapolis defense. Passes over to Lamb. But
Really
Lamb
nice hit there from Piper again. That's the third really big hit here we've seen delivered from Tyler Piper.
Yes, Piper has been really bringing the physicality Possibly a bit much. They stopped play here. Do you see anything that might be problematic?
It looked like a clean hit to me. It looks like it's Melchior down on the ground here. We'll see if the referees feel differently. I didn't see much in it, just a nice hard tackle.
Yes. Looked good to me, and then that beat comes in. So it's the nice way to coordinate your defense, right? You've got your chasers making stops or slowing people down and then driving them right into where the bludgers are. The bludgers come in, take it away. That's this dominant bludger performance from Indianapolis in this game.
It looked like a stoppage in play was for an injury.
And it looks like Indianapolis will still have the quaffle in the goal to win circumstance here.
And look for Indianapolis to push those beaters forward with this being the goal to win. Toronto does have bludger control now.
And Collins waiting on Tad Walters. Try to put a crack in that bludger control from Toronto, which they've only had for a few seconds every time they've gotten it in the game so far.
Look for an exchange up top.
Kaylee Fugate on this
There's
side.
our exchange up top, and
it's almost, yes, it's back. Bludger control back to Indianapolis. And this is an advantage call. Reset used. Collins back with the quaffle, though, for Indianapolis. And now play is stopped. So they decided that advantage was over. All right, so the advantage call is waved off. Nope, it is a blue card on Toronto. And so it will still be goal to win for Indianapolis with everything in the zone here. Collins, number 7, with the quaffle.
looks like it has a free hoop to the right side.
So that is a beater right in front of him. He's got a few steps before he gets encountered by one of those chasers. And he shoots and scores to win. Indianapolis 170, Toronto 115. The game is over.
Yeah, and Toronto really did make a game of it there. Indianapolis's beater is just too much. They had a really stellar performance. I think the takeaway is that Toronto really had. For me, it was that Toronto had some really nice pieces. It was that Toronto really had some nice pieces going for them. Didn't make the most of it, and just strangled to death by Indy's bludger control.
Yes. And so now, as we were talking about earlier, this Indianapolis team will go on to play the winner of Kansas City versus New Orleans, which is also going on now. We don't know who the winner of that game is. This is the end of the day for Toronto. But what do you see Indianapolis needing to do against either of those teams? You started to talk about it earlier, but just give us one more thought before we go out.
Yeah, if they're able to maintain this bludger control, they're going to beat anybody that they play, obviously. And so look for them to try and continue to do that. The diversity of offensive looks that they've been able to provide was really nice. Tyler Piper adding some physicality. I really liked what Nivash Jayram was able to provide, also deeper on the bench. If they can bring energy and they can be methodical and continue to provide diversity of looks, I think they're going to have a really pleasant time versus either Kansas City or New Orleans.
Excellent. So thank you, everyone, for watching. The next game here on Pitch 2 will be at 3:30, and we'll see you then.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced,
All right, welcome back to MLQ Championships. We're live on pitch 2 for the first game of the quarterfinals between New York Titans and Rochester Whiteout, in-state but out-of-division rivals. Jack, what are you looking for from these two teams?
Yeah, this is so exciting. Two teams that played in the same division last year. The first series of the season, first series back from the COVID-19 pandemic. New York came out, swept Rochester. Now, 1 year later, these two teams going head-to-head in the quarterfinals of the MLQ Championship. Rochester coming through the North Division, coming in second, winning the eastern half of the North Division, and then placing second at the North Division Championships, getting their chance to test themselves against the East Division second place team. I think what Rochester brings is really a lot of physicality in all aspects of the game. But against New York, I think in the beater game, it's going to be especially key. New York's beaters are fast, they're skilled, extremely skilled, but my big question is, can they hold up from tackles from Pat Callanan, from Emily Hickmott, from Sally Gominiak, a player who has experienced that type of physicality in the beater game. Tate K made his debut against Boston a couple weeks ago from the University of Texas program. But my big question is, can the others hang with the physicality of Rochester in the beating game?
And on the Rochester side, without Bassam Ashkar, their star keeper, we're also without him at the North Division Championships, where I was mentioning they lost to Minneapolis. Both teams kind of rebounding from a loss here. Rochester losing to Minneapolis in North Championships. New York losing their most recent series to the Boston Forge to come in second. Where does the ball handling and points come from in the quaffle game for Rochester without Bassam? Yeah,
that's exactly right. They're going to look to Alyssa Giaroso, one of the leaders, longtime leaders of the Whiteout program. She is such a good decision maker with the ball in her hands, really spreads the ball out and knows when a player on her team is hot and will feed them, distribute the ball to them. Otherwise, they're going to look for veterans like Cody Kiefer to drive to the hoops, and you might see some players like Mitch Brown coming into the game, taking over some ball handling duties. So the Whiteout are a team that loves to share the ball. You're not going to see a star-dependent offense where one player is always bringing the ball up the field. You're going to see them spread it out, and I think that's going to serve them well here, missing their keeper, Bassam Ashkar.
And we mentioned how physical Rochester can be in both the beater game and the quaffle game. One of the difficulties playing against the Titans is that even if you're a physical player, John Jackson can just make you miss. And they've got multiple players on the Titans who might not try to run through you, but just try to go around you with kind of finesse moves. So guarding them, I think, is a challenge for the Whiteout as well.
Yeah, John Jackson has had such an excellent season for the Titans, just reached new heights in his game, both ends of the pitch. Such a strong tackler around the hoops, maybe the most important position defensively in the chaser game in modern Quidditch. Can your keeper get stops at the hoops? John Jackson can do that. And then he's been doing it on the other end, too, as the primary ball carrier for the New York offense. New York also spreads the ball for sure, but they're going to be a team that's a little bit more reliant on Jackson to drive and distribute. He's a super key player for them, and of course he comes originally from the Rochester area. That's where he got his start in MLQ. So exciting to see him going up against his former team.
And in the beater game for New York, we mentioned Jackson, but on the beater side, lost Rachel Ayala Silver, their assistant coach, in a Team USA beater herself. First game of the season. Tessa Mullins has really stepped up for New York, stepping into that role as the starting beater alongside Devin Lee. They have Tate K, who missed most of the regular season with injury, back for the Boston series, playing again today, and a lot of depth at the position as well. But who's going to really take over the game in the face of these physical Rochester beaters, I think is a question for them.
Yeah, Tessa Mullins, a young beater who played at Next Gen last year with the Boston program, now making her debut on the senior stage with the New York program, came over to get minutes and has made the most of her opportunities, playing at a really high level with Devin Lee. They just cover so much ground and are so skilled at one-on-ones in the beater game. It's going to be a treat to watch here today.
As the teams start to make their way out for the starting lineups, New York has been maybe the most strategically interesting team this season. Frank Minson has come up with a different defensive game plan for pretty much every opponent New York has had, and we'll have to see what they think Rochester's strengths are and how they try to take those strengths away.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And you and so many other people have caught on to all the little things that they're doing on defense, on offense. Just loved to see the innovation under new head coach Frank Minson. It's a very different New York team. They like to run and gun. For so many years, New York had been a patient, methodical offense and an organized, stout defense. And this year, they've been loosening the reins and running. And it's been fun to watch. We'll see if it holds up against a Rochester team that has no problem hitting in the open field. It's going to be a really great matchup here.
And so interesting to see New York lost so many chasers to turnover this summer. To see players like Mike Lee, Janko Gabozdenovich, Lexi Rafa, who were role players or even bench players for the Titans in their championship last summer, take on a much bigger role on the team this season and really be up to the challenge.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They've certainly stepped up. They've been waiting for their opportunity, and they've seized it all the way down the roster. Whether it's practice squad players like Zach Armintrading coming into the game, and just when the Titans need some energy in a tight game against the Washington Admirals or the Boston Forge, a player can come off the end of the bench and get those goals. So they've gotten contributions up and down the roster, and certainly there's been no drop-off in what has been a rebuilding year for the Titans under new leadership. So it's been exciting to see just how smooth the transition has been.
And both teams, a lot of veteran presence on both sides, but also both teams with some younger pieces, including two players from the Boston College scene, Kit Papour for Rochester, and of course Leo Freed from Harvard for the Titans. Both have been big contributors this season and might need to be bigger contributors today. We mentioned the absence of Ashkar. They're going to have to use Papour as a ball handler. We'll be able to continue to find him on the wing where he is at his best and prefers to play, I think.
Yeah, lots of Boston influence. We might be talking about two teams to the south in New York, but whether it's Kit Papour, whether it's Leo Freed, whether it's Tessa Mullins, there's certainly the influence of the MQC, the Massachusetts Quidditch Conference, that has developed so many players over the past few years and really created the model for a college Quidditch conference. Exciting to see those young players getting their chance to shine at the MLQ level.
And one thing, we mentioned the depth on both teams. That's important because this is each team's first game of the day, but it's a best 2 out of 3 quarterfinal series, and the winner goes on to a best 2 out of 3 semifinals tomorrow morning and a best 2 out of 3 finals if they make it in the afternoon tomorrow. So somewhere between 6 and 9 games to be played this weekend. Do not want to burn out your top players in the first game of what each team is hoping is going to be a long stretch of games this weekend.
Yeah, both of these teams are going to be wanting to get through the series in 2 games if they can. Especially teams with their eyes on a championship. I know that's certainly the goal for a team like New York that played in the championship series, the finals series last year. They're going to be, if they can get past this Rochester team, excited to go up against the Austin Outlaws again. So you're right. There's an element of energy preservation here and load management per se that could factor in if one team is getting ahead in the first game.
And the title just feels so open this year. The Austin Outlaws did go 12-0 in the South, but the roster just doesn't look quite as strong as that, nearly invincible seeming team that won the championship last year. And then in the East Division, New York came in second to the Boston Forge, but did take 1 game off them. They know they can hang with that team. I think Rochester thinks they can hang with those teams as well. So both these teams, I think, have reason to think that a finals run could be in the cards.
Yeah, I think that's right. The Outlaws are not the deep all-star team that they were last year. They certainly are nothing to sneeze at for finals.
And we're ready now for Brooms Up. Head referee Crystal Compt getting both teams ready. And we're live. It's going to be the rush for the quaffle. Looks like it's going to be a huge hit. Mike Lee's going to come up with the quaffle off of Brims Up. He's with John Jackson, of course, Vinny Iannucci, and Molly Potter with him in the chaser game. Bludgers were won by the pair of Tate K and Tessa Mullins for New York. So bludger control with New York on this first sequence. Pass behind to Iannucci. Bobbles the ball over, but dribbles it, comes up with it. Has a lane. Shoots. It's called no good. Lombardi picks it up, but he's beat. Then Lee is also beat. Jackson with a kick. Eventually Lombardi falls on the ball, so the Whiteout got the stop.
Yeah, good start from the Whiteout beaters all over the brooms up play that the Titans recovered. Iannucci had the shot, didn't fall for him, but encouraging start from the Rochester beaters.
Ben Stonish, who ran for a ball, is immediately going to sub for Cody Kiefer. Joseph Lombardi handling the ball, now off to Kiefer, working it down the wing here. A press attempt for the Titans now. Big beat from Kay, but it's deflected and caught by Callahan. Very nice play. Lombardi, though, is beat. Bounced it to Kiefer. That's going to be a turnover. And so John Jackson's going to have the ball. I think, yeah, just a quick turnover call there. Lombardi did not let go of the ball until well after he was beat.
Yeah, Lombardi just lost track of Tessa Mowens, who had a bludger in hand, was inching high up the pitch, thought he had a little bit more time, but Mowens all over the play.
That sequence did cost New York bludger control. It's in the hands of Rochester now. Mike Lee gets it to Vinny Iannucci. Met aggressively by Kiefer. Long pass back up top to John Jackson, who's trying to reset, but Callahan is there, so it's another pass to Lee, who's met with a big hit from Kiefer, absolutely slammed, and then picks up the loose ball. That's what Cody Kiefer brings to you.
Yeah, that's the type of physicality that we're talking about, and New York has seen that from teams like Washington and Boston, but
and
are
Rochester
they ready
can
for
run
it
here. Kiefer's going to try to get through Mike Lee. Good defense from Lee, but Kiefer's going to spin out of it, drive through 3 bodies, and dunk it home.
Wow, Cody Kiefer, a strong start from the veteran for the Whiteout, showing that he can do it on both ends of the pitch. The drive all the way to the hoops in transition. A great start from Kiefer.
A 10-0 lead for Rochester. Jackson at the controls now. Swings it to Iannucci. Iannucci to Mike Lee, who's got space, loves that shot. That shot is low, and Lombardi's going to scoop it up before Molly Potter can, so another stop for Rochester.
Yeah, and well played on defense. Rochester is going to be taking this one possession at a time as the underdogs and just looking to fall on every loose ball that they can. That's how you produce an upset in a game like this.
Yeah, absolutely. 10-0 and 2 quick defensive stops. They can't ask for much more out of the gates here as Kiefer is going to look to go to work again. Bludger control still with the Whiteout. Lombardi has it now. Back to Kiefer, just playing a little pitch and catch. Aggressive marking behind, so Kiefer's going to go all the way over to Alyssa Girasano. Iannucci steps up to meet. Now the pass to Lombardi. Lombardi pump fakes. Now goes for the shot and sinks it!
Oh, Lombardi draining the long-range shot. If he has that shot working, the Whiteout are going to be dangerous today. As Tessa Mullins wins an exchange. Oh no, Callahan's going to clean up, and this is a no-budger press chance.
For a press as Lee's got on the wing, getting back to Jackson. Callahan's going to press Jackson now, so he's going to go all the way behind to Iannucci. Iannucci zips a shot through the short hoop, answers a Lombardi shot with one of his own.
Yeah, Iannucci missed the shot on brooms up, not going to make the same mistake twice, but what a strong first shift from Erin Parkinson and Pat Callahan. Parkinson not with the team at MLQ North Division Championships, is proving how much she can do early today.
And a great swat from Molly Potter is going to send Whiteout's bludger sailing out of the play. But they're going to survive the press here. Girasano handling. Hickmott pressuring Mullins. Now pressuring Kay. Kay beats Hickmott, and now Girasano is wrapped hard by Jackson, but the bludger misses, but Jackson takes the ball out of her hands anyways.
Yeah, too strong from John Jackson. He's going to win those jump ball situations 10 times out of 10.
What an impressive shift since we had to interrupt with the ball rushing from Erin Parkinson to open this game for the Whiteout.
Yeah, absolutely. I think members of the Whiteout felt that she was one of those missing pieces that they were really needing at MLQ North Division Championship when their beater game just didn't look right. And so today, right out of the gates, first shift of the day, it's her and Pat Callahan holding their own against the New York Beaters. And creating the opportunity for the Whiteout to get out to a lead.
And New York subbing in Devin Lee now for the first time, 4K. And Mullins is going to sub out for Phil Kane as well. So a new pair and a pair New York really likes. 2 Rutgers products, actually, as John Jackson works down the side. He's going to go to Molly Potter behind. Potter back to Jackson, covered by Lee. Bludger control with the Titans. Iannucci's up top. Noe likes the shot, looking for it again. Dances a little bit, now goes for the pass to Mike Lee. Lee goes back to Iannucci. No blazers in the play for a moment, but New York's back, or Rochester's back now. To Lee again, but it's a little wide. Lee is just barely going to save it. Drives in, goes for another shot that's high, but back to John Jackson. Good offensive rebounding here from the Titans, able to come up with their own misses. Jackson trying to shake Paupur. Good screen from Iannucci. Bludger control with... It's going to end up with the whiteout once Emily Hickmont runs down this bludger. But Devin Lee's going to take this opportunity to attack as Iannucci gets closer and closer to shooting range. Now finds Mike Lee. Mike Lee's shot rims out, and then he makes a huge hit on Paupur, but Rochester's going to get the stop.
Yeah, no goal, but I like the offense from the Titans. They're getting themselves into position to get the rebounds, and they're taking pretty decent mid-range shots. Mike Lee is generating those opportunities behind the hoops, but just no luck so far.
You're more comfortable being a shooting team if you know you're going to get the rebound most of the time, and great positioning from New York there. As Mitch Brown is going to work with the ball now with Paupur. Full second line in here for the whiteout. Hickmont and Bernard are going to need to win back bludger control off of another shot. Zips through again. Another great shot from the whiteout.
And the whiteout not necessarily looking to rebound on offense, but they're hitting their shots, so it doesn't matter. That is an impressive start from distance for the whiteout.
And I think a huge thing to watch now for the whiteout, a bellwether how this game might go. Justin Bernard in a beater, product from down here in the D.C. area, Salisbury University, DCQC, and the Washington Admirals in the past. Mostly a chaser at that time, but has done beating and chasing for Rochester this summer. Brings a lot of physicality. We'll have to see if that's an antidote to the style the Titans like to play. As Gavos-Denovich throws it back to John Jackson. Back to Gavos-Denovich. Frank Minson open on the wing. Back to Jackson. Gets it to Lindsay Morella. She finds Minson, but the pass is bobbled, and New York's going to get the stop. And Gominiak's going to run the other way immediately. No beaters back from New York. Gominiak's going to get by Lindsay Morella. Brought down by John Jackson. Absolutely slammed, but Paupur comes up with the rebound. Going to try to shake Minson. Back to Mitch Brown. Mitch Brown's beat in the back, and New York gets the stop.
Oh, there are very few players who can bring down a driving Sally Gominiak at full speed. John Jackson is one of those players at the hoops. Just absolutely stands them up. What a play from the former Rochester keeper.
It's incredible because what you want as a defender with someone kind of has seen is to be able to shuffle your feet and kind of slide them before going for the wrap. Jackson was pretty much flat-footed and still just got both arms around Gominiak and threw them right into the ground to get the stop there.
Yeah. If New York can count on their physicality to match what the whiteout are bringing, they're going to be in good shape today.
Minson working on Paupur now. Jackson subbed for free after that. Great wrap from Paupur. Jackson manages to get out to Gavos-Denovich, who's beat. Leo Freed can't quite handle the ball. He's pressed. He's beat. And this is going to be a free run the other way for Mitch Brown. He's just going to have to get by one. Another huge hit. Gavos-Denovich that time. And it looks like it was a bit high. This is probably going to be net contact.
Yeah, that's going to be whistled. But what a nifty little play from Frank Minson to get the quaffle out of the wrap by passing behind his back. Love to see those little clever plays in Quidditch. A joy to watch, although Mitch Brown is going to get the chance to try to drive past Leo Freed here.
We'll pull it back out. So that's two in a row where we've seen Rochester get a chance to press against, run against no beaters thanks to a turnover. Didn't get a goal on the first one, and the second one, we'll see if they can capitalize on the power play. As Mitch Brown's shot is knocked down by Lindsay Morella, he rebounds it, he's beat, and Frank Minson's going to get to it. So Rochester goes 0 for 2 on 2 good fast break opportunities thanks to that physical New York defense.
Yeah, and huge play from Lindsay Morella just to get her hands up. That's so important on defense, and a veteran play from the Team USA
Minson deep in the zone. He wants the shot. His is good. So New York's shot's starting to fall now. That makes it 30-20.
Yeah, Frank Minson subbing into the game. You know he can hit shots from anywhere on the pitch. Not always how he plays, but certainly has it in his arsenal. So the Titans starting to find their rhythm here.
Gominiak handling the ball now. Long shot is going to go high and wide and just sail out of bounds. So quick possession ends in great kick beat from Devin Lee. The Whiteout are going to hold control, but no goal, and so the score stays at 30-20.
Yeah, not sure about the thinking from Gominiak there. The beaters were under some pressure, but able to retain control. Gominiak is going to want to be a little more patient and wait to get more chasers involved in the offense.
And we see the third beater pairing for New York, the timeless pair of Jason Rosenberg and Kerry Donnelly, two stalwarts of the program. We'll have, as Minson gets to work, shakes one, goes for the pass to Morella. Morella's going to go to Gabosdanovic. Gabosdanovic shakes Gminiak. Not a lot of space to work with, though, with the beaters in the play. Going to have to shake Gminiak again. Gets through. Going to have to beat one more. So many bodies in there. Gabosdanovic still on his feet. Finally brought down by a gang tackle. And a stop for the whiteout there by just some really physical defense.
Yeah, really good tackling from the whiteout. This is what we were expecting, but Janko just too much time on his own. Leo Fried, the only remaining chaser left on offense, needed to come and support him a little bit if they were going to get out of that play.
Cody Kiefer-Bellingham is going to swing it to Caleb Van Buren, Virginia Tech product and a big scorer at championships for whiteout. They'll need another big series from him here. Back to Kiefer up top. There's that impressive pair of Callahan and Parkinson again. Pass is high, and that's going to sail out of bounds. Van Buren overshot Ashley Wilson on that one.
Yeah, the whiteout, we haven't seen too much of their famed intricate passing so far. Not finding Wilson there behind the hoops.
And Jason Rosenberg, one of the best in the game in those lulls in play, goes and attacks their team's beaters anyways and manages to win control like there, which will give Michael Johnston a chance to attack from behind. He passes to Morella. Morella's pressured back to Johnston. Johnson right to Gabosdanovic. That's where Gabosdanovic lives.
Yeah, well worked from the Titans offense. That is what you're going to want to see, and it's with Lindsay Morella back in the game on offense. Since she's subbed in, the Titans have looked just a little bit more comfortable on offense. She's been circulating the ball, getting lots of players involved. Good to see from New York.
New York ties it back up with that goal. Ball goes deep to Jack Mosley. Mosley's going to go back to Kiefer. It's Bernard and Hickmont back in at beater. Long pass is again going to sail out of bounds. They're just not able to find Ashley Wilson on these passes so far.
Yeah, and this is a little uncharacteristic from Rochester. I mean, they've also been an innovative team strategically this season, but we've been so used to seeing them really share the ball and get lots of players involved. Early on, it's been a lot of shooting.
Fried finds Gabosdanovic, finds Michael Johnson. Johnson's beat, passes to Morella, who goes for the slap goal, but isn't quite able to knock it home, and that's going to be a stop for the whiteout.
Yeah, fortunately for them, they're staying tough on defense, so still a 30-30 game.
One of those nice passing sequences we've seen more from this line with Morella, Gabosdanovic, and Fried working together, just not able to punch it home that time. Hickmont is beat. Bernard's beat too, but Kiefer's going to try to attack. It's deflected by Michael Johnston, but Solly Gminiak's going to be the first to the ball. Zach Sobel-Pressman's going to be the first to the ball. Working on Fried, pressured by the beaters. He's going to go all the way back up to Kiefer, who's going to get it without using a reset. Nice play, and shakes Gabosdanovic's tackle. Now goes for a long shot, but Johnson just knocks it down, and not a lot there for the whiteout on that possession.
Yeah, and part of the problem for Rochester is that New York's beaters are doing a really good job beating out opposing chasers, flying all over the pitch. That was a strong shift from Jason Rosenberg and Kerry Donnelly.
Yeah, really impressive as they now put Kellen Cupid in with Tessa Mullins. Fried's going to go to Morella on the wing. So deadly as a facilitator from this part of the field. She's going to pull it all the way behind. Find Fried back up top. Now back to Morella. Well, beater's out of the play. She finds Johnson. He's got space to work with. He's going to drive and just find a little push shot through the short hoop, and it's good.
Yeah, and I just love how New York looks for different spaces on the field to attack the opposing team from, especially when you're having some trouble early in a game offensively. Just change the angle of attack, and it's something that Lindsay Morella recognizes and executes every time.
It's a totally different style from the second line, from that first line, and both have been effective, and that's why New York's now back in the lead 40-30. Ball's over to Lombardi now for the whiteout. Control still with the Titans. They've had it for some time. Lombardi and Ben Stonish going to switch spots on the field. Lombardi's going to keep the quaffle. It's Bernard and Parkinson working to get something back from the Titans beaters. Cupid and Mullins not feeling much pressure. Now Cupid's going to step up. Beats Parkinson. Lombardi's beat, but the pass gets off. It's going to be saved by Pressman. It's saved by Wilson, who tries to get the pass to Pressman, but Fried intercepts it. I think they're going to say Ashley Wilson stepped out of bounds there.
Yeah, that's the call. And New York is going to get a chance here, potentially to run on one bludger. we'll see if they decide to go. They've been a team that likes to play fast, but Rochester does have a couple chasers back as well, and the half-court offense is just starting to click, so maybe they'll sit back and take their chances.
Half-court offense is good, but, Kellen Cupid is not the star beater of the New York Times, but he is the one who most loves to push the pace of any of them. Yeah. I would not be surprised to see him run down the field, try to exchange with Justin Bernard, and create a no-bludger situation for his chasers here.
Yeah, Cupid coming from the NYU program, like head coach Frank Minson, a program that loves to run and plays some of the most fun to watch Quidditch that I've seen. Yeah, we'll see what they do here.
It's going to be a foot race between Bernard and Cupid for the loose bludger. Bernard's going to throw his back to Parkinson. And Bernard, I think, is actually going to win the foot race. Impressively done. So New York is just going to slow it down. As Eric Paguada subs in a chaser for the first time. Ball in the hands of Morella now. New York trusts her at the keys as much as anyone on this team. She's going to work it down the side. Protected by Mullins. She goes to Michael Johnston. Johnston breaks a tackle and finds an easy shot on the medium hoop.
Yeah, really nice play from Michael Johnston. Had a quieter series against Boston, but stepping up here against the whiteout, that's the kind of play that they're going to need from him. Beating an opposing defender one-on-one in the spaces on the wings, behind the hoops, and getting all the way to the hoops for the goal. He's a key player for them, and exciting to see him getting hot early.
We're seeing the whiteout take their first time out of the game. They went up 30-10 early on, but it's been a 4-0 unanswered New York run since then. What do we need to see from the whiteout coming out of this timeout? What are the coaches talking about to the players right now?
Yeah, I think they have to get set in their offense. Their beaters have to guide them and help them get set on offense, but I think we have to see a little more patience offensively, and they're making good decisions in that they're not giving New York the chance to hit them on the counter. I think that's why you're seeing them take some long shots sometimes, just to throw the ball away and not turn the ball over at half court. But if they really want to break down the Titans and get some points on the board, I think you have to see a player like Kip Palpour working on the wings, working behind the hoops, and a player like Giaroso or Kiefer feeding him, finding him in dangerous spaces. So I think for the whiteout to really hang with the Titans, they have to get more players involved.
I think those shots are okay. They've hit a couple, and as you said, it prevents the fast break the other way. The plays that they can't afford to repeat are those plays where, Ashley Wilson is open behind the hoops and there's not a ton of pressure, but the ball just gets thrown over her head because the pass was a little rushed. If they can take away those kind of bad turnovers and turn those into better possessions, they're going to score more and get better chances to win control. Like, part of the reason the Titans have been so good holding controls, there's been possessions where the whiteout didn't really put any pressure on them. Now, coming out of the timeout, it's going to be the whiteout in possession of the Bludgers, so we'll see what they can do with control on their side.
Yeah, that's a great point. Those missed passes are not only a lost possession, but kind of demoralizing. You don't want to see your team missing passes that they've connected a million times in practice on the highest stage. So we'll see if the whiteout can find the rhythm again.
Players are back to their brims, and we're back live again. It's going to be Malcolm Orange subbing for the game for the first time at Beater with Aaron Parkinson for the whiteout. They have bludger control. Kip Palpour is handling the ball. He's got Jack Mosley with him. Ben Stonish as well. Cross to Mosley. He's got a lot of space in front of him. I think Mosley wants the shot, and he rips it and knocks it home.
And there it is. I think you're right. Rochester clearly has been working on their shots up and down the roster. It's Mosley, yes, Mosley with the shot, hits it on the top hoop. That is not an easy shot. That is a shot from distance.
It's a hard shot, but if you're comfortable with it, Leo Freed is a little on the shorter side for a keeper. Taller than most chasers, but maybe shorter than like John Jackson or Ian Skura in Boston, and that leaves the top of that tall open, and Mosley able to find it that time. As Morella's going to work it on the wing. Swings it down low to Paguada. Paguada gets all the way in, but his shot is deflected by the rim. Freed's going to be the first to the loose ball. He's going to try to truck through, but a lot of bodies, and the ball is just ripped out of his hands. Great defense from the whiteout, but Kellen Cupid is in there trying to beat out the whiteout chasers, and Freed scoops the ball through the hoop. Oh, they're going to say no good, I think.
What a cool play that would have been. But I love the forceful, incisive drive from Eric Paguada, one of those players you talked about before the game who wasn't getting a ton of opportunities last year, but has really stepped up and made the most of his chance this year.
Rochester looking to attack now. It goes to Stonish behind the hoops. Hard closeout. Stonish is through. He tries, I think, can't tell if that was a shot or a pass to Papour. It kind of splits the difference and just goes out of bounds. They got into a very dangerous spot. They're just not quite able to find finish. But now Paguada's running the other way. All the blooders are on the ground. Paguada's going to have to shake Papour, though. Good defense from Papour. Paguada's trying to pull it back in front now. Goes across the field. Ing goes to try. It's broken up by Papour, and Papour comes down with the loose ball. Great stop from the whiteout without the aid of any beater support there.
Yeah, they're going to need that because the beater game is picking up in pace and all over the field right now. It's Cupid and Mullins with control, and they're going to try to put pressure on Rochester here.
Callahan and Hickmott trying to win it back. Callahan's got a chance here. Both players on the ground. Long pass behind to Wilson. She's going to try to shake Avery Oliver. Gets the pass to Stonish, but Stonish comes up with the loose ball. Wasn't beat, so he's still alive. Gets hit, manages to throw the ball back, but Leo Frieda's going to win the race for the loose ball, and we're going to have a stoppage. A very chaotic sequence there.
And what a play by Freed to just palm the ball out of the air off the dribble. That's something that you don't always see.
Credit to Ben Stonish, who was backwards and getting thrown down and managed to get it roughly in the vicinity of a whiteout chaser. Freed just made a great hustle play.
Absolutely. Certainly defensive talent up and down the New York roster, too. We've talked about so much the physicality that Rochester brings, but the Titans, just one of the best teams in the league at just inserting themselves in passing lanes and using every tool that they have to make life difficult for opposing chasers, whether it's a wrap or on a loose arm or poking a ball out. This is a team that is focused defensively.
I think you see why New York is willing to go into its depth. They're on their third line of chasers, Byron Ing, Avery Oliver, Eric Paguada, as we mentioned, players who are definitely further down the depth chart, but there hasn't been a drop-off in the physicality or smarts on defense. The offense has been a bit shaky, but the defense has been up to par, and I think that's why the Titans are so willing to play their depth. They really trust every player that they roster to bring it on defense.
Yeah, and they know how they want to play. They've got everyone zeroed in and bought into the philosophy that Frank Minson and Lindsey Morella and John Jackson have installed as coaches of the program, and it's been fun to watch for the Titans all season as we're going to get a Quaffle turnover, it looks like.
Yeah, back in the hands of the whiteout. Unclear what for. Well, Kellen Cupid's in the box, so it was a card on Kellen Cupid in the beater game. So New York down a beater, ball back with the whiteout, and they can take their time here and get both beaters in the play and try to create a good opening.
Yeah, this is a big chance for Rochester to
Mosley
even
drives it.
the
We
score.
know he wants the shot, but he puts it low that time and unable to capitalize on the opportunity there with the beater in the box for New York.
Yeah, I might have liked to see Rochester just with a little more patience there, although Mosley saw the opportunity on the far side hoop. But could you maybe generate a wider window by getting your beaters up the field, maybe taking out Tessa Mullins? Beater power plays need to be exploited to their full advantage in a quarterfinal series at MLQ Championships.
And New York knows that, which is why they're trying to kill the clock as much as possible in this possession down a beater. Jackson just taking his time, and not a lot of pressure from the whiteout beater, so it looks like they are going to let New York just kill this penalty. Their beaters are still sitting very far deep on defense. Callahan stepping up a little bit now, but no real pressure on Jackson. He's going to just be able to successfully kill his penalty as Cupid's out of the box now. Jackson flanked by Lee and Ing. It goes back to Jackson. Ing wants to set the screen on Papour.
And New York has bludger control back.
Great play from Cupid and Mullins there. Ing with it now. Goes across to Mike Lee. They have Oliver behind the hoops. Jackson deep in the corner. Not where we always see him operate, but dangerous around the field. He goes back across the top to Lee, who's eviscerated by Cody Kiefer, but he gets the pass to Ing, who zips a shot. It's misses, but I think Ing just ripped that one because he saw a head referee's hand, Crystal Comp, go up and knew he basically had a free shot.
Yeah, why not? That's a smart play. Kiefer not happy with the call. Felt the contact was clean, but looks like it's going to be a foul.
Yep, so the foul this time is going to be on Kiefer. He's going to switch the green headband over to Kit Palpour, and Kiefer will be in the box for 1 minute, so New York will get another chance, and they'll get to work against a whiteout team that's down a chaser and in a scrambled position here. Mike Lee's going to drive, go to Jackson. Jackson's going to bring it back up front. I think they're going to, knowing they have the numbers advantage, slow it down, let Oliver get back into play here before they look to attack. Take full advantage of this power play. Mullins manages to get the beat off despite the wrap. Jackson now down to Byron Ing. Ing with a great fake, shoots, scores.
Oh, what a pretty move from Byron Ing. Shows how important winning one-on-ones are, and how a little move that you have, a head fake, a stutter step, can really make all the difference. Would love to see more players add something like that to their game.
And Kit Palpour, no slouch on defense. That was an impressive take from a young, still in college player in Byron Ing there.
Yeah, for sure. Kit Palpour, one of the better defenders for Rochester on a team stacked with good defenders.
Girasano handling the ball now. She has Kiefer and Palpour, and I like the ball in Girasano's hands with Kiefer and Palpour, who are both very dangerous on the wings here. Let's see what Rochester can set up here. Ball goes to Palpour up top. He's covered by Justin Bernard. Buzzer control is with the whiteout. They're mostly just using it to protect their ball handler, not trying to make a move on the Titans beaters or chasers. Palpour goes back across to Girasano, who fumbles the ball but manages to slap it out, but John Jackson's going to be the rush to the loose ball. And just a bit rushed there from the whiteout. Girasano to kind of slap the ball away in the face of beater pressure. And New York gets another stop.
Yeah, the bobble just created the opportunity for Kellen Cupid to run into the play. A good take from Cupid to clear the possession.
Justin Bernard hits Devin Lee with his own medicine there. And with a jump over Devin Lee's beat attempt. All the bludgers flying around now, all on the ground. New York has a chance to attack if they want it. Devin Lee's going to come up with one. Ball goes back to Jackson. Mike Lee working it down the side now. Covered by Devin Lee. Goes to Lindsey Morella. Bludger control still with the whiteout. Goes back to Mike Lee. And now he's back over to John Jackson. Patience from the Titans here as they wait for Devin Lee to run down the loose ball. The whiteout not choosing the press here with no beater in the play for the Titans. Mike Lee's going to try to shake Palpour. Goes to Morella, who bobbles it a little bit, but is going to come up with it, get it back to Lee. And Lee's going to have a chance to attack against Cody Kiefer. Gets around, but not able to get in the lane. Pulls it back up top.
Yeah, the patient, methodical offense is still in the DNA of the Titans program. So when they get into a half-court situation, they know how to break that down, and they know to wait for their chances.
Yeah, good patience there as Morella goes back to Mike Lee. Devin Lee gets deep into the teeth of the defense with that beat. And he's going to come up with it, beat Justin Bernard. But his partner's beat, so it's still going to be bludger control of the whiteout. But the whiteout keep winning these exchanges, but then not trying to attempt to press, and it's allowing New York Chasers to just keep taking their time on offense.
Yeah, head referee Chris Lecomte now is signaling a delay of game warning, telling the Titans to make a move on offense.
Jackson gets it to Morella. Morella across to Oliver. Wrapped hard. Pass to no one in particular. I think in the direction of Morella, but there might be a contact call here. Kiefer's first as well. No, we're at the 20-minute stoppage.
And that's a great tackle from Alyssa Girosa to end the possession, which is why I think we were seeing such a long possession from New York. Not only were they looking for the goal, but they were looking to get bludger control back ahead of Snitch on pitch, unable to recover as Rochester holds firm.
And we mentioned that play a few plays ago where Byron Ing got by Kit Palpour. A little bit uncharacteristic. That's a lot more like it from the Rochester defense. Their chasers were all over the field, taking away any driving lane that the Titans had, playing physical, playing patient, and eventually get the stop. They're only down 2 goals. They have to feel good about the position they're in here.
Yeah, and this is the formula for the Rochester whiteout. Keep the score low, keep the game within striking distance, and they have a very good seeker in Kit Palpour, who can keep them give them a chance in any game. Going to be going up against a strong seeking rotation from the Titans and Kellen Cupid and Vinny Iannucci especially. But the whiteout are going to trust Palpour and their beaters to create some opportunities around the snitch.
And the Titans, this is one of the, I think, lowest point totals they've had at the 20-minute mark in any game this season. Their offense At the start, they're able to get out and run a little bit, and then it's really slowed down, especially in the second half of this game. New York likes to play a methodical style, but they also like to go fast if they're given the option. Rochester's not given the option. They're forcing them to play slow, play at a pace that suits Rochester, and it's keeping this game very tight. Whiteout's going to start the snitch on pitch segment here with both bludgers, with the quaffle in hand, and a great chance to come back into this game.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right that the shots are working for Rochester because they are slowing the game down a little bit. They are not turning the ball over at half pitch. That is how New York has won so many games, high-scoring games, with runaway leads. It's because they've been forcing turnovers. It's because they've been getting out on the fast break, and Rochester has pretty successfully limited those opportunities here. It'll be interesting to see if they can do the same with bludgers on the snitch, in snitch on pitch.
And we talked at the start about Bassam Ashkar being absent for Rochester, and you don't ever replace a play like that with one player. It's a team effort, and we've seen Alyssa Giaroso do an excellent job handling the ball. We've seen Jack Mosley and Joe Lombardi hit some tough shots to give some offense to Rochester, and just a really impressive performance beyond 2 goals to a Titans team that I think most analysts heavily favored in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Rochester program that certainly is comfortable being the underdog and is going to like their chances. One of 3 cities, one of 3 universities that has ever won a college national championship, the University of Rochester. Also one of the 3 cities that have placed a team in the club USQ finals, along with Austin and the Boston area. So there is a lot of winning DNA in the Rochester Whiteout program, and they're going to feel good heading into snitch on pitch here.
And as a Rochester native myself and a longtime Buffalo Bills fan, anytime Western New York can stick it to New York City, there's a little extra juice. The Whiteout very pleased about where they are in this game right now as we're live again.
I don't think I knew that about you, Ben. But we know where the rooting interests lie, perhaps.
No bias in this game. Love both teams. Love a good game, and that's what we've got here as Cody Kiefer is going to look to work against a bludgerless defense. Big pump fake. He's going to get all the way to the hoop. He's going to posterize John Jackson.
Wow, and you do not see that very often, but Cody Kiefer, one of those very experienced players, a player who's been through battles, getting a full head of steam and able to finish through Jackson.
Vinny Iannucci has a shot on Ricky Nelson, but can't get it. Now a chance for Gminiak. Gminiak's beat.
Had the snitch sock in hand for a moment.
Called beat by Devin Lee. John Jackson's got to drive. Pass to Mike Lee is a little wide. Lee's going to track it down, though. Morello's going to try to set the screen on Kiefer. Lee's going to go back to Jackson. Jackson's going to have to shake Giaroso. Great wrap, but does so. Now a chance to get by Kiefer. Returns the favor by posterizing Ben Stonish, and it's 70-50 New York.
Yeah, Jackson saying, anything you can do, I can also do. As he has so much familiarity with players from the Whiteout program.
Almost for Gminiak. Managed to knock the tail off, but not get the catch. But a near miss for the Whiteout there as they have a chance to score again on offense here. Lombardi working, attacked by Jackson. Spins, stays on his feet. Now through Minson too. Big bucket for Joe Lombardi.
And Rochester hanging, and this is very interesting. As Vinny Iannucci gets very close to snitch Ricky Nelson. Emily Hickmott in the game at seeker for Rochester now.
Lindsay Morella driving the lane. She goes to Minson behind. Minson's going to get the pass to Potter. Potter's shot is wide. New York misses a pretty good chance there. Back to Potter. No good again. And Kiefer's running the other way again. Just Jackson to beat. Screen from Lombardi. Kiefer gets wide. Gets swallowed by Jackson and Frank Minson. And I think there you might prefer Lombardi spaces out wide, tries to get the pass instead of the screen, because Jackson able to fight through it and make a huge hit.
Yeah, I was going to say I liked the screen at first, but I didn't see, I think it was Lindsay Morella tracking back into the play and able to make the contact on Kiefer along with Jackson. Jackson also able to recover around the screen. Really impressive. But we suddenly have a track meet here, and both teams are getting some pretty good chances on a snitch Ricky Nelson. First, it was not Kit Palpour for Rochester, but Sally Gminiak starting And New York started with Vinny Iannucci, who I think was inches away. They've gone to Cupid now. So he'll be going up against Emily Hickmott from Rochester.
And when that ball bounced to Kiefer, Frank Minson and Lindsay Morello were both in line or behind the hoops. Jackson was able to buy them just enough time to get back in the play by sliding them up. What hustle, and that's the kind of hustle that swings a close game like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Hands on knees, first game of the day. You can see how much a win means to New York right now. They are taking this one game at a time and know that they need to start strong against the whiteout if they want to have hopes of knocking off Austin or Washington later today.
Yeah, Rochester's giving them all they can handle here, and we saw the Titans last summer in their quarterfinals game against the Charlotte Aviators dropped game 1 to an underdog team. The Aviators were able to rally and win games 2 and 3, make it through the semifinals before losing the finals, but I think they'd like to be done in 2 games this time around.
Absolutely, and how much energy did the extra game against Charlotte take? You never know. And so those games in the semifinals and finals are going to be tomorrow, but the Titans will want to be as fresh as they can be for those matchups. And a big part of that is getting the win against Rochester in Game 1.
Which is not by any means done. This
No.
game's only 1-goal game right now. We've seen Rochester with a couple of really good looks at the snitch. Ricky Nelson, the snitch, is getting a new pair of shorts, I believe. That's the reason for the delay here. So both teams able to get a little water here, and helpful on a hot day when they both been running up and down the field. We saw the hands on the knees during that stoppage. This will give them a chance to catch their breath and keep going.
Yeah, and it's actually Rochester with Oh, no, excuse me. It is New York with the 70-50 lead right now. Tough to see through the screens here of the press boxes in Howard County. Beautiful facility here, Troy Park. So happy to be back for our second consecutive year at the MLQ Championships.
And when we resume, Kellen Cupid's going to be very close to Ricky Nelson. Tate K and Phil Kane are there for Bulgers for the Titans, so this should be a good opportunity for Cupid to potentially come up with the catch here. We'll see if he can make the most of the opportunity. Callanan is there. Probably is going to go right away to try for a beat at Cupid before Kane and Kay can beat him, would be my guess. We'll see. That's about to be a long-range beat, one in Callanan's arsenal for sure, but Cupid will also have a chance to dodge it. We'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, and good for New York to see Tate K subbing into the game. Really an expert at snitch on pitch beating.
Minson driving, goes for the pass to Potter that gets broken up. Potter kind of ran into the rim trying to get control of the ball, and it's another stop for the whiteout. Cupid dies but isn't quite able to get the tail there.
Yeah,
K beats Parkinson. Drive coming the other way for Lombardi. Action on all sides of the field. Lombardi with a great pass to Stonish, who dunks it home.
Oh, a stylish finish from Stonish. Love to see the connection in transition. That's what's been missing for New York the last couple times. Molly Potter, uncharacteristic drops around the hoops the last 2 times down the pitch.
Aguada's going to bring it around the side, deep behind the hoops. Float over the top to Freed, who taps it, but it hits the rim and deflected out, and a lot of contact there. Not quite able to finish through it. A pile up in front of the hoops.
Yeah,
Chaos as the hoop gets knocked over. I think eventually this will end up being whiteout ball, but it's going to be a long stop. Vinny Iannucci gets Ricky Nelson.
Oh, and this would be big. No beaters near the play. Just as Kit Palpour was subbing in for Rochester, it is Vinny Iannucci with the snitch shock in hand. Just when Rochester had evened the score at 70-70. A potential momentum shifter for the Titans.
Yeah, this would put New York very close to the set score if this catch ends up being called good. We'll see what the rest of this got out. Iannucci was kind of hanging on Nelson for a second there before he got the tail. Sometimes that gets called... Yeah, it gets called good, so Iannucci's catch is good. I was going to say sometimes you get a pull of the shorts there, which they get sketched, but Iannucci got it clean there. Catch is good. That puts New York up 105-70. Not over. We've seen the whiteout be very strong in the Quadball game, but they're going to have to overcome a deficit now.
Yeah, they've fought back in this game before to even the score at 70-70, but they will have a taller mountain to climb here now, especially with... or it looks like the Quaffle has gone back to Rochester now. So they will have possession.
It'll be whiteout ball. They'll need 5 goals to New York's 2, but Whiteout's in an okay position here because they outscored New York 3-1 in that snitch on pitch segment in the Quaffle game to tie the game back up before the catch. They're only down 3 goals, not insurmountable by any means. Stonish is going to have the ball here, protected by Hickmont. And we'll see if the Whiteout can go to work and put another goal on the board here. Big beat from Take K. Ben Stonish goes high, but over Caleb Van Buren's head, and it's going to sail out of bounds. Great alley-oop attempt, but the pass is too high. And New York's going to have a chance to run here. Emily Hickmont is picking up the one bludger for Whiteout way behind the hoops as Paguada races up the field.
Yeah, huge window.
Goes
for
to
the
Mike
Titans.
Lee. Mike Lee's shot is wide, though. Paguada's the first to it. He's got Leo Freed. He's going to go to Mike Lee instead. Lee's going to shoot, and it's high again. Paguada's going to run it down, but 2 missed shots from the Titans there, and now Whiteout does have their bludger back in the play. Beat from Bernard, goes to Freed. Freed's going to have to shake Stonish. No beater there. Goes for a weird angled shot that goes through. Tough bucket there from Freed.
Yeah, but just able to elevate a little bit and use his height to his advantage to shoot over the smaller defender. I was about to say the Titans need to find a source of consistent offense. Maybe that player here, as they look to close out Game 1, could be Leo Freed.
Leo Freed's the type of player the Titans either didn't have in the past or coached to not play that way under their old, more methodical style. He's a bit more of a chaotic player, but you see that chaos can be a very good thing sometimes on a play like that.
Yeah, coming over from the college game, plays for Harvard during the USQ season. In the New York area this summer has been a huge weapon for the Titans. Coming off the bench has really steadied the team whenever John Jackson is out of the game. So it'll be interesting to see whether he can get going late here.
Yeah, nice shot for him there. That's definitely the type of thing we've come to expect from him. That's an angle that not a lot of players might look to shoot from. He was not quite in line with the hoop, but closer to in line with it than, even with it on the other side, but he still knocks the angled shot home.
Titans are 1 goal away from winning, so we'll look to generate a turnover here and finish the game off.
Tate K's in the box, though, for the Titans, and the goal got called off because of whatever the penalty was in the beater game. So Tate K will be in the box, and the goal's no good. Rochester will get a chance to attack the Titans down to beater. This could be a huge momentum swing.
Yeah, that's a big swing, and the Titans are not happy about the call. John Jackson out to discuss with head referee Chris Lecomte. They know how much this call potentially means. It gives Rochester a lifeline here to come back.
Yeah, to have the situation go from New York being 1 goal away from winning to all of a sudden, if Rochester scores here, they're only down 2 and just 4 goals away themselves, would be a huge swing. We'll see if Rochester can capitalize on the opportunity. And Bernard's going to sub for Callanan. I think Rochester realizes what the situation is here and wants. Excuse me, that's not Callanan. That's going to be Malcolm Orange back in the game, but a new beater in the game, some fresh legs to try to create something here. Aggressive beat from Emily Hickmont is dodged by Phil Kane, but then she lights him up with a tackle. Gominiak shoots, but it's high.
Yeah, that was a good opportunity generated by Hickmont, but Gominiak just not able to hit the shot, which was falling earlier in the game, but not so late here.
We talk about those shots from Rochester. If the beater is still in the play, just kind of sitting in the middle of the field, you don't mind that shot on an open hoop. But in a situation where Emily Hickmont puts the other team's beater on the ground like that, you want to get in there and find a pass right to the hoops or get all the way to the rim, and Rochester just goes to the shot instead, and it's a little high that time.
Yeah, that's a good point. The question then is, where are the cuts coming from?
Right.
Are your off-ball chasers recognizing the opportunity? Are they putting themselves in dangerous positions? Gominiak, in a split-second judgment, decided to shoot there.
Big beat from Phil Kane, and now it's New York going to get a chance to attack a zero bludger defense. Johnson swings it across to Mike Lee. Freed is going to break Caleb Van Buren's tackle, but his shot is going to go high this time and sail out of bounds, so Rochester gets the stop with some of that physical chaser defense we've talked about so much.
Yeah, and it's hard to keep clean on offense when you have so much pressure bearing down on you, and I think we've started to see some mistakes slip into the game from New York, and I would credit the physicality that Rochester brings and the energy that they play with on defense.
It's going to be Gominiak with the ball now. Our score is still 105-70. Whiteout very much in the game, but needs to start stringing some goals together here. Kiefer's pass is broken up by Johnston. He saves it, but then falls out of bounds. And I think there, Kiefer, if he just let it roll out of bounds, it would have been off Johnston, but he tried to save it, thinking I think he had a little more space than he did, and it's going to turn over to New York.
Yeah, awkward play on the sideline, under pressure, trying to keep the play alive, and Kiefer is going to sub out.
Looks like he might have rolled his ankle a little bit, trying to stay in bounds there.
Yeah, it's going to be Ben Stonish subbing into the game at keeper. Michael Johnston looks to be heading to the penalty box. Not sure what the call is. Something on the contact.
Must have bumped Kiefer. Yeah, I think they're going to say contact from behind. So Stonish is going to have the ball. The Titans are going to be down a chaser again, and we'll see if the whiteout can capitalize on this opportunity. Bludger's with the Titans, the pair of Phil Kane and Tate K. So it's going to be a tall order for Rochester, even with the chaser advantage. Ball goes up to Gominiak. Probably the best one-on-one driver Rochester has on the field right now. He goes for the pass to Caleb Van Buren, who slaps it through. But Freed is immediately going to run the other way. Just going to have to beat Gominiak. Huge hit from Gominiak, knocks the ball out. Lindsay Marilla is the first to lose ball, but she can't quite get free. Gominiak's got her now. And a big tackle, but I think they're going to call a foul on Gominiak, and some words exchanged after that tackle between Gominiak and Marilla.
Yeah, frustration from Lindsay Marella on the play. The Titans have to keep their cool heading into the rest of the day here. They have to know that it's going to be a physical series, and that both teams need their star players especially on the field. And so head referee Chris LeCompte is going to clean up the situation, but for the Titans, need to keep their heads.
It's going to be, I think, a yellow on Gominiak for the contact, but there's discussion between Lindsay Marella and Chris LeCompte, too, about the contact. Morella's gesturing. I think she's getting sent to the box, too, for the exchange of words. So it's a double yellow card there. Quite the sequence there, and you can tell the emotions are always running high in a tight, close game like this, right down to the finish line. What a game we have on our hands here, Jack.
Yeah, and Rochester has narrowed the lead to 2 goals now with the Gominiak shot on the other end. They stopped the fast break opportunity for the moment. They're going to have to hang on the field now without their best defender in Sally Gominiak. Although we're going to get a Quaffle turnover to Ben Stonish, too.
So the Wild are going to have the ball here. Phil Kane holding one bludger, another bludger way back by the Titans' hoops. So Stonish would have to break a lot of tackles and a beater. I think we're going to see Whiteout slow it down instead.
Yeah, and it looks like Tate K is going to fight for that
Kane
bludger
Parkinson
from
are
Parkinson.
going to wrestle for one bludger as Orange runs down the third. But as they say on top of each other, if Orange can get in here and beat Phil Kane, it might be an opportunity for Whiteout. I think he's going to go try. Tate K manages to rip the bludger out of Parkinson's hands eventually, though, so control does go to the Titans.
A valiant effort from Parkinson, but Tate K too strong.
Parkinson swings it behind to Mitch Brown, a dangerous driver. He pump fakes, he shoots. It knocks the hoop down, and they call it no good. Brown is convinced it went in. It definitely hit the rim and brought the hoop down with it, but no goal is called. Now Mike Lee working with it for the Titans.
Oh, what a tough break for Mitch Brown. I think this is the first time we've seen him today.
Lee goes to Freed. Freed's shot hits the rim and also bounces out. And it's going to be another discussion about a call.
Neither team from New York is getting the home rim advantage here in Howard County. The shots on either end of the pitch not falling.
And when it's a shot from distance and you sometimes get bad luck with the rim, it's a lot more heartbreaking when you're about a foot from the hoop like Freed was, but at that kind of weird angle under physical pressure.
Yeah.
You just had to kind of try to slip it through and just got unlucky there. That's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, when you're shooting from distance and you're just so close but not quite, you always want those ones back.
Bludger control is now with the whiteout. Callahan aggressively tackled by Phil Kane. Ball in Mitch Brown's hands again. Back over to Lombardi.
And back
Eventually
at full
Callahan
strength.
beats Phil Kane. So it's Hickman and Callahan, I think the beaters whiteout most trusts here. Ball going to go to Sally Gominiak. Cross to Mitch Brown. Brown has space. Rips that shot through. Goal F says good, and now Chris LeCompte agrees. So that shot unquestionably through. It's 105-90. Whiteout is right back in this game as Leo Free's going to look to rush the other way and answer. He's going to have to get by Brown. Swings it to Michael Johnston. Met by Gominiak. Gominiak knocks the ball out, and it's another stop for the whiteout.
And Sally Gominiak, when they're on the pitch, is such a difference maker right now with their physicality defensively. On the other end, Mitch Brown makes no mistake about that shot. and we have a 1-goal game.
Yep, New York needs 2, Rochester needs 3. It's anyone's game at this point, and the Whiteout have to feel confident right now. Getting where they want to on offense, making huge physical stops on defense as the ball goes to Papour behind the hoops. Met aggressively by a beat from Rosenberg, but gets it back to Gminiak, who's going to have another chance to shoot. No good, called no good. I think Gminiak was beat either way. Unclear if the ball even went through the hoops, but a good effort there from the Titans to get the stop.
And it seemed like the opening was there, the chance tantalizingly close, but not able to be converted. New York now going to get the chance to get things right with John Jackson back in the game at keeper.
Yep, John Jackson in the game with Lindsey Morella. They were split up at the start of the game on the 2 separate lines. Now together, the 2 most trusted ball handlers on this team, stalwarts of the program, and we'll see if they can close out this game. Jackson going to work on left side. It's Mullins back in the game as well with Jason Rosenberg. Bludger control still with the Whiteout, though. Big beat from Rosenberg, and Mullins and Rosenberg regain Bludger control. Heckmont tries to win it back, but she's beat. Morella's pass to Johnson. He's beat. And Kapoor intercepts it. He's going to try to win the rest of the loose ball. It's going to roll out of bounds, and it's going to be New York's inbound. So good hustle from Papour, but New York is able to maintain possession of the quaffle. And they have Bludger control now. Back to Jackson up top. We'll see how they use Rosenberg and Mullins to try to create something for the Chasers. To Morella on the wing. Morella trying to drive the lane out to Jackson. It's a little wide, but he's able to handle it. Beat from Mullins. Jackson finds Morella under pressure, but a shot is blocked by Ben Stonish. But Vinny Iannucci wins the race to the loose ball. He's dancing. He breaks a tackle, breaks another, loses the ball, picks it back up, and puts it through with some emphasis.
Oh, and Vinny Iannucci is going to get the credit on the play, driving through the opposing defense and finishing with style. But I love what Jason Rosenberg is doing with a bludger in his hands right now. So active, beating out chasers, beating out opposing beaters, just taking every opportunity that presents itself to make life easier for his chasers. Great to see from the veteran New York beater.
What a play there, and what a season from Vinny Iannucci. From a very small college that most people haven't heard of, Salisbury College, not too far from Howard County, actually. A team that's really an afterthought in USQ. And then last season with the Titans, mostly a seeking option. But this season used a lot more as a chaser, and you see why with that shot he hit earlier in the game and that really impressive drive and finish on that play to put New York 1 goal away from sealing it.
Yeah, Iannucci and Eric Peguada are the 2 that stand out to me as players who have come into bigger roles this season and really just shined. They've scored, they've been direct and aggressive. The system that Frank Minson has implemented is perfect for what they bring, and they've shown it.
Get Papour handling the ball now. Rochester needs to go on a perfect 3-0 run to win the game. Papour gets in the lane, zips it to Stonish, who's not able to finish through Ng and Jackson. And John Jackson is going to run now. Parkinson does come up with the bludger, so Rochester does have 1 being the play. And Tessa Mullins is going to aggressively attack her. Now here's Jackson in the lane, breaks a tackle, breaks 2, finishes! And John Jackson seals it over his old teammates on the whiteout. New York is going to take game 1, 125-90.
And that's a professional finish from John Jackson. Just slices through the team, uses the pick from Lindsey Morella near half court, but ultimately just too skilled from John Jackson, too powerful.
And what about Tessa Mullins in there to create the lane?
Yeah, the New York beaters really hung tough. That was one of our questions. Could they withstand the physicality? Some of those questions were allayed by the way Rochester has been playing Sully Gminiak mostly in the chaser game and not the beater game. So maybe the Titans beaters haven't come under the type of duress that we might have expected physically, but certainly a strong performance from the Titans beating.
For Rochester, they lose the game, but they were tied with New York in quaffle points. The difference was New York snatching the snitch. So they have to feel good about that effort. The question is, coming off of a heartbreaking loss in game 1, can you bring that same energy and focus to game 2 to try to come back in the series?
Yeah, they're going to regroup and certainly want to bring that energy, but what do they have in the tank? Didn't have to go through the play-in bracket, so should have the energy, but we will have to see.
And we'll be back very shortly for game 1 of the Washington Admirals versus the Austin Outlaws.
games this morning. So other like players who were playing a lot or other lesser known players.
This is only the second time Justin Kramer's played. He couldn't come to the New York Series and was hurt for the Super Series, so he just played in Boston. He
so
was
good at
really
Boston.
strong this morning. You can tell this is the first time like he's going from this Virginia Tech team where he was the best player by a lot to like just kind of fitting into the offense, and it's way
He might
easier
have been
for
their
him.
best player in Boston, like him and John.
Yeah. That was actually John's only second series too. Obviously, he's been around a lot longer than Justin, so people know the name. The first line that they played, which is Justin, Riley, Brian, and it was Paige, and then when they came back, Julie has been there. TJ and I think they've worked Littleton in some with that group.
Yeah.
They've worked Kramer in some with that group. They worked Sheridan in some with that group. But that first group, Stars, Mulcahy, and Cole together, and then either Paige or Julie Neutral has been really good, at least in the play-in games. We'll see if it works against Austin.
Yeah.
And then a beater, do they stick to playing all four pairs, or against Austin, are they going to tighten the rotation a bit?
Okay, and then Austin, I talked with Augie a little bit. He was saying, we know, we had an all-star team last year. We had, just a really deep roster, and he feels kind of similar to New York. Like they've had players who were on their third and fourth lines last year, stepping up and playing really well for them. Highlighted Sammy and Kaiser and Jack, who people know obviously, but they're without Bailey.
Huge.
Enormous. I believe they're also without someone else. Maybe? No? Okay, I don't think so.
We have to see which position Casey plays.
Exactly. That's a huge one. I would assume Beater, because who else? I mean, which Casey? Too? Both Caseys.
Right, right.
And the other female beater that they've been playing is Purvi Majumdar, I think.
Because
Majumdar.
Beavers has been chasing the whole summer.
Right. Yes, and actually, Augie was talking about how he feels like Casey has really grown as a chaser this summer, like as a ball handler, like as someone who can distribute, and so that was cool to hear. What else?
I think
Josh, obviously, they're going to lean on.
I think the interesting thing I've seen with them this season is that first line is kind of more of what you expect from Austin, with like a lot of swinging the ball around. That's the Augie line, and then the Sammy Garza line has been a lot of Sammy can just beat the point defender one-on-one and sink the shot. And that's what he's going to look to do.
Came out of nowhere. Like Sammy was not that
kind
was
of always a good player,
playing
but not
last
that kind
year.
of player before. Yeah. He's been phenomenal. We gotta get him the door.
So was this on?
No, it's blinking means on. This means off.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Are you available to film?
No, I'm
okay.
playing at some point.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, no, I'm not much. Yeah. I was gonna say Sally's, but I think Sally is filming.
I think we have someone, or we did have someone out. Can we go up? Joey, are you up there? Okay, like matchup-based storylines.
Ton of Team USA players on both sides. Tyler, Julia, Rachel's injured, but Tyler, Julia, and Justin for Washington. Obviously, more than you can count for Austin. Augie, Casey, Aaron, Josh. Was Sammy Team USA at one point?
No. Who else?
Josh was though, right? Or was he development?
Josh is development.
Okay.
So is Kaiser and Jack.
Right.
Perfect. Aryan might have been.
Aryan was, and now he's a coach. He was Team USA.
Oh, he's been playing this summer. Oh,
yeah, no, I meant for Team USA. He's a coach. I've impressed Joey Gatelli, who's like as a college and then community player with QC Dallas, is like the lead ball handler on like a team, and then sliding into like kind of an off-ball role has been really helpful for them as a depth piece this summer.
Yeah, I haven't noticed, but Augie was talking about Joey too, playing really well. So,
It's a hard transition to make from having the ball on your hand every time to on Austin with Augie and Sammy. That's not what's gonna happen for you. So he's made the transition well.
Right. I think Aaron's had a great season.
Unsurprising, I think storyline thing we mentioned. Rachel's great one-on-one with the kind of dance move, and then as a point defender, he had a huge hit on Augie last summer, which they'll need a lot of if they're going to keep the Austin. From
I guess that's the physicality from Washington is a big,
which has been their thing all season. But Austin,
no, we're live.
Mike's muted though, right? Now it's live, right? All right, we're back at MLQ Championships for real this time. Going to give you a little more pregame commentary now. Matchup coming here between the Austin Outlaws and the Washington Admirals. Jack, this is the third time in a row they've played each other in the quarterfinals. But I think this time could be different. 3 years ago in 2019, the Outlaws kind of blew the Admirals off the field. Last summer, 2021, Admirals get blown out in game one, give it a much better fight in game two, but still come up short. But this summer, it's an even stronger Washington team than last summer, stronger beater talent than they had last summer. And Austin, obviously still 12-0 on the regular season, but not that top to bottom all-star team they were last summer. So we could have a really competitive series on our hands. What does Washington need to do to actually finally take a game off of Austin here?
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's the million-dollar question because last year they also felt pretty good heading into the series, coming off the upset win over Boston. And you're right that Austin was an all-star team last year, and this year they have some younger pieces who've really stepped up, but less tested over the years. For Washington, I think they're going to be really focused on their tackling defensively. This is the first series since their matchup in Boston against the Forge that they've had both John Sheridan and Justin Kramer together. They are kind of the tone setters on defense for the Admirals. If they can step up, make some hits, make the Austin ball carriers like Augie Monroe and Sammy Garza uncomfortable with the level of physicality that they're bringing, I think Washington will have a real chance in this game.
Yeah, the physicality on defense, kind of a calling card for Washington, something that will help them keep this game close. If they can keep it to a half-court game, what kind of killed them last summer is a ton of turnovers and fast breaks for Austin, and we assume Austin is going to come out in some sort of a hoop zone that they're so comfortable with, either the 3 on the hoop zone or a 2 on the hoop zone. We saw just last weekend when Washington had to finish Game 3 against the Boston Forge due to the Game 3 at the original series being called for darkness. Boston came out in that hoop zone, 3 on the hoops, with their beaters playing very low, and Washington could not figure out how to crack it, committed a bunch of turnovers, and Boston was able to run away with it, ended up seizing the East Division, which was why Washington had to go through the play-in this morning. Are they able to come out more composed against the zone look today against a great Austin team?
Yeah, that's a great point because it's only been 1 week. And did Washington figure something out in practice or talking as a team after the game, do they have a plan for breaking down the Austin zone defense? Boston certainly executed it well, but Austin is the best in the business at setting up their defense and having the rotations run at the right times and having each player cover for each other. It's going to be a tall order for Washington to break down. I almost think that they want to get out in the fast break too, if they can, because they have the athleticism, they have the teamwork and creativity to put some passes together on the run. But it's always a risk when you're playing against a very smart Austin team.
We've talked about what Washington needs to do, but obviously Austin isn't just going to sleepwalk through this matchup and win. No Jackson Johnson, Hallie Pace, and Cole Travis all not playing this summer. Tate K playing for the New York Titans now. A ton of turnover in the beater game. Who are we looking for in the beater game for Austin to kind of take over those roles?
Yeah, I talked to head coach Augie Monroe before the game, and he mentioned that they're excited to play a Washington. They want to be tested early, and it will certainly be a test for their beaters. So far, it's been Kaiser Polson and Jack Wang, especially from the UT program, who have filled the shoes of some really exceptional beaters, both developmental academy beaters right now for the national team, but stepping into the shoes of some national team stalwarts in players like Jackson Johnson and Tate K and Bailey Fields out with injury, of course, as we get ready for Brooms Up.
So it'll be Austin on the left in the lighter blue and black jerseys, Washington on the right in the navy blue jerseys. And I think Chris LeCompte is signaling for Brooms Up here. Yep, Brooms Up. Looks like Monroe is going to win the rush for the ball. Immediately met by Riley Stars, but breaks through the tackle. Bludger control to Austin, and Kaiser pulls and catches Katrina Hicks's beat. Monroe is driving, finds Josh Johnson, met by Brian Mulcahy, back to Monroe. Monroe brought down by Stars. What a hit! Hand goes up, and I think it's going to be a jersey pull on Stars, unfortunately, because that was quite the tackle.
Yeah, and there's the physicality right away from the Admiral. Stars is going to pay for it and go to the penalty box, but he's giving his team a chance by stopping Monroe early in the Brooms Up situation.
You'll take that early card to let Austin know it's not going to be easy, and you're going to have to go through a wall every single time. Great physicality from Mulcahy on Johnson, and then Stars picking up on Monroe there. Unfortunate with the jersey pull, so Josh Johnson will have the ball here with a chaser advantage for the Outlaws with Stars in the box. We'll see if they can capitalize on it. Hicks has still no bludger. Burgess tries to relay once more. Johnson poster dunk over Justin Cole and Brian Mulcahy puts Austin up front 10-0.
Josh Johnson has had such an incredible season. One of the youngest players in the league last year, more up and down, but this year the model of consistency, playing off ball more, and then getting the chance to shine on ball for the developmental academy.
Riley Stars with a big pass to Paige Bellamy in the face of a tough press from the Outlaws, and it eventually rolls over the keeper's own line. So because Katrina Hicks had to run to retrieve her bludger off the field, there were no beaters for Washington. Great press from Monroe, and his beaters there is going to give Austin a chance to quickly go up 20-0.
Yeah.
He's going to have the equivalent of a basketball free throw here on that hoop.
Yeah, and we talk about the physicality for Washington being a tone setter. For Washington, the tone setting comes from the beating game, and that is a terrific press.
Monroe has to beat Stars, gets through, finishes it 20-0, Austin off to a quick lead. But in the chaos, Hicks, her beat on Wang is called no good because Wang was out of bounds, so Austin will retain bludger control. Unfortunate turnover events there for Washington, but they should be able to avoid being pressed this time. Kaiser Polson thinks it's still going to be an opportunity to press, though. He's all the way up there. Now Washington is going to be able to slow down a little bit and actually try to get into a half-court offense. We've got a stoppage.
And Washington has to be careful here because if you remember, Game 1 last year against the Outlaws really got out of hand, so they don't want to repeat that. They want to get their players, get the game under control. That's going to be hard now, having to kill a beater penalty to Bernie Burgess. Not the start that the Admirals wanted from Burgess and Hicks.
Yeah, Burgess and Hicks, the pair they trust the most, but tough start there. Just beat off the jump by Polson and Wang and not really able to get back into it. And now an unfortunate card for Burgess as Augie Monroe's going to run again. Got space to operate. Justin Cole with the green headband can't be beat, so there's at least one defender back. Pass to Josh Johnson. Johnson slips by Cole, gets over the top of Stars, and finishes. So just like that, it's 30-0 Austin.
And what Johnson is doing for the Outlaws right now is a lot of the dirty work on offense. Monroe will make the drive and take a hit, maybe draw a bludger, but ultimately he's been dumping off to Johnson all season to do the cleanup work, and Johnson has been succeeding.
Nice play there. Hicks passes her bludger to Burgess. Meanwhile, in the call again, there's no beaters now. The pass gets to Justin Cole. He's going to have to shake Augie Monroe. No easy task, and he's going to pull it back out. So a nice sequence from Trina Hicks and Bernie Burgess there, but it amounts to nothing. Washington retains the quaffle, though. Ball goes to Stars. Now back up to Justin Cole. Burgess and Hicks are back. Weren't able to win bludger control off that sequence. Now have another chance at it. Beat Johnson. As Cole works it slowly down the side. Marked by Casey Beavers. Hicks and Burgess just tapping out chasers, trying to find something. Cole's going to have to work on Josh Johnson now. Gets it across to Brian Mulcahy, who's got room. Brian Mulcahy shoots, and there's the answer from Washington. They're on the board.
Yeah, that's more like it from Burgess and Hicks. So creative as partners, figuring out ways to attack the opposing beaters from different angles. Ultimately, Burgess coming from the back and is going to win the exchange with Wang there. They have all three bludgers right now.
They're waiting for Irwin to kick it. Yeah, they have a chance to try to press here if they want it. Burgess is going to step up high, try to bait Jack Wang into a throw. He's not going to take it, and so Johnson and Monroe are just going to patiently pass it back and forth. Casey Irwin is beat, though. Wang exchanges with Hicks, but he's also beat. Now there's no bludgers in the play. Big step from Mulcahy, and a big tackle, and a beat from Burgess. Ball's going to roll out to Monroe, met by Justin Cole. Pass all the way across to Aaron McBride, and Washington, good physical defense, but lost track of Aaron McBride there.
Yeah, can't lose track of Aaron McBride, the Team USA player. She's had an outstanding season, finishing at the hoops, adding some passing to her stellar game. Great to see her get on the board if you're the Outlaws.
Yeah, and a great sequence from Austin there. Their first 2 goals were mostly kind of transitions. Now they break down a 2-bludger defense. Don't actually win control back, but score anyways. What a find from Monroe. As now Paige Bellamy goes to work on the wing here. She's got space to drive. She's going to go to Mulcahy instead. Mulcahy is met by McBride. Zane Bila behind those. McBride pass to Stars, now pass to Cole. Monroe's going to step up to try to meet him. Now back to Stars on the wing. Back to Cole, just a little pitch and catch here. Bludger control is still with the Admirals. Melissa Smith making sure Augie Monroe doesn't step across that keeper zone line. She'll beat him if he does. Stars goes to Mulcahy, who's beat immediately. Stars is fighting for the loose ball, and I think Josh Johnson wrapped Riley Stars without the ball there.
Yeah, and the question for Washington is how do you break down the hoop defense that Austin is throwing at them right now? You saw Melissa Smith trying to beat out Augie Monroe, who's the keeper. That's probably not going to be the look that you want if you're Washington. The riskier play is to try to camp out on one of the hoops and beat out one of those opposing hoop defenders. I'll be looking to see if Washington can do that.
Oh! What a sequence. Chaotic there. Riley Stars had the inbound, went to the lob over the top to Justin Cole. Josh, it was broken up, but it still rebounded to Cole, but so many Austin chasers on the hoops, they're able to knock it and prevent it from finishing the play. Good offense from Washington, but great defense from Austin, and they come up with a huge stop there.
Yeah, I like the idea of Washington always willing to dare to make the beautiful play, but Austin, getting hands up and making the deflection.
Josh Andrews with the big stop there. Now Monroe's handling the ball. Andrews behind the hoops. Bludger control is still at the pair of Zane Bila and Melissa Smith, but they're very deep in. McBride's going to look for a shot. Wrapped up by Cole. Kind of throws the ball up. Riley Stars tips it. It's going to rebound to Monroe, but Stars is going to win the foot race and now try to attack Monroe. Jack Wang is back, so Stars is going to swing it to Brian Mulcahy, and Washington's going to slow down and try to set up their offense now. Still with bludger control. And Josh Johnson's still in the box. If Washington goes quick here, they might be able to capitalize on that. He's about to leave, though. He's back in. And so Austin back at full strength once Johnson attacks here. Big beat from Jack Wang. Justin Cole blocked the beat. No, he is called beat. And now Zane Bila needs to turn his head and get ready to stop Augie Monroe, who's met by Riley Stars. Pass across, but Brian Mulcahy was there in coverage, and so the pass doesn't make it to Andrews, but Andrews is first to the loose ball. Met by Stars, beat by Smith. Back to Josh Johnson. Johnson's met by Stars. What a tackling performance from Riley Stars here. A clinic, and Austin's forced to use the reset.
Yeah, great tackling from Stars, and also fantastic defensive coverage from Bila and Melissa Smith on defense, just killing that fast break opportunity. That's what the Admirals are going to need from their beating core.
Andrews handling the ball. Sammy Garza subbed in a keeper for Augie Monroe, one of the best performers for Austin this season. He's got it behind the hoops now. huge threat to shoot. Melissa Smith is going to aggressively press him to get the ball out of his hands. Now she beats him. Justin Cole's there to meet Josh Andrews. The pass to McBride. Met by Stars. Shot goes high. Andrews across to Goddessy. Goddessy sinks one on the top hoop.
And that's a veteran move from Arian Goddessy, knowing that the top hoop is open and having his shot practiced and ready to uncork from beyond the keeper's own line. Austin building up a 40-goal lead now.
And the problem with that line for Washington is if Justin Cole steps up to play point like that, Stars and Mulcahy are too short to defend that top hoop, and they've subbed Tyler Trudeau in now, I think, to give themselves a little more height on defense. Cole's going to pass it off to Bellamy. Rejected by Heather Farnan. Farnan and Bila, the former University of Maryland teammates, in it beat her now. They've got Jack Wang pinned on the hoops. Washington needs to find an open here. Farnan beats a chaser. Pass gets to Trudeau. Trudeau blocks a beat from Jack Wang, but is wrapped up by Andrews. Tries to float a pass to Bellamy. She's beat. Garza's going to be first to the ball. He's beat by Bila. Justin Cole wraps up Missy Goddessy. And Heather Farnan's going to clean up the mess and get the stop for Washington. So they're able to defeat the Austin fast break there.
Yeah, great play by Farnan to get back and help out Justin Cole, keep the possession alive. That's potentially a difference-making play for the Admirals.
The pair of Casey Irwin and Jack Wang does win control for Austin in the scrum there. But Bila and Farnan win it right back. Trudeau to Cole up top. Cole shuffling his feet, trying to find something. Gets around, deflected at the hoops again. And Washington's, as we talked about, struggling to finish against this hoop defense from Austin.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange to see a couple possessions ago. Tyler
Cole
Trudeau.
gets Goddessy over the line. That should be a turnover.
Oh, what a heads-up play from Justin Cole.
It's either going to be a card for contact on Justin Cole or a turnover because he dragged Arian Goddessy across the keeper's own line once Goddessy had stepped over it.
Goddessy does not have the keeper's own keeper headband, but it looks like Chris Lecomte.
It's going to be Justin Cole's ball. He's going to have a chance to shoot here. Goddessy's right there. Jack Wang is nearby. We'll see if Cole trusts the shot here or wants to throw it back to Trudeau and run a half-court set. Crowd wants him to shoot. We'll see what Cole thinks.
I want him to shoot.
Cole shoots. It hits the rim and dips out. Unfortunate. Good luck. Unlucky with the result. And now Austin gets the ball back with no harm done, but a really heads-up play from Justin Cole there.
Yeah, commentator's curse. I'm afraid I did him in.
It's going to be Taylor Tracy and a beater for the Outlaws as the ball goes to Arian Goddessy on the wing. He's going to work on Cole. Gets it to Missy Goddessy behind the hoops. Hit aggressively by Justin Cole. Paige Bellamy calls it hard. Now TJ Jennett's going to have to contain Garza one-on-one. Gets him down, but Garza gets the shot through anyways. Friendly bounce from the rim there.
Yeah, Austin feeling at home at the facility that they won their third championship at just last year. They're back in business here at Troy Park early.
And we're fully into the second line here for Washington now. John Sheridan wearing the green headband, Julia Bear in for the first time, TJ Jenneret in with Tyler Trudeau, and it's Heather Farnan and Keegan Rummy Miller in it beer together. Water control for the Admirals. Farnan is getting in there and beating out chasers. Washington needs to find some. TJ Jenneret jukes Arian Goddessy on the spin move and finishes the shot. That's more like it.
Yeah, that's what the Admirals need right now. They gave their first line a lot of chances, but TJ Jenneret coming into the game when they've needed goals this season, they've gone to TJ Jenneret and he delivers. To bring the lead to 60-20.
Farnan's efforts to create lane did cost Washington blood control. Garza's on the drive again, goes for the floated pass. Back to Goddessy. Goddessy goes back to Josh Johnson. Met by John Sheridan. Big tackle from Sheridan. Hand goes up. And the shot is through, I think, anyways. But I think there's also going to be a call for contact here.
Yeah, tough for John Sheridan, who also just subbed in, getting the call on one of his first tackles. Washington certainly has been bringing the physicality without him, but Sheridan, just such a smart player, going to be interesting to see what he can do when he gets out of the box.
I think Chris Lecomte has signaled the goal was good, so Sheridan will get away with no time served. He will get the one yellow. Obviously, 3 yellows would have him out of the game. He's got 2 more to go before he has that play. And Washington doing a good job closing out hard and physical on these Austin chasers. Unfortunately, both Stars and Sheridan have picked up cards in the process. So 70-20 the score. Aside from that opening 3-0 run from Austin where they kind of overwhelmed Washington, I think Sheridan stepped over the line again.
That's a potentially very costly mistake from Sheridan if the quaffle is going to get turned over to Austin here.
Sheridan's still holding it, so I'm not sure. Okay, no illegal reset, and Goddessy, I think, is going to be off brim for trying to pressure a keeper who hadn't actually left the zone yet. But I think Goddessy was trying to do what Justin Cole did to him a few plays ago there.
Yeah, it's a sign of how focused both teams are and how much respect they have for their opponents, that they're just looking to generate any a turnover that they can.
Trudeau gets it to Generette behind the hoops. Big finish on that last play. He's dancing again. Jukes Goddessy again. Another fake. Generette finds how Trudeau. The pass is a little low, and Sammy Garza's going to come up with it, and a chance to run here for Austin. Tracy beats out Sheridan in transition. Garza gets by by TJ Generette and sinks the shot.
Yeah, uncharacteristic drop from Tyler Trudeau on the pass from TJ Generette. The Admirals just not executing here against the Outlaws.
Butter in trouble with Austin. Justin Kramer looking to attack here in the game for the first time. One of the spark plugs off the bench for this Admirals team. He's going to pull it behind. Back up top to John Sheridan. It's Sheridan, Kramer, and Generette all players who can win one-on-one. And it's almost any defender. Cross to Kramer. Kramer's looking for shot. It's deflected. But Gina Generette's going to get the loose ball with a chance to attack. And he is not going to miss.
And that's Generette's second goal. He has 2 of the 3 for the Admirals. Washington needs TJ Generette in the game right now.
If Washington can get the beaters out of the play from Austin, either by beating them or getting them to throw it into their chaser and get the ball to Generette, their chasers aren't able to stop him from finding space to shoot one-on-one. He's just so fast, so quick, and has so many moves, and doesn't need to get quite all the way to the hoop. He can finish from a couple yards away, knows just when to let go of the ball.
Yeah, and he can elevate a little bit too and find those angles even as a smaller player. We've seen such incredible growth from TJ Generette as a quaffle player over the past 2 years in MLQ.
Sammy Garza shakes Justin Kramer. Throws it deep. John Sheridan's there to meet the drive. Oh, but a great move there. But Sheridan recovers and pokes the ball from behind, and Generette's got it. TJ Generette just needs to go down here and hold on to the ball. And gets it into Sheridan's hands. What a stop there.
Yeah, stout defense from the Admirals, and TJ Generette signals to the sidelines. The crowd loves it.
Good attempt from Joey Gattelio to get by Sheridan in the initial move, but Sheridan stays with the play and just pokes the ball from behind. That's heads up. As Diana Howard and Colin Bourne are going to sub for the Admirals. For most of the regular season, they were the snitch on pitch pair, but due to some unavailability on the roster, they're in regular course of play here, and we'll see what they can do. They were very impressive in the play-in games this morning, but obviously Outlaws a different level team. It's TJ Generette scores again!
He's got 3 in a row, and he's got the crowd behind him now. We're starting to hear some noise. I think the home crowd here in Howard County wants the Admirals to make this a tough game against the Outlaws.
Yeah, and what a showing from Generette. That's 3 times in a row he's just been able to shake a defender and sink that shot against his own that's designed to take away shots.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm just so impressed by the individual performance. The analysis is escaping me.
Back up to Zoner, back down behind the hoops. Pass all the way across to Mummen. She goes back across. Good swarming defense from the Admirals chasers here. And Kramer comes up with the stop, gets it back to John Sheridan. It's going to be another stop for the Admirals, who have really picked it up here in this third line from the Austin Outlaws. Doesn't have much of an answer for this Admirals defense.
Yeah, the defense is getting comfortable for the Admirals, and it's just been getting focused on picking up loose balls and making their rotations. For any good Quidditch team, it all begins on defense.
Absolutely. As Julia Bear finds TJ Generette again, we'll see what he can do this time. That time it's a little high. It still hits the rim. John Sheridan thinks it's good, and we're going to see the refs discuss.
It's TJ Generette wants the goal. It's either a 4th in a row or a well-deserved heat check for Generette.
But you saw there, Nick Zoner, who's a fine defender, just really had no chance on Generette behind the hoops there, and he's able to just dance right by him and find a shot that he's very comfortable taking. We'll see if it counts or not, but that's a great look either way.
And it's so fun to watch. I mean, come on. That is unique in the game right now. There are so few players who can do that and who bring the type of personality on the pitch. Jennerat, as he's signaling for the goal, has been signaling to the sidelines. Love to see it from the young Washington player.
This is a big game for Jennerat. You know, was part of the Washington team that lost to the Outlaws last summer and finished his college career this spring with the University of Maryland, who lost to the University of Texas. Many alumni of that team on this Outlaws team in the semifinals of the USQ Nationals. So he wants this game a little more than he wants. He wants to win every game, but I think he wants this one a little more. He's putting on a show right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. By the semifinals, the Maryland team brought a small roster to USQ Cup, had made it all the way to the Final Four, but didn't have a ton left in the tank against UT. Now he's got a full roster of MLQ veterans behind him, players who have won a championship and believe that the Admirals can do the same. So he's looking to capture some of that upset magic and inspire the confidence that it takes.
Goal is called no good. The home crowd vociferously disagrees with the decision. And the quaffle, I think on the missed shot, ended up rolling all the way over the keeper's own line. If that's the case, it would be Austin Ball. Discussion between head referee Chris Lecomte and Admirals coach Tyler Trudeau here about the result of the play. And the one danger, that's kind of a new rule for MLQ this summer, the danger for shooting behind the hoops is if the ball on a missed shot rolls all the way back over the keeper's own line, that's a turnover now, which didn't used to be the case. So when you put that much juice on a shot from behind the hoops, it is something to worry about. But Jennerat's 3 for 4 now. That's a percentage you'll take any day.
Oh, yeah. He gets the right to take that shot with how he's playing right now.
So it does turn over to Austin. They lead 80-40, but the Admirals feeling good and definitely back in this game. Bludger control will be with the Outlaws here, as Augie Monroe is going to sub back into the game at keeper. Kaiser Polson's back in at beater with Casey Beavers, who's chased for most of this season, but is a beat for UT, plays both positions, capable at both, as Gatelli dishes it to Monroe, met by Sheridan. Pass deep behind. It's going to go back to Monroe. Sheridan's there and towing the keeper's own line so he can't get beat. Back to Gatelli. Gatelli has space but isn't going to take it. Washington is matching Austin with this hoop zone look. Ball goes deep to the wing now. Back up to Monroe. Patient look from the Outlaws here. They want their beaters to create something for them. Polson struggling to come up with the ball. Colin Bourne is beat, but he quickly recovers it. Howard's beat. Now a pass. Chance to drive now. Austin's going to take it. Big wrap from Justin Kramer, and it's going to be a stop for the Washington Admirals. Ball pops out. Julia Bear is going to be first to it.
That's such a huge play from Justin Kramer. Brought so much physicality in the series that he played against Boston, doing the same against the Austin Outlaws. A key stop behind the hoops as Washington is making a run now.
And Colin Bourne and Diana Howard pull off the right trick of winning Bludger control back on defense on that play and take a well-deserved sub. Burgess and Hicks back in the game. Washington's top pair. Rough first shift, but now with Washington more settled on offense and with Bludger control in their hands, we'll see what they can do. Sheridan to Jennerat, the main source of offense so far today for Washington. Monroe is going to take on the challenge of defending him now. Jennerat goes back to Sheridan. Sheridan shakes Monroe, gets it back to Jennerat. Very close into the hoops, but so many bodies there. Jennerat goes back to Sheridan. Ton of patience on display here. Bernie Burgess is trying to run a 1.5 to get Kaiser Polson on the ground and go for a tackle attempt here. Bear finds Kramer behind the hoops. He goes to Jennerat. Bounce pass to Sheridan. Sheridan does come up with it. Burgess in Polson's face, trying to keep him from putting too much pressure on the chasers. Patience from Washington. They want to find a really good look here.
For a patient possession, this is still just electric right now.
So you can feel the tension. Austin knows what TJ Jennerat is capable of. They're trying to keep it out of his hands, but he has it. He shakes the tackle. That time Monroe gets the stop, and it was a great hit there from Josh Johnson, which forced Jennerat to rush a shot. And now Augie Monroe's going to try to push. Met by Julia Bear. And Bernie Burgess and Katrina Hicks are back with Bludger control, so Austin is going to slow down now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hard to stop TJ Jennerat, but when you are able to get a body
Burgess beats Kaiser Polson. Katrina Hicks is going to press now. She beats Monroe, but it's in the hands of Johnson. Can Sheridan stop him one-on-one? He gets Johnson down, and Johnson's beat by Burgess. Washington gets the stop, and Justin Kramer, I think, wants to run. Casey Beavers does get her ball back to Polson. So that'll slow down the Admirals' chance to rush, and they're going to take the opportunity to sub.
Another goal-saving tackle potentially from Justin Kramer. A really strong shift from the Virginia Tech player.
Yeah, huge hit, and now he's handling the ball. Generative sub, so Washington will need to find a different source of offense. David Littleton in the game for the first time. A great shooter from behind the hoops. Julia Bear bringing it deep. She goes back to Kramer. Kramer's also got a shot he trusts, but Monroe is there to meet him. Polson stepping higher. It's Hicks trying to put some pressure on Polson as Burgess is kept out of the play by Beavers. Now he's going to beat Casey Beavers and try to go on the attack. David Littleton handling from behind. Polson is beat by Burgess. There's a chance now. Justin Cole's going to drive. Swing it across to Julia Bear. It's deflected. Aaron McBride read that shot and deflects it. But Justin Kramer gets there. Bernie Burgess, I think, beat Aaron McBride. And Kramer comes up with the loose ball. Now he's sandwiched with a tackle. And I think it's eventually going to end up being Austin Ball, but there's going to be a stoppage here.
Yeah, a bit of the scrum on the near side behind the hoops. They're going to help Justin Kramer get up. Messy, but the refs are going to sort out the situation
I should
now.
say that's Dylan Bottoms with the hit there, not Josh Johnson. It was a big hit.
Do now is an answer to the dynamism that TJ Jenneret is bringing. If they can get some bigger bodies in the game, and maybe
to Justin Kramer, who, if he threads it, has a pass right to Justin Cole on the hoops there with Kaiser Polson right over near Kramer. We'll see if that's what he goes for. He just kind of rolls the ball. Bernie Burgess is going to beat Josh Johnson, and Justin Cole has a chance to attack. He's got to go quick. Monroe is there, a great one-on-one defender, and knocks the ball out of Cole's hands, and now Josh Johnson wants to run the other way. No one back. Burgess forces Johnson to go for the shot, and it's high and wide.
a couple great plays there. First, Monroe, as we get no bludger
Washington wants to run the
other
third
way.
bludger is behind the hoops. Now they have a chance to attack. Hicks needs to get in there and beat out Monroe. She does. Now Kramer can attack. He's got David Littleton behind the hoops. He shoots it. Pass to Littleton would have worked, but he puts it through the hoop instead. Washington is within 3 goals.
Yeah, a long-range shot when the third bludger is way out of the play. It's maybe not the shot that I would want as a coach, but he makes it work. Justin Kramer lights out from distance for the Admirals.
What a take, and what awareness from Washington. Their whole bench was screaming. They realized where the third bludger was and started yelling at the team to push. Katrina steps up and beats Augie Monroe, who the Washington Chasers have really struggled to get around. With him beat, they're able to find a great shot and score. They're within 30 points now, and they want to keep closing down this lead as Sammy Garza is back in the game. Garza faked Tyler Trudeau out of his shoes on a fake pass and then just drove right in and dunked. What a play from Sammy Garza.
And Garza has been such a methodical operator at the top of the hoops, but has that explosiveness for sure, and the speed finishes at the hoops too.
And Cameron Oglev won that ball. Oglev won that ball. Bludger control back for the Outlaws there. So a perfect play from the Outlaws. They win bludger control and get the goal. Push the lead to 90-50. Riley Stars goes back to Tyler Trudeau. Bit of a mixed line here from Washington. Stars from the front line. Great catch by Bernie Burgess in the bludger game. Now he wants to go on the attack. Attacks Casey Irwin. Can Tyler Trudeau drive through this team? Has to flick a kind of no-look pass to David Littleton, who will win the rush of the ball, but that's going to kill Washington's chance to drive.
I think Bernie Burgess is feeling really good right now. Finding his rhythm. He is going to sub out.
Julia Bear goes back up to Littleton. Littleton back to Trudeau. Austin still keeping all their chasers on the hoops here. Trudeau finds Stars. McBride closes out to Stars. Melissa Smith is camping out on the other side. If she can step in and beat out that chaser on the hoops. Oh, what an alley-oop to Tyler Trudeau! What a find!
And that's vintage. Julia Bear to Tyler Trudeau. Haven't seen a lot from them so far, but finding their way here as the Admirals scrap and claw their way back into this game.
What? Poised to notice that Austin had kind of fallen asleep at the top of the zone and that Trudeau could just cut in for the big alley-oop. We're 30 seconds away from the 20-minute stoppage. Washington down only 3 goals. Make that 4. Josh Johnson again. What a floater.
Yeah, such a pretty shot from Johnson. Hasn't played on the ball as much for the Outlaws, but showed how much he could do for the DA on ESPN 8 The Ocho for the whole world to see. Bring some of that to MLQ Championship here.
So this, as long as Washington takes their time for a few seconds here, should be the last possession before snitch. They want to score and hold on to bludger control here, which is in the hands of Vila and Howard. Bear's going to try to get it to Stars. She does. Stars over to Littleton. No rush here for Washington Thunder. No pressure from the Austin Beaters. Trudeau goes down to Stars. Going to work on bottoms. Back to Trudeau. Back to David Littleton. Littleton pump fakes. Doesn't take the shot. Has a shot he trusts, trying to move the pieces around. Skips the pass to Stars. Bounce pass to Julia Bear. And she's just going to slow it down and go back to Littleton. Decisive cuts from the Admirals here, but they haven't quite found a look they like.
Yeah.
And Bile, I think, to hold bludger control. And now Diana Howard's going to try to run 1.5 so they can hold bludger control, but still interfere with that Austin beater.
Yeah.
Missed beat on Bear. Stars is going to truck through the entire Outlaws line and score.
And that's a really big goal for the Washington Admirals. Brings the lead to 100-70 heading to Snitch on pitch, and well-deserved for Riley Stars, who's made so many plays on the defensive end to get on the scoreboard with the goal that brings the lead to 30 points.
Now Washington right in this game now. They're down 170. Obviously, the Snitch is worth 35. Both teams with great seekers and great snitch on pitch beating, but if Washington can get that catch, they're right back to tied in this game. And they've aside from that first stretch where they kind of went down 30-0 early, they played an excellent game since then.
Yeah, Washington, I think the snitch is especially key for them, obviously down 30 points. If I were the Admirals, I'd be putting a lot of energy into the seeking game right now. A chance for TJ Jenneret, one of their top scorers, to also add to his score sheet with a snitch catch and really seal the star-making performance as we get some
pelted with merchandise up that's getting thrown into the crowd. I think, too, for Washington, they can afford to totally focus their beaters on snitch here, because if you have tacklers like Julie Neutzel and either John Sheridan or Justin Kramer at point, with Tyler Trudeau and Julia Bear waiting on the hoops, they can trust their ability to get stops even without beaters, which enables them to put their beaters on snitch and hopefully come up with that crab.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Not every team can afford to put beaters on snitch for the entirety of snitch on pitch. Washington probably can. Austin is certainly going to test them. They have players who are extremely difficult to tackle, and they have experience with using teamwork and passing to get out of situations like that. But Washington better equipped than most teams.
And we'll see. It's going to be TJ Jenneret at seeker, one of the best in the game. Obviously going up against Josh Andrews, a Team USA seeker, also one of the very best out there. Washington right now has subbed right at the end of that plays. Zane Bila did rush out and sub for Colin Bourne, so they have their preferred pair of Colin Bourne and Diana Howard in for snitch on pitch. We'll see if Austin makes a change in the beater game. Right now, it's Cameron Olgavi and I believe Casey Irwin in at beater.
Yeah, I would expect them to bring in one of Kaiser Polson, Jack Wang, or Ivy Monroe.
Yeah, do we see Monroe, who's been
No, I don't think we've seen him at beater.
Keeper chaser all season. Excuse me. No, it's going to be Wang, and Howard and Bourne are going to start with control. So Jenneret should get the first crack at it. Jack Wang aggressively chases him down. Colin Bourne gets his bludger taken by Casey Irwin, so control back to Austin, but now TJ Jenneret is going to have a chance. Going to need to go quick. He has it! A lightning quick catch from TJ Jenneret. And if good, that'll make it a tie game.
TJ Jenneret with the snitch catch almost immediately to add to his 3 goals that started the run for the Washington Admirals. And if the catch is good, Washington will have pulled even with the Austin Outlaws in Game 1.
We will have to see what the call is, but one impressive performance from Jenneret. Casey Irwin takes the bludger off of Colin Bourne, and right at the start of the play, Jack Wang beat TJ Jenneret as soon as he subbed in. He sprinted all the way to his hoop, sprinted all the way back to get to Ricky Nelson before Austin's beaters could catch up to him, and Diana Howard bought him just enough time to get that catch.
Wow, and you're right to highlight the play by Casey Irwin. An incredible jump dodge, drew the missed beat from Zane Bila, Colin Bourne. That's going to be a key play for Austin, whatever the call here.
Long discussion between the snitch and the referees here. Jenrette did put a lot of pressure, just drove Nelson back and was eventually able to get underneath him and get the tail. Looked clean, but it's always easier for the snitch and the snitch refs to tell than us up here in the booth.
Yeah, no beaters in the play as Jenrette motions to the crowd. But the snitch, Ricky Nelson, is an official, and there's going to be a discussion right now with head referee Chris Lecomte about if there was any impeding on the motion of the snitch. I didn't see anything, but I am no referee.
Yeah, and Jenrette, it'll be interesting if this catch gets called off. What a contrast in seeking styles and really just body types between the small, slim Tia Jenrette and Josh Andrews, who really just wants to physically overrun such catch is called no good. Listen to that from the home crowd. It looks like, I think Ricky Nelson, in explaining it to you, I think is saying that Jenrette pulled the shorts first, which is why that gets called off. So now it'll be Austin's chance as we're live again. Meanwhile, Washington did get the stop in the quaffle game, so it's Julia Bear at the ball now. Andrews is going to have his first chance at Nelson. Jack Wang beats Jenrette. And Andrews has it on his first attempt. And what a tough swing that would be for the Admirals.
That is brutal for the Washington Admirals, and Josh Andrews motions to the crowd now, knows that the hometown crowd is not on his side, but Josh Andrews has been doing it for years, did it last year for the Outlaws, and again, potentially a game-changing play.
Yeah, that would put Austin up 135-70 with the score cap of 160, and they just need 3 goals at that point. Washington would need 9, which is going to be tough to overcome if indeed this catch is called good.
The tension.
It's huge. I mean, we went from Washington potentially being tied. Catch called good.
Does the Cristiano Ronaldo celebration to boot.
And the home crowd absolutely livid with the call, but Jenrette's catch no good. Josh Andrews' catch is good, coming back to get his broom, signals to the crowd a little bit. What a swing. That goes from potentially the game being tied to Austin up 65 points and only 3 goals away from finishing game 1 here.
Yeah.
Julia Bear immediately to Brian Mulcahy, who shoots it through. It's good. So Mulcahy does get a quick goal for Washington. That's what they needed.
Yeah, lost in the chaos was Washington had a great opportunity in the quaffle game there.
Jack Wang pursues Dan Howard all the way behind the hoops. She manages to deflect the beat, but her bludger goes. She is called beat. Colin Bourne trying to win the ball off Wang. Meanwhile, Sammy Garza's going to be able to drive in a no-beater situation. Trying to shake Cole. Goes to Josh Johnson, who poster dunks it. Shakes off Cole. Goes over Julia Bear and Brian Mulcahy. Just 2 more goals needed for Austin now.
Yeah, Johnson too strong for Justin Cole. Just one of the absolute rising stars in the game right now. He's getting better and better. So exciting to see for Austin, for UT, and for the whole country as he's a developmental academy
Great pass
player.
from Justin Cole to Brian Mulcahy, but a great wrap from Aaron McBride slows him down and he's beat. Great defense from Austin there. The home crowd is dead silent now. Goddessy hits it ahead to Johnson. Met by Stars. Washington's down, but Riley Stars never gives up on a game, trying to be very physical and try to just force something to happen here. Justin Cole there to meet Josh Johnson. Hoops looking at Brian Mulcahy is going to close out on that floated pass to Sammy Garza. Is going to quickly get rid of it to Aryan Goddessy. Back to Johnson. We know he trusts that floater. And he zips it right through the medium hoop.
There it is, and you're seeing a really strong decision-making from Johnson, along with excellent execution.
Sammy Garza knocked the ball loose. Brian Mulcahy is, I think, going to come up with it, but another heads-up play from Austin there.
Yeah, they're doing it all right now. A stretch in the middle where they kind of lost control of the game, but they have their confidence back with the snitch catch from Josh Andrews, and they're looking good right now.
Justin Cole thinking about the shot, trying to dance with Garza, getting closer and closer, and now going to go for protection from Heather Farnan. Farnan should be able to beat McBride pretty freely here. Cole looking for something to open up. Gets all the way to the hoops. No finish. Brian Mulcahy is there trying to fight for the loose ball, but Jack Wang's going to clean it up, and the Outlaws get the stop. Goal here seals game 1 for Austin. They lead 155-80.
And they're potentially
Heather
gonna
Farnan
have-
is locked in on the beaters, and
they're
Sammy
gonna have
Garza
a
can run
no-brainer
here.
Opportunity.
Cole is there to meet him. Heather Farnan rushing back into the play. Garza goes for the shot. No good. Wide.
And that's a reprieve for the Washington Admirals there. Heather Farnan has got to know the situation that the Outlaws are 1 goal away from winning. And while it was a good play for bludger control, it's not what they want in terms of preparing to mount the best defense in a next goal win situation.
A play you might
for
make
Austin.
it like 10 minutes into regulation. Trust
Exactly.
the Chase go with a stop, but the other team can win with a goal here. It's got to be all hands on deck to get that stop. So a goal is no good. Riley Stars will have it. The Chasers do come up big for Washington there as Garza's forced into a shot that goes wide. And Remy Miller and Farnan do end up with bludger control. Now we'll see if Washington can use that to put some more points on the board. They would need an 80-0 run here to come out with the win. Goal goes to Stars, who's got space behind. Forces Wang to step. Pass to Mulcahy. Thinking shot. Met by Goddessy. Breaks the tackle. Shot is deflected by Josh Johnson. Great timing, but it's in Justin Cole's hands now. Casey Irwin's back in the play now, so bludger control is with the Outlaws now. A catch from Jack Wang. It's going to be a press chance from Austin here. Brian Mulcahy's shot is deflected by Johnson, but right to Stars, who's also beat. Heather Farnan is rushing to get the one available bludger. She's going to have to relay it back. Mulcahy trying to stop Johnson from starting the fast break behind his own hoops. Good play from Mulcahy there. That'll at least force Austin to go into a half-court set here and not get a transition run to try to end the game.
Yeah, Washington wants to make Austin work for their win here. I think you're right that the mountain might be too steep to climb 80 goals down, or 8 goals down, 80 points down, but they want to see Austin need to execute its best offense in order to put the game away.
Make Austin earn every inch. They got to play you again in game 2.
Yep.
Goddessy's going to try to drive on Julia Bear here. Not going to find something, swing it back to Johnson. Nice defense from Bear at the top of this three on the hoop zone. Now she's guarding Johnson. Johnson flicks it, but Brian Mulcahy, great reaction, gets his hand out and knocks it down, so Washington comes up with another stop.
Yeah, and the defense has looked good since the early going. Only, I believe, something like 5 goals given up since the run that Austin went on to start the game. They've really battened down the hatches on defense.
Great pass from Julia Bear to Brian Mulcahy, who blocks the bludger, but it fell out of his hands, and Augie Monroe comes up with it, and now a stoppage. Keegan Remy Miller, I think, very upset with what happened in the beater game there. Bertie Burgess is going to sub in for him. Some sort of collision between Remy Miller and Jack Wang. No foul called, though, so it's Burgess subbed in for Remy Miller. Katrina Hicks back with her bludger. Augie Monroe will have the ball in his hands with a chance to seal game 1 for Austin. Good screen. He's going to get him past Justin Cole. Now he's through Julia Bear. Hicks is beat. He finds the pass across to Ariane Goddessy. The old UT connection. More titles than you can count between those two, and they finish off game 1.
Yeah, and Austin ultimately too professional, too good, and with a seeker that is the most experienced big game seeker in the game, maybe, in Josh Andrews, and he comes through after the snitch catch to generate called no good.
Yeah, and for Washington, they lose that game, but I think they have 2 things that they can hang their hat on in kind of their little break here before game 2. One, aside from that early run when they just kind of got taken by surprise by how aggressive Austin was being, they played it tight, pretty much goal for goal the whole way through. Number 2, I think they all think Jenneret's catch was good and they got a bit unlucky. I think they can go into the huddle and say, we're coming out stronger next time. Burgess and Hicks got a little overall in the first, but their second shift was perfect. They can hang their hats on that, come out more confident in game 2, and if the catch goes their way this time, I think they very much still think they can take game 2 and go on to force a game 3 and maybe take that as well.
Yeah, they figured out their formula, and I'm excited for Game 2. We'll be back on the call on that in an hour. First, we have, though, back to Rochester and New York.
Yes, sir.
Hello and welcome back to the MLQ Championship 2022 quarterfinals. We are in Game 2 of a best-of-3 series between the Minneapolis Monarchs and the San Antonio Soldados. It was a close one for a lot of Game 1 before the Soldados did pull away. But when it really comes down to it, it was the Daniel Williams story. No, what did you see from him in that Game 1?
Yeah, that's the beginning and middle. That's going to be the beginning, middle, and end of this series, right? How is Minneapolis going to have an answer for Daniel Williams, who was not only so good for them defensively, but created and generated offense, which is, we asked the question, who's going to step up without Miguel Esparza here? Who's going to score? Who's going to be the offensive engine? Turns out it's Danny Williams.
Yeah. Definitely been the best player on the pitch in this series, and it's going to be up to the likes of Cody Narveson and Gracie Johnson to start finding some answers. Because the thing is, his partners have played well too. They started him with Chris De La Fuente. They had a nice shift together. He's played a lot with Catherine Hayworth, who he hasn't played a ton with this season, who's also been a real force in and of herself so far this year. I mean, when you look down at the plus minuses, I mean, best plus minus on the team, she's been a force even not playing with Daniel Williams. So they bring the two of them together, and it was fireworks. And they were able to get enough goals, occasionally really turning to their veteran presences.
Right, and it was Freeman and Reyes who really problems. That said, Minneapolis did a really nice job for a lot of that game. They played just about even through a lot of it, and it was the size advantage, I think, that was most striking to me. This Minneapolis team is big, and they were able to take advantage of that, and they were able to coordinate really well between beater play and chaser play, and when you do that, you're going to create problems defensively for your opponents.
Yeah, for sure. I really thought they had the better half-court options for a lot of the game. They seemed to have better ideas against San Antonio's 2-2 than San Antonio had against their zones. It was just, at times, Daniel Williams would just create so much for his chasers that they didn't necessarily have to have those ideas. So we really just need to see from Minneapolis the ability to get a little bit more even in the beater game so that maybe those edges strategically can show themselves a little more strongly.
Will they be able to do it?
It's going to be interesting to see, but I think we're about to find out. We've got starting lines on the field here. It is going to be Narveson and Gracie Johnson getting the start again. Zeke Majeski and Nathan Podolsky, both from the Michigan program. Podolsky, most of the year a beater, but has been starting at chaser for this team. Max Meyer is going to start with the keeper headband on, and Sydney Stomes is going to be the final chaser. Over on the San Antonio side, it is going to be De La Fuente and Daniel Williams, who were so dominant at the start of Game 1. It's going to be Jay Stewart, Matt Blackwood in the green, Mel Kite, and Eric Reyes is on the field, but I don't think he's the last chaser unless he's planning on playing in a bucket hat. Sorry, I do see. It is Melina Sousa down on the far side will be the last chaser.
We're about to get going here in a second. Refs having their final meeting. Yeah, we talked about who's going to, without Miguel Esparza, who's going to be the offensive engine. We said, kind of sort of jokingly said Danny Williams as the offensive engine. I'd like to see Jay Stewart and Blackwood create more for this team. We saw Freeman and Reyes step up huge and be a stabilizing force for them. But I think if this team is going to look to go to a championship and win a title today, or into this weekend, it's going to have to be Blackwood and Stewart who come up with some more ideas for themselves.
But the crazy thing is, because obviously both of them, specifically Stewart, but really both of them have been so in our eyeballs because of UTSA's success in the college game this year, their time on San Antonio, them being two key contributors. They are respectively 20 and 21 years old. They are extremely, extremely young. A lot of these college players that are playing up here, they're like, seniors or graduating. These players have years left in college. So it's a big ask. And the fact that they're even starting to step into that is really, really impressive.
And not to sell Mel Kite short, I actually think that she contributed a whole lot. We saw her on a fast break be able to outrun Max Meyer all the way to the hoops, really fast down the field, really good decision maker.
Mel Kite has made a name for herself in this sport. It's a name that she's been creating since her days in Texas State, when a lot of times the best offensive option they had was a Mel Kite shot. And she's done it for Heat, big part of that national championship team, and she's been doing it for San Antonio for years at this point. I think we're about to get this one started. Teams are definitely ready. Just some last minute.
Some of these ref meetings, just not for nothing, have gone a little long for my liking.
Yeah.
I wish I had a little less to say.
But hey, we appreciate our refs. Games have
Of course.
Games have moved today, to be sure. Obviously, just a review of what's going on in the quarterfinals so far. We just saw in this pitch the Austin Outlaws beating the Washington Admirals in a pretty closely contested series. Kind of came down to stitch grab. TJ Jenner had caught first to even the game up. His was called off. Immediately after that, Austin comes in with the catch. That kind of settled that game. The New York Rochester game one was very Boston, a game we were just at over on pitch one. Really kind of rolling Charlotte for a lot of the game. Charlotte did hang around. Wasn't maybe the convincing win that Boston wanted, but in the end, they get the W comfortably.
Yeah, and I think it was a pretty sloppy game from Boston at times, especially to close it out. And I think Boston will look to clean it up and run away with Game 2. I'd be surprised if Charlotte was able to keep that series close, but they had some answers at the end. And might be able to pick things up in Game 2. And now we've got Game 2 of the San Antonio Soldados and Minneapolis Monarchs.
Yep. So Crystal Comp is ready to start us off. I'm looking to see the evolution of this brooms up play because Minneapolis had a pre-planned brooms up play in Game 1 that worked like a charm. Of course, Max Meyer has to beat Jay Stewart to the quaffle for them to run anything. We'll see how it goes. It is going to be, the ball's going to go in the direction of San Antonio this time. Max Meyer tried to chase it down. Unexpected stoppage here. We're going to see how this gets sussed out.
Ball's going to go immediately to Meyer. LeCompte has some words for De La Fuente.
I wonder if the call is a double kick. I didn't happen to notice, but if there's... Nope. Ball's going to go to Podolski. Either way, Minneapolis is going to win that brooms up and have a chance to score, but Daniel Williams is in a position to make a beat. Does throw back, prioritizes control over trying to stop that quaffle play, but
and the Monarchs didn't take advantage of it. Weren't looking to break. We know that players outside of Meyer really are looking to slow things down.
Yep, and now Majeski has used their reset. Daniel Williams and Chris De La Fuente are pushed high the field. That's 2. And that is just unbeatable pressure there from the San Antonio Beaters.
Great pressure, and great press from Mel Kite coming up high onto Meyer. Not afraid to get beat behind and forcing the turnover as well.
So Kite's going to take possession, and it's just no harm situation there. Cody Narveson trying to get Bludger control back. Bludger's flying, fast break in transition. Blackwood gets it. Blackwood finishes through the far hoop. 1-0.
On the feed from Stewart, and that's exactly what we were looking for before the game. What kind of ideas do they have? In that no Bludger situation, Stewart to Blackwood, we want to see more of that going forward.
Yeah. And, the thing is, if Narveson and Gracie Johnson can't beat this Daniel Williams and Chris De La Fuente combo, I want to see Minneapolis using their height advantages to try to create something anyway. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They seem to be too passive into this Bludger control. Yeah.
And it's going to be Kite on Meyer around the hoop. Kite just looking to make a tackle, gets shrugged.
And then Daniel Williams just cleans it up. Just too easy.
Yeah. Good defense there from San Antonio.
And because Meyer never even threw a pass, never really adjusted the defense, the beaters were never forced into anything, and now it's no Bludger's going the other way. Mel Kite streaming down the field, looking for Sousa. Just a little high for her. And it is going to be Meyer able to settle the game down. Minneapolis needed that. Narveson has to go collect the ball all the way deep in San Antonio territory. Tries to float to Gracie Johnson, but Johnson's just getting beat in the process. Now Myers gets beat. This is oppressive beating right now from Chris De La Fuente.
Kite going to be able to get on the ball first. Gets the ball to Blackwood. Blackwood's going to beat Meyer. Blackwood's going to score. Oppressive is the right word.
Yeah, I mean, you can say anything you want about what this Quaffle offense can or can't do. You can't do anything about this. This is your beaters at some point have to be able to win an exchange.
Has to be able to make a stand somewhere on the field.
It's 2-0 early here, and Minneapolis is able to get a little bit more of a fast start against San Antonio. If they go down early, it could be really an issue here.
And De La Fuente sneaking in behind.
Forces the pass all the way over to Stones, but Stones, I'm not sure she has the support for when Jay Stewart just comes with a hit. Is able to get the ball out. Blackwood is beat, but loose ball going to be picked up by Mel Kite, and here we go again the other way.
Nice little stop there from Mel to get a pass in the exchange.
Daniel Williams just cleaning up all the chasers, forcing no Bludgers, and Jay Stewart made that drive and dish look so comfy.
Yeah, this is so comfortable right now for the Soldados. They have to feel really good about where they're at. And this combination of De La Fuente and Danny Williams has been really brutal.
And De La Fuente, I mean, how not scared is De La Fuente at this point? He is currently sitting under the hoops of Minneapolis. And Narveson's not even trying to get Bludger control back off of the fact that Chris De La Fuente is all the way back behind his hoops.
trying to support the ball up top. And that's just bad offense.
Yeah, it was an attempted shot there by Besser, not to be. Christian Everett never has a chance. Narvison's still not going to make a play on De La Fuente, so De La Fuente just gets to live inside Minneapolis' skull right now.
A really impressive start here from the Soldados. Minneapolis had quite a few more answers in the previous game, but right now they've got nothing to say.
You know, on an earlier episode of MLQ Replay this season, Nick Jablonski, I'll tell you in a second, as Jay Stewart's looking to drive, hits the lane, shot goes high, it's going to go out of play. Now I can say my anecdote. Earlier episode of MLQ Replay, Nick Jablonski lamented, it would just kill me if even today, Quidditch is just a sport about who has the best beaters, but in a game like this, you just feel that. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. This game has been totally dominated by Williams and De La Fuente. And the offense that's been created has been pretty but easy, and it's been easy because of those Soldados beaters.
Narvison looking to take an exchange here with Daniel Williams. I think
misbeat there. We look for the pressure to come now.
Person's tried an alley-oop, but I mean, De La Fuente was just sitting on it.
Yeah, it has to be perfect there in order to score, and it wasn't. That misbeat, very costly, really created that turnover.
Yep. They are able to get the bludger back. Gracie Johnson does track it down, but that's really the only task she's been able to do this whole game. Cortez gets it over to Stewart. Stewart just goes right over the top of Bessard, and we'll see if
that's going to be a goal.
Yeah. Electric stuff here out of San Antonio early, and all too easy.
Yeah, nice play there from Jay Stewart, catching it on the short wing, able to find the space behind the Bessard.
And the thing is, if you're Minneapolis here, I mean, you could use your timeout, but everyone knows what the problem is. That one was off a 1.5 there from Daniel Williams, and now, you know, Chris Fuente able to protect both balls, and just once again, San Antonio's back in possession. Ball being walked in here.
Yeah, it's interesting that Williams has chosen to be the engaged beater here.
I'm shocked Daniel Williams did not get called for that throwback, but it is going to keep bludger control for San Antonio.
Yeah, I think De La Fuente has been pretty good as the engaged beater. They're splitting halves right now. Ooh. And that's going to be another quick turnover. And Jay Stewart's streaking. Jay Stewart's going to look for the ball. It's going to be a bad pass there. Yeah.
And you love the hustle there from... You love the hustle there from Persons to chase down that ball. I mean, they were never going to have a chance in that play if it was a good pass to Stewart, but Stewart gets a goal there if it's a bad pass, and she makes it happen. Stewart, a bit of a frustration hit there. I think he's headed to the box for it. You love to see a crowd, though, doing its best to influence a ref.
Yeah, pretty obvious foul there. And with a good pass there, I mean, we talked about earlier in the earlier series in the Boston game about filling lanes, and that's exactly what Stewart was doing. Filling the middle lane, made himself available for the pass, just wasn't a good one. And now we're going the other way.
Great drill to run in practice if you're trying to work on your team's fast break. So Gracie Johnson now has the ball behind, going to try to attack from that angle on Daniel Williams. And it's just another misbeat. Daniel Williams throws back, no harm, no foul. While Chris De La Fuente continues to be anywhere on the field he wants to be. Another alley-oop attempt. And the problem is, like you said, if it's not perfect, the beaters are going to be there.
I do like the idea of attacking that middle hoop because right now De La Fuente and Williams are splitting east-west. They're splitting horizontally, and they're splitting wide horizontally. So the space is going to be in the middle. So attacking that middle hoop, especially off of an engage against one of them, is a good idea because it's going to be the furthest point away from both beaters. But again, perfect, not able to happen.
I gotta say, Daniel Williams walking down the field doing basketball spin tricks on his finger might be the most disrespectful thing you can do as a beater in a game. Not in an unacceptable and sportsmanlike way, but just that's how dominant you are. I'm not scared about you doing anything to me.
If you're the other team, you definitely don't want to see that.
Jay Stewart does serve time in the box. Christian Cortez now in the game. 4-0 San Antonio. Chris De La Fuente makes a beat on Cody Narvison. It's going to be a no-budget situation.
Stewart hasn't recognized it. Now he does. Now he goes. Now he attacks. The size advantage for Minneapolis is a big one. And so pretty fearless there from Stewart, but he does look for the dish and not the score. and that's when the ball goes wide and Minneapolis is able to jump.
And that's been the only, I think, knock on San Antonio, right? That in the half court, even in a no-bludger situation, they don't seem to have the ideas to score.
They're a little small.
Yeah.
Well, this first line is a little small. I think they lean on Dylan Freeman, especially with snitch on pitch, and Eric Reyes when he's not seeking to be able to provide that physicality.
For sure.
It's interesting, right? Stewart and Blackwood are a little bit more slight. They're not exactly the fastest players you've ever seen, though. And so when you're not extremely quick and you are a little bit more frail, that's where you can get taken advantage of.
And this time it will be a goal from Stewart. And, I mean, it's a lot easier to score when Dan Williams is standing 3 yards away from the hoops just doing whatever the heck he wants. So we do finally get a sub.
And Williams still hasn't subbed out of this game. Really long shift here.
Well, there's De La Fuente.
That's going to go in.
Hey, you got to find your goals one way or another.
I mean, you'll take them any way you can. A bit of a miracle there from Minneapolis. And I will say, you haven't gotten a sub from Williams or De La Fuente, as you pointed out. San Antonio only up 4. If we get those subs, first of all, they have to find maybe they won't even have to find an answer, and maybe they'll be able to claw their way back into it a little bit.
Yeah, so it's Besser with the goal there. Nicole Nelson did come in for Gracie Johnson.
It does feel like San Antonio should be up more than 4 goals, though.
Dylan Freeman's looking to make it 5, but Emma Person shuts the door, and now there's an opportunity for a break. Can Christian Cortez make the tackle on Selner? The ball gets thrown up in the air. It is a good hit. Oh, Emma Persons has the ball. Emma Persons goes right around Freeman through the middle hoop. There's going to be a stoppage on the play for an injury, but I don't think that's going to disallow the goal. The composure there by Persons to not sell out for the first shot, do the extra pump fake, get to the middle hoop, and put it through.
You said that she didn't give up on the play on the defensive end, stop the goal. She doesn't give up on the play on the offensive end, gets the goal. That's a 4-goal swing effectively for Emma Persons this game.
Yeah, and also made the stop on that Dylan Freeman dunk. I mean, that is a size disadvantage that they managed to win there right at the hoop. And yeah, like you said, if it's good, it's a 3-goal game again. It's a real big turnaround here for Minneapolis, who kind of managed to stay the course against the San Antonio just brutal beater play.
Yeah, and that's Jack Selner coming off the field now. It's going to be a 3-goal game. San Antonio feels so much more dominant. We've had these long shifts from this great beating core of San Antonio. The depth of the beating core hasn't quite been there. I'd look for Minneapolis, who's, I guess, at this point, hang around enough to make their push now.
Yeah, for sure. That said, Daniel Williams did just get a free 2-minute break. That's about the same as subbing out for a couple minutes, and I'm not sure he's going to go anywhere anytime soon.
He seems unwilling to relent.
Yeah. Goal was good.
Crowd wants a card for the hit. Don't think they're going to.
Yep, so I think we're going to see Hayworth probably for the first time today. Is Christian Cortez. It's Ellen Pananel coming in alongside De La Fuente, who has not subbed out yet. Ball goes behind to Freeman. Freeman just airs one over Bonham's head, and it's another lost possession for San Antonio.
Yeah, and Minneapolis here with an opportunity to cut the score to 2. Like we said, as dominant as San Antonio has felt, the game hasn't gotten out of hand yet.
It'd feel really bad to be only up 2 after what we just watched for the past 8 minutes.
Yeah, it'd be a giant win for Minneapolis for sure.
Podolski now back in the game. Bludger control with Schluter and Nicole Nelson as well.
Something we haven't been able to say yet. No tap beat up top.
He's asking for one, but it's a keeper headband.
It's the keeper headband.
Ball goes across. Persons is able to get it. Persons is the lane. Persons gets it across to Meyer. Meyer back. It's knocked up. Persons has the grab. And there's a stoppage. But I really finally liked what I was seeing from Minneapolis there in the open field.
Yeah, really great taking of space there from Persons. A beautiful pass to Meyer, who brings it back towards the middle hoop. And that's Dan Devine, who was so big in game 1, unable to come down. That Persons, again on the feed, stays with the play, and then it gets stopped. Really nice play there from Minneapolis. Really nice play there from Persons. The offense really flowing through her right now.
Yeah, Devine has been that big player clogging up the middle. We'll call it the Logan Hartman role because he's just been doing it for so long. His hands just haven't quite been there in this game compared to the first game. Just bobbled a couple, even earlier in the game when they were a little bit more desperate. When you said they would have had to be perfect. That one didn't even need to be perfect. He just couldn't handle it.
After the stoppage of play, we'll see where these balls land.
Yeah. Max Myers head to the box. Not a call I was expecting. No, not hit. It's Christian Cortez.
Now Freeman's going to take the green headband from Cortez.
And Vega's going to the box, which means that was a red card call on Christian Cortez. I think. It must have been a defenseless receiver call. I did not see the hit on the contact, but that had to have been it. This game is changing in a hurry right now.
Yeah, so the ball's going to go back to Minneapolis. It's just been a red card. Obviously, that player's going to stay in the box for the full 2 minutes, regardless of a score here.
Yep.
Lots of things going wrong here all at once for San Antonio.
Oh, wow. And Divine's not looking to shoot. Okay, Divine is looking to shoot now.
It was a pretty bad pass to Podolski off the reset. Got to be more communication there. Person's going to get picked up with the ball.
Gets around it.
Has been the most composed so far.
Yeah. Gets over to Meyer. Podolski's waiting at the far hoop. I'm not sure Meyer sees him. Floater goes high. Divine picks it up. Oh, misses the pass to Persons. And that's kind of in Divine's game today. In this game, too, after a great game one, he's just been one step off.
Yeah, and it looked like he should have followed the ball with himself and gone to the hoop. Persons was covered there and was taking the defender with her.
Yep. So San Antonio will get a chance here to kill some of this 2-minute power play.
A missed up, and we've said this a few times. There's been a lot of missed up, and there's going to be a press here from Minneapolis. But the beaters are uncoordinated, and now San Antonio is going to have a no-blooder situation. They're going to be able to capitalize. Oh, and this is just really bad for Minneapolis. They pressed high without coordination. Meyer encouraging his team forward, and Blackwood just takes advantage in behind.
Yep.
After so much going right, being down 4 goals now feels like a loss. The game has had a lot of momentum swings right in these last few minutes.
Yeah, it felt like Persons was going to make that move around the corner in that play right as the red card was being called and score. The ball went back to Divine, who missed what I thought was a wide open hoop, and then going the other way of the goal. And like you said, now bloodshed control is once again in the hands of San Antonio.
And that clock keeps ticking on that 2 minute red card. De La Fuente in it, beater.
Meyer just moves that one back to Podolski.
Very languid here from the Monarchs.
Oh, it's a nice cut there to the far hoop.
Good move from Meyer. Misses the shot.
Yeah, but that entire time, I thought Seth Swenson was just sitting on the far hoop and nobody even took a look in his direction. Mm-hmm. It's that last pass that's been letting Minneapolis down.
And here comes San Antonio very quickly. It looks like there's no bludgers.
Villa looking to make a move on Meyer. Meyer gets a hand on, turns it into a wrap, but it's a good pass over to Blackwood. Blackwood gets Podolski in the air immediately. Puts it through.
If you're Minneapolis, this is absolutely unacceptable. You're now -2 after the red card. This was your opportunity to make this a series, and quite frankly, it's been blown.
Yep. So it is now 7-2. Gracie Johnson now back in the game alongside Schluter. Max Meyer bringing the ball down.
And without Danny Williams on the field as well.
Yep. De La Fuente takes an exchange with Schluter. Meyer gets it across to Majeski.
And it looks like the red card has been killed.
Meyer's going to bring it back around, takes a screen from Cassandra Evans, but just gets met with a beat by Pindenell.
Yeah, and a bad screen there. Evans not touching anybody on the screen, just letting the defender fly by. Could be able to cut off the corner from Meyer with no chip.
Villa bringing the ball down. Ray is now entering the game for the first time. Another impact player that we haven't even seen on the pitch yet for San Antonio. And they're sitting up 5 goals.
Yeah, Ray is behind the hoops. Obviously really influential in game 1. The connection with Freeman evident.
Hayworth also subbing in the game. Another player who fits the exact profile I just mentioned. So it really speaks to how in control this game San Antonio is. And they are kind of slowing things down, calming things down. Blackwood looking to drive, gets it behind to Bonham. Bonham puts it through the middle hoop. San Antonio.
Nice shot there from Bonham.
Yeah, San Antonio really running it up here, up 8-2, and it doesn't seem like Minneapolis has an answer.
Now taking the timeout. I don't know. I think this timeout might have had to come right at the red card mark.
Yeah.
At the red card mark, maybe you take the timeout and say, all right, we have the opportunity to get this back in the game. It's 5-2. We're ready to score. We're about to cut it to 2 goals. The most dangerous player for San Antonio is on the bench right now. This is our opportunity. And since then, it's been nothing but San Antonio.
Yeah, I think 3-0 since the red card to go up 8-2 here. And, yeah, I mean, my other concern is just, like, on Minneapolis' offensive end, unless the ball is in Emma Person's hands, I have no confidence that something positive is about to happen. They just don't seem to have good ideas right now.
Yeah, she really has been the only player that's been able to create anything productive.
Yeah. So we'll see what they have left in the tank and what adjustments they can make. But, I mean, every minute that Daniel Williams is out of the game, I mean, we talked about it similarly in the Boston-Charlotte series. If you're not taking advantage of the time when Max Evelyn and Louis Schuh aren't in the game, things aren't going to get better for you.
Yeah, and we saw in game one that the advantage in Snitch on pitch is clearly in favor of San Antonio. The Chasers are just doing such a great job getting up and down the field, and so Minneapolis can't count on offense coming without the beaters in the game.
So we're about to get started back here. 8-2 the score.
It is going to be San Antonio with bludger control as we return to the field. Minneapolis with the quaffle.
You know, if this is the end of Minneapolis this season, I mean, a place like Minneapolis in the Quidditch world, you know, doesn't have the feeding schools that this entire roster comes from Minnesota Quidditch. To be able to put together a program that is back-to-back division champions is really a testament to the effort they're putting in, because like they're not pulling. This San Antonio team has multiple, you know, top tier college programs that it's pulling from. So definitely something to hang their hats on in what's been definitely a difficult 2 games against San Antonio. Ray is coming out down the field behind the play. Max Meyer moves the ball over to, I believe, Zeke Majeski.
That's some old man Quidditch right there.
Zeke tries to finger roll, and Reyes is in the right place at the right time because he was coming back down the play late. Finds Avia, who's making the fast break for him. Back over to Blackwood. Really nice goal there from San Antonio in transition.
We talk about lane filling all the time. It's so great watching people fill the lanes properly. Like you said, Ray's able to get the ball out of his hands just at the right time, and Blackwood filling lane on the far hoop. Now Dylan Freeman into the game. Will play point defense, it looks like, with the green headband.
Walking the ball down is Zeke Majeski. Cody Narveson and Gracie Johnson back in the game. Their chance to go against not any combination involving Daniel Williams. But Kat Hayworth still wins the exchange twice. Bludgers are on the ground. It is no bludger situation. And once again, it's Matt Bassard, who already had the half-court shot, hits a more reasonable mid-range shot this time around.
Yeah, nice look there from Bassard, able to step towards the hoop without beaters, with all the balls on the ground.
9-3 now the score. Still bludger control of San Antonio, though.
Freeman taking it down. Ray's going to be in behind. Looks like Mel Kite's back in the game.
Reyes was so dangerous working from behind before. Gets it across to Mel Kite this time. It's a bit of a bouncer, problematic, but it is cleaned up by Hayworth. So Mel Kite hits the lane, goes a little high there. It's going to be down to Avia to chase it down. Goes over the out-of-bounds line. So I don't know if this is a full-on opportunity because there is Bradley Himes there with the possession of the bludger back. But, you know, another stop here for Minneapolis, a chance to get some momentum going.
Yeah, anything positive for Minneapolis right now needs to be taken advantage of. Ball is going to go back.
Okay, tries to get up for that one, but not one of her many skills. Bassard, who has 2 of the team's 3 goals in this one, bringing it up, working back and forth with Swenson. Back and forth they go.
Freeman and Ray is going to be up front.
Oh, ball knocked out of the hands there. And Mel Kite, looking for a trailing Reyes, but a really nice heads-up play there by Bessard to go the other way. I think this might be a hat trick if he can manage it. Gets it across to Majeski. Drew both beats in the process, but Mel Kite doing just enough defensively. Dylan Freeman with the push from behind. No call on that. It is going to be Freeman's ball. Still just a scrum in the middle of the pitch.
Freeman able to get up, now going again.
Yeah, but Narveson is standing there, so they will have to go into a half-court set.
A really good play by Bessard offensively there. We were saying who else other than Emma Persons is going to be able to do something. Bessard with a really great opportunity creation.
Yeah, but then a huge play by Mel Kite to tangle that player up and stop the goal opportunity after both bludgers had left the play.
Now it is Kite on that right wing.
Gracie Johnson trying to fight with Bradley Hines up top as Cody Narveson has the bludger. Avia gets the ball in the corner. Narveson sitting deep. His team in a hoops defense right now with a green headband up top. Melkite has the ball in the wing. Back up to Freeman. San Antonio, slow pace, but also in no rush here, up 6 goals. Reyes gets it back to Avia and then gets beat out. A nice hit there, though now it's Dylan Freeman going into the lane and missing.
Yeah, Freeman had a nice look there, and it looks like there's a goal ref that's signaling good, or we've got an assistant ref signaling good. Freeman pointing at him.
I don't know if Dylan Freeman celebrated that shot like it went through a hoop.
They called the goal good, but you're right. Looks like the AR with the best angle on it does call the goal good. Goal is good. Nice shot there from Freeman.
And meanwhile,
it's a make or miss league, you know what they say. It's not a nice shot if it doesn't go. It's a great shot if it does go. Meanwhile,
New York is running things up on Rochester over on pitch 2. Sometimes you see that, an underdog plays a really tight game and just doesn't have it in the tank for a second game. 110-30 over there. So it looks like New York and San Antonio might both be punching their tickets to the semifinals right here and right now, but still a lot of work to do. 10-3 is the score. Bludger control numbers, which has just been insanely in San Antonio's benefit. Though there's a nice little connection, a missed opportunity. Bessert is going to shoot from anywhere right now, can't get to go, but I really think it was Divine who had the best opportunity there.
Absolutely. Great look there from San Antonio. Divine unable to put it through. Now Blackwood with the quaffle. I think San Antonio is really just going to continue to emphasize bludger control here. They currently don't have it. Minneapolis does. They're going to try and emphasize bludger control as the snitch gets on pitch. And Minneapolis has to make a real important business decision here. I think they have to take. You talk about taking risks in the first game. I think they have to take a risk now and go for that snitch.
Yeah, and Nicole Nelson made an adjustment there. San Antonio's been throwing back on Minneapolis all game, so she was near the hoops and just kicked that throwback right out of the play. And it's nice to see them finally making an adjustment because they only seem to have one engage idea against these beaters, and I think that's why they were getting just destroyed so badly. Vega has the ball on the far side. Narveson and Nelson protecting bludger control. Blackwood now with it up top. No rush here out of San Antonio. Kite throws it over to Freeman. And now it's Reyes driving, gets it to Vega. Vega makes a double move, puts it through.
Another nice assist there from Reyes.
Yeah. That's what we've seen from him all game long. Back in the day, known for just driving through entire teams, but definitely has added a real nice passing game in his years of play.
And I liked Vega able to pump fake a few times, try and pick a spot. A lot of hands in front of that hoop, still able to find a way through.
Ball going over on the far side to Majeski.
And it's Blackwood with the green headband up top.
It is bludger control with Minneapolis.
Nice look from Brassard.
Besser, yep. Puts it through. That is the kind of play that Minneapolis needs to find some of. Now they just need to find some stops. They're keeping bludger control. They're getting some good offensive looks. Just need to find some defensive stops.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Persons and Bessert have really been the two bright spots here for the Monarchs offensively.
Blackwood bringing the ball down.
Looks like they're trying to kill the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and Daniel Williams back in the game. They also want to try to get bludger control, but I think Minneapolis is going to hug pretty tight to it. Nicole Nelson got forced out of the play, and it's not going to end up in a loss of bludger control, but bad positioning there out of Nelson.
Yeah, I think that's a poor decision there.
Daniel Williams takes an exchange with Narveson. Narveson does get to the ball first. It's a high shot there by Blackwood, not going to go.
And Minneapolis able to retain bludger control, which I think is the most important part of that play, regardless of the goal. And the goal ends up not going, but really important there for Minneapolis to maintain bludger control.
Yeah, and get a little fire, get a little momentum. A chance to make something happen here. Like you said, though, it might require a snitch grab, and that is not something that Minneapolis has specialized in.
No, and San Antonio has been so good with snitch on pitch, especially against Minneapolis in particular in that game one. It feels like a little damned if you do, damned if you don't if you're Minneapolis here. You're not going to be able to stop San Antonio from streaking down the field without bludgers. You're not going to be able to catch the snitch if you don't put your bludgers on it.
Yep. And yeah, like you said, San Antonio, one of the best records in the league in snitch grabs, and Minneapolis has largely ignored it all season. So be interesting to see how this plays out. That's not a recipe you want when you're down. When Charlotte's down in a situation like this, they know 35 points is probably coming. It gives them a real path back into a game. It's going to be a longer climb for Minneapolis.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do. I think a better showing here than last year for Minneapolis. Now, San Antonio was in the team Boston was last year. But I have liked what I've seen from San Antonio in this game as we project them perhaps forward to their next series.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, San Antonio is going to have a tall task going up against that Boston team. We said that Daniel Williams is going to have to play out of his mind all weekend. He's going to have to do even more so in that series.
And took a long shift this game. I'm curious. It feels like Boston's going to be more rested. They're able to get into their depth a little bit more against Charlotte. Daniel Williams really had to put in that extended shift. They did go up 5-0 when he was on the field. But we'll see if fatigue at all plays into this.
I feel confident that Daniel Williams on a night's sleep is going to be able to feel rested enough for tomorrow. Semifinals tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, hey, you got to win the games. You can't look forward, and that's what San Antonio is doing right now.
And we'll see what lineup San Antonio chooses to go with as Snitch rolls back onto pitch, as the Snitch comes on the pitch.
So 11-4 the score as we're about to get started here again.
Minneapolis with bludger control and the quaffle, I believe.
Yes, there was just a missed shot attempt there from San Antonio. Christian Barnes is going to be our snitch here. Max Meyer is going to get the start at seeker.
Yeah, and Barnes did a good job. In the one game I saw of Barnes snitching, did a good job for a little bit there against Ryan Davis. Ultimately was caught with that sweet double move, but really had a strong base and held his own. And it looks like it's going to be Jay Stewart for San Antonio.
Yeah, Jay Stewart getting the start there for San Antonio. A real force. Obviously, a San Antonio catch is basically all she wrote in this series. It'd be way, way too long of a path back for Minneapolis. So the catch is going to be needed, and we'll see how things play out here. Emma Persons, who subbed back into the game, is going to be starting in possession of the ball. Bludger control also with Minneapolis. So Persons bringing it up. She is going to be handing off to Bessard, who does have 3 goals in this one. 3 of the team's 4. He is going to sub out.
Dan Devine with the ball.
Yeah, Jack Sellner back in the game. Glad to see that after the big hit he took earlier. Max Meyer's going to get the first shot as Devine brings the ball down. Now it's Stewart. Gracie Johnson does get rid of him. Devine over to Persons. Persons, a long pass, really nicely weighted to Sellner. Mel Kite just falls back. They take that hoop down. Sellner just has to roll it across to Devine, who's going to go down to Vega. No, he's able to get the ball out. It's Stones who's going to take a shot. Oh, and it goes through. I'm pretty sure that shot was going through. Then it was not going through because of Devine, and then it did roll through. Loose ball on the ground. Vega picks it up. Devine needs a hit. Can't come up with one there. Vega gets all the way to the hoop, puts it back. That's the answer they need.
At the beginning of Stitch on Pitch, I always like to see who's scoring easier. And that was, a great goal from Minneapolis, but a really tough goal. And then San Antonio able to just streak down the field and score. I like San Antonio to be able to continue to pull away.
Cody Narvison wins an exchange there with Maya Heinbaum, which is going to give Max Meyer a chance. He gets real close to Christian Barnes. Can't deliver. Persons a long pass to Sellner. Sellner bobbles the pass. That's going to be a defensive stop from San Antonio. Like you said, it's a little bit harder right now for Minneapolis. Meyer looking to engage here with Christian Barnes. Getting a lot of time, but not taking a lot of shots.
Meyer continuing to work hard.
Yeah, Bonham has the ball. Bonham going all the way. Can't get that one to fall. Persons does fall on it. She's going to get piled up, but the 10-second clock will start and we'll end up with Minneapolis possession. But Jay Stewart might have just delivered San Antonio to the semifinals.
Yeah, we'll see if the catch is good. Really nice move there from Stewart. Barnes' feet a little slow, allowing the Seekers to get a little closer to his body.
Meanwhile, over on pitch 1, it's almost the exact same time, New York makes a snitch catch that all but seals Rochester's fate. Looking like New York and San Antonio will both be returning to the semifinals here.
Looks like the catch is called off for Jay Stewart.
I believe that's neck contact on the snitch.
And Minneapolis going to come with the ball.
So, still life here for Minneapolis. They are going to need this catch, though. It's clear that if Stewart gets time, he will eventually deliver here.
Mm-hmm.
Bradley Himes just ran off the pitch, the head coach of this team, one of the youngest head coaches in the league. So, like I said, a rebuilding thing in a lot of ways, the team's leadership, the team's players. So, I mean, making a semifinal run, especially without Miguel Esparza, really something to hang their hats on.
Yeah, and it's a shame that Esparza got hurt in that last series against League City, because with Esparza, I think this team would be pretty dangerous going forward.
Iverson wins 2 straight exchanges there and then beats Daniel Williams. He's going to give Meyer some chance to work. Meyer getting pretty far behind Barnes. Meanwhile, Emma Persons is bringing the quaffle down. Has a couple passing options. Instead, just pushes it off to Swenson. Swenson gets it all the way behind, and it's bobbled there. Devine's able to get it across the stumps. Who gets it back to Persons, but it's swatted away by Avia. Avia going the other way. Is Gracie Johnson going to see it? She does. Forces Avia to throw back, but he finds a trailing player. And so nicely done. And that's just pure effort there. Catherine Hay trailing into that play and then nobody wanting to make the hit.
Yeah, and it was Avia drawing the beater and able to dish to Hay. And then it was Danny Williams opening up a lane for Hay. Looks like we're going to get...
I think it was just a few players falling into each other there.
Might be blood?
Yeah, just an injury sub. Players falling one after another. But again, San Antonio lanes, right? You've been talking about it all day. They've been so good in the fast break. And that was just a perfect follow. And also the heads-upness of David Avia to see her coming and find that pass.
Yeah, the trailer is always dangerous in any sport. Hey, they're perfectly trailing and then following Williams, who cleared a path. Yeah, and with chasing, so much of it is, like, with beating, there's so much that, there's such an art to beating. Sometimes I think with chasing, it's more of a science. It's more of a being in the right place at the right time. And it can be fairly simplistic and very simple about where those places are.
Yep. Meredith McDowell subbing in the Seeking game, the youngest player on this Minneapolis roster, as we get a stoppage. Still a ways to go on this one. Still need 4 more goals for San Antonio, and a lot more than that for Minneapolis if they're hoping to keep their season alive. I think that's going to be maybe a reset back over the keeper zone or a double reset. No, it's a third bludger interaction penalty. So it just goes from bad to worse here for Minneapolis. They're going to lose bludger control as well.
Set score is 170.
Narveson.
Nice
Narveson
play there from
wins one exchange, can't win 2. Hayworth coming from the right angle to make something happen there. No seekers in the play, though, but Amber Bonham just flying down the pitch. Another goal for San Antonio.
Yeah, it's so easy here for San Antonio.
Danny Williams went diving for a bludger. Almost looked like he was making a snitch grab attempt there. I had to check to make sure he hadn't put the L on. Not a bad seeker in his own right. That'd be a fitting end to the series, I gotta say.
It does feel like Danny Williams has done everything for San Antonio.
Ball coming down, gets passed back across to Stomas. It's Nathan Middlesky trying a shot.
Nice.
What a nice friendly bounce over to Matt Bessard. He gets, I think, his 4th of the game.
Yeah, Bessard, really nice. Oh, all the way down for San Antonio.
Yep, and again, it's Catherine Hay being in the right spot, right time.
Filling lanes.
Yep. At some point, I mean, the Minneapolis Beaters have to give up on the seeker play and try to make something happen elsewhere.
It's gonna be too big a hill to climb.
Eric Reyes coming in now, looking to end things.
Yeah, Snitch Grab will finish it.
Snitch Grab are 2 goals at this point is all San Antonio needs. And Narveson just looks a little tired at this point. Daniel Williams just blowing up the play. Doesn't look a step tired. Dylan Freeman, train coming down the tracks, puts it through. Game point San Antonio. Series point San Antonio.
Danny Williams creating the turnover at the top of the key. The worst place to lose the ball, obviously, and Freeman just able to pick it up. Another assist there for Danny Williams.
Yep. Game point. Just need one more stopper. Honestly, not even a stop. They just need one more goal. Daniel Williams is back where he was for the first 5 minutes of this game, deep in the opposing zone. Dylan Freeman has it again. Dylan Freeman driving the lane. Dylan Freeman for the win, puts it through. In dominant fashion, the San Antonio Soldados punch their ticket to semifinals 2-0 on the back of some absolutely stellar beater play.
Yeah, it was Hayworth and Williams and De La Fuente, and there was just no answer. That was the beginning, middle, and the end of this series. Going forward now, we've now seen a less convincing win and a more convincing win for San Antonio. What do you think their prospects are against whichever team comes out of the other side of this part of the bracket?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced by San Antonio's half-court game, which means they need to keep absolutely dominating the beating game. Are they going to be able to do that against Boston? I think that's a very, very big question, and it'll be an interesting dynamic to watch tomorrow morning.
I think it will be the most interesting matchup we've seen all tournament, though. I think we've seen some pretty convincing beater play that's been one-sided, and if anybody was going to match up against the Boston Beaters, I think we've seen some really good options here from San Antonio. Now, that's not the only part of the game. Let's say they play them even. For the sake of it, let's say they played them even. Do you think San Antonio has enough in the quaffle game in the half court?
It really does concern me. I definitely want to see a little bit more. I mean, we saw some bright spots out of Eric Reyes, the occasional one out of Jay Stewart, but and some out of Mel Kite, but there's definitely nothing consistent in that aspect. Even down the stretch, all of those goals were just fast break goal after fast break goal. I'm pretty sure the last 5 in a row all went completely uncontested. So it's a taller order. That said, I mean, Boston look a little shaky in the half court as well. So, if they don't get to fast break, how many goals are they going to score? I think it's going to be a great series. Looking forward to some great seeking in that series as well. It's going to be a fun one. If Boston gets there.
Let's not give up on this series yet. We've got another game coming up, Charlotte versus Boston. Charlotte, again, Boston looked a little languid at the end of that game. Charlotte had some good things going on. I'm really curious if Charlotte decides to play longer shift for Cody LeBeau. I think between LeBeau and Perry Wang, those are going to be their two best options to match up against these Boston Beaters.
Yep. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. We will be back here with Game 2 between Boston and Charlotte. Boston 1 win away from the semifinals and a date with San Antonio. We hope you tune back in. Hello and welcome back to the MLQ Championship 2022 quarterfinals. Two teams have already punched their tickets to the semifinals. San Antonio Soldados and the New York Titans both sweeping their opposition from the North Division. And now we've got two more spots to play with. We've got game 2 of our series between two East Division rivals, the Boston Forge and the Charlotte Aviators, the first place team from the division and the fourth place team. Boston coming out fast, getting the better of Charlotte in game 1. What are you hoping to see from Charlotte differently in game 2, Noah?
I'm hoping to see a step up from the beating performance for Charlotte. I think that's really going to be the engine of this team. I've said this all day, I'd like for them to play a little faster. That Charlotte of last year that really liked to get out on the break seems to be completely gone. But their half-court sets haven't been great. Especially I think Logan Hartman has been tough at times ball handling for them. So I'd like to see them try and find easy goals against defenses that aren't set. There are some problems to that.
Yeah, it's really going to be tricky to break this Boston team down. And, you know, when the beater control is so in the favor of those beaters. That said, you know, Boston had its stumbles as well, especially without that first line on the field. They kind of struggled to find those points unless they were doing it very, very easily in the fast break. If this team is going to go up and, you know, make a statement again, both winning this game and then taking it to San Antonio in the morning in the semifinals, they're going to need to get more production from more players up and down the roster.
Yeah, I think truly, so Ian Skura really stirred the drink to start the series, but I think Taylor Crawford made a huge impact all over the field. And I think if I was Charlotte, I would key in on Crawford and press up high on Skura, and then let the chips fall where they may from there.
So we're about to get started here. Charlotte already has their starters out on the pitch. Bonadio and I believe Goldberg are going to get started in the beating game. Madison Burns, Zach Thompson, Ryan Davis, and Lee Hodge starting in the Quaffle game. Still waiting on starters. Possible that Boston's not aware they're not getting starting lineups, but we'll give them a couple more minutes to figure that one out.
Yeah, this is pitch 2, Boston. You're thinking about pitch 1 up there. We don't do any of that fancy stuff down here.
It's not the big city. No flashing lights.
And we saw, was it Skura, Crawford, McCready, Belitsky was the beating pair. I'm blanking on the rest, but that was the start. Those were the first 4 starters from game 1.
You were commentating with Nick Jablonski at that point, so I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't there.
Yeah, it looks like we will see Belitsky.
Yep.
Skura out there. Rachel
Manhart playing in the classic basketball broken nose brace.
Finn McGargan.
And Aaron McCready is going to be matching up here with Belitsky. Coach Tom DeMuth back behind the hoops, staying out on the field with his team for as long as possible.
Let's go, Aaron! Let's go, Steven!
I think the game might be waiting on a broom to get started here. So now, give me a player that's really impressed you this weekend. Can be from any team, maybe someone who wasn't, you know, someone you knew to be a star before the weekend had started.
In that last game, I mean, off the top of my head, Emma Persons in that last game, they really shine bright. When there's not a lot going right for a team, it can be really hard for anybody to get going and make an impact. And she absolutely made an impact on both sides of the ball consistently. And I think, like you said, was maybe the only player on that Minneapolis team I trusted with the ball in their hands.
Yeah. I'll go back into the play-in bracket. Shout out Brian McClanahan from Kansas, a long-time beater for that program, but had a really good day. I mean, for that Kansas program to win a couple games with those 10 players really speaks, or at least win one, be competitive in a few games. But we're now ready to get started here in Game 2 of Charlotte versus Boston. A Boston win punches their spot in the semifinals. Brooms up, running off. It's Taylor Crawford beating Ryan Davis to the ball. Ryan Davis, though, getting a wrap to slow things down. It is bludgeon control to Charlotte.
And that's an important start for Charlotte here. If they're going to get a foothold in their game, I think maintaining bludgeon control is going to be a big part of that. Taylor Crawford not giving up the ball yet, looking to attack off that short wing.
Yeah, going to be a no-bludger situation, though. Charlotte had to do what they had to do to protect bludger control, and that made it way too easy for Taylor Crawford.
Yeah, I would like to see a step there from Thompson out and then a rotation from the defense. Letting Crawford just drive to the hoop like that is never going to be a good idea.
Bolitsky really working for an attempt to bludger control while on defense to no avail. So McCready will have to play this one by herself. But again, if Boston can get goals that free with one bludger, they don't really need bludger control in the same way.
Yeah, and we did see Bolitsky not have bludger control at the beginning of last game and was able to make some really critical defensive plays anyway.
Yep. Thompson with the ball back behind, fakes out Bolitsky, who lost track of the ball there for a second. Thompson still has the ball. Bolitsky forced out. Does go over to Davis. Davis gets around Manhart. Davis is going to be in the lane with no bludgers around. Just eats the contact from Finn McGargan, puts it through. We're knotted up at 1.
Yeah, a really good play there from Davis to allow the contact to absorb the contact and still finish through.
Yep. And of course, 2 old teammates going in this game. We see Bolitsky on the field now. Perry Wang we'll see plenty of from Charlotte, both from that Rochester program, both part of that national championship team. McGargan goes up to Crawford. Still bludger control in the hands of the Goldberg.
And now it's Manhart with the ball.
Pair. Yep, and now Goldberg looking to press.
Gonna have to come and find the ball again. Skura gonna get exactly what he wants going around the hoops. Nobody steps. Yeah, the defense ended up behind Skura, and that's way too easy there. As Skura comes around that play, the defense has to shift if he beats his man.
Yeah, Goldberg also unwilling to step. They're basically trading consistent bludger control for any ability to make a defensive stop right now.
Yeah, the defense from the Chase is going to have to be better if they want to maintain this bludger control and stop Boston from scoring.
Davis up to Lee Hodge. Hodge, a real spark plug for this offense, gets it back to Davis. Davis looking for the mid-range shot, can't get it to go. Burns now has it. No harm, no foul. That's why you shoot from behind. Mm-hmm. Ball is loose on the ground. Crawford tries to wrap up.
Nice play there.
Oh, and now he's behind the play. Taylor Crawford, have yourself a series here.
Really, really impressive there from Crawford. Body in front, hand to ball, and just made it happen with the big rip.
And then just the awareness that all the beaters were overcommitted into the play and just took off down the field. Looks like there might be a card on the play.
Explaining that there was no foul on the Taylor Crawford strip. What a play there from Taylor Crawford.
Yeah. 3-1 here early. Boston has not had bludger control for 1 minute. No, sorry, they do have it now. And now they're looking to press. Davis, though, dodges the beat from Bolitsky. That might cost them bludger control and might allow an attack the other way.
And Goldberg beats. Yep, this is going to be a no bludger situation.
Manhart tries to cross arm, but it's not to be. Davis tries to lob one up, but Davis, you got to find the player behind there. Tried a shot, and that was too easy for Skura.
Yeah, Bolitsky was able to make it back into the play to force pressure on the ball.
Yep. Now Skura's taken off down the field. Hill hit his mid-range shot. Yep, that is going to be good. 4-1. Boston, they scored on 4 possessions. They just make it look so easy.
Even without some bludger control, they're able to find a way to score. Skura this time on the mid-range.
And now we do get the direct matchup of the Rochester players, Wang and Bolitsky. Shot there, I think that was Davis going down hard.
Yeah, it looks like the shot went through. This is really bad news for Charlotte if Davis goes down and isn't able to return.
So we'll throw it back to the booth here for a minute. Boston gets out hot again. 4 goals, 4 possessions. Doing it in transition, doing it in the half court. What do we need to see more from Charlotte here defensively?
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte and Davis walking off under their own power. Charlotte was able to maintain bludger control for a lot of that, and it's not to almost no avail. The Chaser defense left a lot to be desired. The angles were wrong from the closeouts, it seemed like, and when there was a closeout, and when there wasn't, obviously Boston just able to get to the hoops way too easily. Looks like it's going to be Charlotte ball on the restart.
Yeah, so no call. Thompson was the player behind. McGargan looking to step out to him. No rush here from Thompson. Thompson fakes a pump, but McGargan has the answer. Big hit there from McGargan. He's had 2 of them here in the last 2 games.
Looks like it's going to be a call here. The goal ref had their hand up on the tackle. Broken broom. Big hit from McGargan.
Yeah, I mean McGargan not the biggest player, but playing above his size right here on the pitch. You love to see it.
And that goal, the goal that I said went through for Ryan Davison was not counted.
Meanwhile, over on pitch 2, a low-scoring affair, 10 minutes in, Austin leading 40-20 on Washington. Lee Hodge still had the ball back there. Tries a pass shot. The only players who are able to get over there is Charlotte. Just kind of a sloppy play all around here, but it is still going to be Charlotte's possession.
Charlotte with bludger control.
Sloan Richard now in the game. Pass goes back to Thompson. Thompson, no pressure, but not interested in driving the lane. Goes back up top to Bird. Sorry, to Hodge. Burns has the ball in the middle, considering a drive. Gets it over to Bird now. Bird's marked by McGargan. Back to Hodge. Hodge pump fakes once.
Bird trips there and having some problems with the cleats.
Zipped over to Bird, but that tackle is going to allow Bird to dodge the hit, but Fetting makes the stop anyway.
That's some good rally. That's some good rally defense from Boston, right? The first player isn't able to take them down, but slows them down just enough. It really heads up play from Fetting to be the second defender to the ball.
Yeah. Havlin and Shu now in the game with a 4-1 lead already. They are facing bludger control from Wang and Richard. We'll see if they can get back. We know what they can do when they have it.
And bludger control, as much as we made a deal of it, it doesn't seem to have mattered for Boston so far.
Yep. Ball goes to McGargan. McGargan uncorks one, but a real nice stop there by Hodge.
Hands up real quick. Really good play at the near hoop.
But Havlin and Shu never take more than one possession to get back bludger control. So what can they do with it here? We've seen them just press teams absolutely into oblivion. Bringing the ball down is Hartman. Gets it over to Hildreth in the game for the first time. Shu just lands a perfect beat.
Yeah, Hildreth looked lost there. Looked like he found no options. And now we're on the break.
Yeah.
Fetting looking to push the action. Fetting looking to drive. Finds a clean Harry Greenhouse on the far hoop.
Yeah, too easy there in transition.
Boston continue filling passing lanes on the fast break. Now it looks like Mayer also in the game for Boston.
5-1 here early. Boston really looking to be in control.
Yeah. So we've had that full line shift from Boston at this point. Full turnover of the roster. And Harry looking to take, and Greenhouse looking to take on.
Yeah, because the thing is, if someone tries to tap beat him, Shu and Havlin are just going to blow up the play. A real nice pass behind to Hartman, but Andrew Steinberg shutting the door.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get Hartman from a push from behind, and Steinberg is pumped up.
Hey, you like to see the fire from the young player.
Absolutely.
From that Brown program, makes developmental academy. Obviously, Brown had a really nice run at nationals as well, and really has been a spark plug at times for this team. Still a young player, still makes some mistakes, but definitely can be a spark plug. Melton's still trying to figure out if he wants to call on the play. Yep. Hartman will go into the box with the yellow card. So it will be a power play here for Boston. So things just keep going from bad to worse here on the side of Charlotte.
Greenhouse taking the ball up the pitch.
Greenhouse flanked by somebody in every single column. He's just going to go to Fenning. Fenning is just going to make a single move there on Ross and deliver another goal. 6-1 here on the power play goal.
And I like when chasers rip hard with the arm and the quaffle. Sometimes you see indecisiveness, and that's when things go wrong. But if you make a strong move one way or the other, they used to, football players are often said you can't make a mistake going 100 miles an hour.
Hildreth trying to get by Greenhouse, does just end up dumping it off. But Shu and Havlin are so far up the pitch. It is Tommy O'Connor, who had a nice game, has had some nice games here. And it's
Greenhouse
a big
reads
beat,
the passing lane, able to find it.
And Havlin makes the beat as well. Greenhouse is going to go coast to coast. Greenhouse has gotten some real easy goals today. And it's 7-1. Boston is pouring it on Charlotte.
And it looks like this is going to be the timeout. Yeah, this is the timeout from Charlotte.
Got to do something.
Yeah, what to be done? Had bludger control, wasn't able to take advantage of it. Now we've got the Zavlin and Zhu lined up in. and that they're running you over, it looks like it's going to be a real uphill battle for Charlotte for the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Charlotte fight back in game after game, but I mean, this is some tired legs out there. This is a long day of Quidditch. I think this is Charlotte's 6th game of the day. It's tough to kind of keep treading through, keep fighting through. I mean, obviously credit to this team. They've fought back from some big disadvantages. That game against Indy, that real big comeback, and even against Boston, game 1, a really nice comeback. So it'll be interesting to see, if they have a little bit more in the tank, or if maybe this one is just one game too many.
Yeah, and Boston looks real focused here. When things went wrong in the last game, it looked like they lost focus a little bit. But as long as they're keyed into this game, I think that they're going to continue to cause problems for Charlotte. We haven't seen Cody LeBeau yet for Charlotte. Maybe that's something that can change.
Yeah, it is so interesting to me, right? The way they use Cody LeBeau's minutes, because we've seen, I think, every other male beater on this roster in this game already.
Yeah, and I think he's been their best beater all day.
Yeah. Meanwhile, over on pitch 1, Austin 60, Washington 50. That's over on our other YouTube channel if you want to check it out.
Welcome to stay here with us.
Yeah.
A nice clinic being put on by Boston now about how to do just about everything right. Play's going to restart here. Boston's going to have bludger control. And Hildreth for Charlotte will have the quaffle.
I will say that in part of that Charlotte comeback, Boston did go deeper probably into its depth than I would guess it intends to tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that moment is coming. I think we're not just going to see their top 2 lines for 25 minutes here. So, there are going to be opportunities for Charlotte if they can take them. Pass back behind. Goes over to Classic. Classic really towing the line on the back line. Shu closes down on him.
Yeah, that's going to be called beat before.
Yep. And it didn't matter because Steinberg was all over it anyway.
Yeah. Nice footwork there from Mayer. Shading Classic on the way around the hoops.
Havlin just immediately wins a exchange with LeBeau, who we were looking for. Richard gets beat as well. Steinberg takes a massive hit from Hartman, bounces right back up and gets the ball though. Gets it over to Mayer to Greenhouse. I think Boston ended up a little too grouped together, so that play is not going to result in anything.
I may be surprised that didn't result in a turnover after the hit.
Yeah, I mean I can't believe he popped up from that hit so fast.
A little scrum for the ball. Greenhouse is going to come up with it.
Yep, and I think Steinberg's got a lane, but we also do have a player down here. Obviously, a lot of minutes being played by a lot of these players. None more than Celine Richard, who's probably played like 120 minutes of Quidditch at this point today.
And limping off the field is Logan Hartman, who delivered the hit.
The bench wants this ball to go to Steinberg. They might be slightly letting the defense know what.
Yeah, they might be
the
giving
idea
this one
is.
away.
Oh, the Easter Bunny hopping through the lane there, but can't get it to go.
Really nicely done there to find a look at goal. Oh, nice play there by LeBeau.
The exact kind of play Charlotte needs and the kind of sparkly they've gotten from LeBeau over and over again this weekend. Davis with the ball behind. Back up to O'Connor. O'Connor finds Classic. Really nice ball movement. Charlotte gets something going against when they get bludger control back.
Yeah, and it really has been LeBeau on the field that's made a big difference for Charlotte in both these games so far.
Havlin running up the field here with bludger control with Serena Montero alongside him. Wins an exchange big there with Celine Richard.
Yeah, and the ball not able to get far enough back towards the hoops. This is going to be a no bludger situation for Boston. Skura bounce passes it.
Yeah, big hit by Classic. Classic's been so physical for the Charlotte team, and something they haven't had on some of their other lines.
Goldberg now with beating ball back in for Charlotte.
Skura on the far side gets it over to Steinberg. 7-2 the score here. Skura hits the lane. Skura rips one. Top hoop. 8-2.
And that's actually not a shot we see a lot from Skura. The full windup, we usually see the push shot. Really interesting choice there.
The jump shot at that. 8-2. And bludger control now with Kieran Collier and Serena Montero. Montero, the late throwback there. She gets able to keep control. No. That was a little too late for the ref's blood.
That's going to result in that bludger turnover. Score 8-2.
Yeah, just under the 10-minute mark here.
And LeBuddy with the wrap.
Yeah, but able to get it off to Ryan Davis. Nice play there by O'Connor.
I think they're going to say that he was beat and then
And
continued to play anyway. Hey, even before the hit was initiated. It is going to be a yellow.
It's something that's really been cracked down on in Quidditch over the past year, finishing those tackles after the beat, because you really do gain such an advantage by completing that tackle.
Peter Lawrence here now going to take on the green headband.
Yep, power play opportunity here for Charlotte. Classic in the lane. Classic's pass shot goes low and rolls out of bounds.
Here comes Lawrence with the quaffle.
Kieran Collier gets the unfortunate designation of having to go chase down that bludger. Bludger control is back in the hands of the Charlotte Beaters, though.
And a short shift for LeBeau. Goldberg back in already.
Skura with the ball on the near side. Goes back up to Lawrence. Lawrence in the lane. Lawrence fakes a shot. Goes back to Skura. Skura has so much room to operate back here. Does get tracked down, though, by two players.
Oh, yeah. That's a lane. Interesting that Lawrence bailed on that lane so quickly. It looked like he had an opportunity there.
Patience here from Lawrence. And now over to Skura from Poland. Skura trying to get by O'Connor. O'Connor doing a nice job marking. Goes back to Lawrence. Lawrence looking top hoop. Lawrence gets it to go.
Yeah, nice little short wing play there from Lawrence and Skura. Good find from Skura. And these are the kind of role players that we saw have some issues scoring in that first game for Boston. And so it'll be interesting to see if they can produce some points here.
Yep. Connor bringing the ball down 7. Ryan Davis still in this game. It has plenty of time to sub out and move over to the seeking game. Classic's going to look Davis away. A lot of space. It's going to be Ian Skura steps out. Ryan Davis tries to make a move. Floats a pass. Gets knocked down. And Peter Lawrence falls on it.
Well, that is a hard boundary. We've seen a lot of that today. Turnovers from the keeper zone.
Collier clearing out.
Oh, an errant pass there from Lawrence. He's just going to head over to Charlotte bench. That's going to be a turnover.
Yeah. But that's what we saw when we got a little bit further down the depth chart. Some more wasted possessions when Boston was being so efficient, especially early in this one.
It has gotten a little sloppier as we've moved down the depth chart.
And hey, it can't always be all perfectly clinical, but
you can try.
You can. I mean, Austin's won a lot of titles, being pretty
clinical all the way through the roster.
Clinical.
Yeah.
Tommy O'Connor bringing the ball down. Gets over to Emily Manowar. Manowar's going to have some room to operate if he wants it. Tries to make a move on Lawrence. Takes a big hit. And, Lee Hodge just goes down. Couldn't get any broom control there.
Just tripped on the turf there. Unfortunate. Looks like they're shouting no bludgers.
We've seen a couple players this game go too early to no hands on broom and kind of pay the price for it. Skura here gets it back behind. LeBuddy fakes once, goes right around O'Connor.
Nice shot there
easy
from
in the
LeBuddy.
top hoop, yeah. More subs here for Boston. Bolitsky and McCready back in, the starting beating pair for Boston. I think this is their first time having bludger control in this game.
Oh, yeah.
It was handed to them, but they still got it.
Too right, Ethan. Too right.
Lee Hodge with the ball.
I really like what Bolitsky's been able to do without bludger control so far this series.
Oh, a little bit lazy there from Manowar.
Yeah, dead in the corner.
But gets out of it. Composed there from the young player from UNC. And gets all the way across to Thompson. Back to Hodge. Hodge is going to have a nice lane here. No, Bolitsky closes the door.
They might call that one beat before. It looked like Hodge was in his windup when he got hit with the bludger. We've got a tight one over on pitch 1. Austin up 80-60. About 19 minutes through this game. About through that game.
Yeah, teams playing for their lives here. Obviously, Charlotte is. Washington is as well.
I always like to mention this facility here in Howard County is so great.
And he's not just saying that because he's in an air-conditioned press box. No, I mean, I love the two fields on the hill. I love the effect of that. Fields are in pristine condition. Everything is super, super accessible. All the facilities are wonderful. We are really lucky to be over here in Howard County. We really appreciate all of our partners, both our partners within the town and also all of our partners around town. Noah was over at the Mutiny Bar doing a podcast yesterday.
I had a bunch of people there. Listening to stuff and having a good time.
Some team-themed alcoholic beverages over there as well.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they've done a good job there over Mutiny.
So the goal, I guess, Lehigh shot right at the end there was being called good.
And the ball's going to start off in the hands of keeper Peter Lawrence. Looks like there's no bludgers. The closest bludger is about even with Lawrence.
So,
and they're not going to try and outrun him. It is Charlotte with bludger control.
Lawrence just bring it down, marked by Hodge. Emma Poland just going to calm it down. Over to Skura. Skura hitting the lane. Manowar's in his way, so he's going to have to pull it back out. Skura now trying again. This time he's going to go all the way back to LeBuddy.
Ooh, nice feed from LeBuddy. And Lawrence able to muscle their way to the hoop.
Just getting big in the lane there. So it's now 110-30. Really composed, controlled game here from Boston. Yeah, everything we wanted to see in game one.
Yeah, and we're coming up at about the 15-minute mark here. And I don't see this going any other way but Boston so far, or the rest of the way. Taylor Crawford now back in with the green headband, going to play point defense.
Really good series for him so far. Standing in the keeper zone, just ignores that beat there from Bonadio. Hodge on the far side goes all the way back to Thompson.
Belitsky.
Does give Charlotte some time to work. McCready now is still in the play, but far from the hoops. NY is going to run away from her. Manowar pumps once, just going to pull it back out.
Yeah, and that's why the East to West fails so much, because it's just a shorter distance for the defensive team to get to the point that you're going to than you are.
It said he is able to now come back into the play with both of his bludgers on his side. Pass goes back to Thompson. Thompson's a long pass to Manowar. Manowar is able to knock it down. No real sense of urgency here from Charlotte. Belitsky makes a long beat, and Taylor Crawford comes out of the scrum with the ball. So easy for Taylor Crawford.
Yeah, I've said this a few times now. It's the top of the key is the absolute worst place to turn the ball over. The top of the key and right to the keeper in their own zone. Just an easy opportunity for breaks. And Taylor Crawford, so good, has made a career out of strong point defense and getting the other way quickly.
Hodge tries the long pass to Thompson. Thompson, gets eaten alive there by Ryan Fenning. More strong defense from Boston.
And a much cleaner performance here from Boston. There's only been a few errant passes. Many converted possessions. The conversion rate has to be super high, and it looks like they are going to get into their depth a little bit here, Boston.
Yeah, Christian Olzaba coming in, Will Andrews, Noyes, Ozra. And Fenning's going to be leading him down along with Taylor Crawford.
Yeah, and Crawford's free over on that side, yeah, and Fenning's going to find him.
Obviously, the problem is that angle doesn't favor a lefty, because coming around that corner, your arm's on the wrong side.
Right, and you saw as he tried to get it back to Fenning made the cut and just wasn't there anymore. You're right about that angle not favoring the lefty for sure.
No shortage of lefties on this Boston team. Bludger control is with Charlotte. Richard and Wang bringing it down. 9-goal deficit for them to try to start breaking down. We know how they can get about 3 of them, but that still leaves a lot of goals to get.
Yeah, probably too much work here for Charlotte to overcome.
patience here out of Charlotte. Ross has the ball now. They have budget control here, though. High pass. Ross does come down with it. Loose ball. Goes all the way back there.
Really too slow there from Charlotte. Hildreth with the really good look. Hildreth with a really good look there, and just has to be finished quicker from Charlotte. Ball in hands, ball out of hands as fast as possible.
We're just under 18 minutes here, so quickly moving towards the 20-minute mark. Waiting on a call. Loose ball back behind the Charlotte hoops. No calls on the play.
It's a little jig there from Celine Richard. Yeah, Boston recovers the ball easily.
Just going to be another scoring opportunity here for the Forge. You talked about it a little in game one already, but it's just wild that we're back here with how much overturn this Forge team has. Just another clinical team just rolling along through bracket.
Yeah, it certainly feels like they've retooled, and they really grow into games well. I really like the depth this team has, and I really like the different looks this team gives you. I mean, they're going to be a tough team to beat.
I mean, I think it's worth pointing out in that regard that they have one of the only 2 non-playing head coaches in the league, and you know that when you're talking about retooling during a game, it's a big help. It's real hard to play and make in-game adjustments.
Yeah, totally agree. Having non-playing coaches is so critical. The in-game management of player substitutions can really change the complexion of games, and having somebody who's not in there focused on actually playing is so critical. Yeah, Hildreth behind with the quaffle.
Yeah, all the way back behind. Gets over.
Yeah, nice look there from Hildreth.
Yeah, and a great finish there by Ross. We get another stoppage.
We're going to be at about the 19-minute mark. Davis prepared to come in for Charlotte seeking.
Yeah, it looks like Greenhouse wants the start this time, slipping on the yellow headband. It was Tremple who got the start last time for Boston.
Yeah, I think Boston wants to try and finish this game out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, finish it up, get in bed, get ready for tomorrow, because they got some big games to play tomorrow.
Yeah, they're going to have a tough first matchup against San Antonio if they're able to close this one out. And it'll be the biggest test they've faced so far, obviously. We talked about that. We talked about that a little bit already. Is there a particular beater pair that's going to give Danny Williams the most trouble, or is there a particular beater pair, I should say, that Danny Williams is going to have the most success against? Perhaps is the best way to phrase it.
Oof. That's such a tricky situation to really, plot out. I mean, obviously this Blitzky-McCray pair has not played as long together as, something like a Max Havlin and Lewis Shue. So, if things start going wrong and Daniel Williams is kind of blowing up the play, it's easier for 2 players who've played together for forever to make those adjustments. If things go wrong for, McCready and Blitzky, I could see things going a little bit more awry. That said, it's just so hard to really think about anything going awry for any of these beaters just because of how consistent they've been so far this season.
Yeah, and with Fenning and Taylor Crawford, I think from the chase. Oh, and that's a nice pass to Crawford, who finishes rather easily. Yeah. Nice link up there between Fenning and Crawford, who we were just talking about. They add physicality, and they add offensive components that need to be accounted for, and I think that's going to be a lot for San Antonio to handle.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of what Boston had to figure out early in the season is they have all these pieces in the quaffle game, pieces coming from different places. Fenning played 1 season with them. Taylor Crawford's coming in the quaffle game from New York. Peter Lawrence is coming in the quaffle game from New York. Ian Skur is stepping up. And they didn't really know how to put them together. And you're starting to see these link-ups that are like players who've been playing together now for 3 months and are kind of getting what each other are trying to do.
Mm-hmm. And especially when you're talking about a player like Crawford who moves around a lot off ball, it's important to create a chemistry. And this is Hartman, good to see Hartman back in the game after leaving after the big hit.
It gets it to O'Connor. O'Connor tries the floater. Ryan Fenning says no. Ryan Fenning comes down with the possession. Big physical play there out of Fenning.
I like how Fenning commands that keeper zone area so well, especially that the immediate area around the hoops. Really not afraid to throw a body around and do the dirty work.
130-40 here, 90-point lead.
Yeah, it looks like we just hit the 20-minute mark. That was going to be the last play of the half.
Yep, so Boston needs 6 points here to put this one away. A long climb here for Charlotte, who would need about 15 points. But, I mean, I don't think there's very much to hang your head low about if you're Charlotte this weekend, because we saw a team who could not convert a win against any of Washington, Boston, or New York all season. And in that playing bracket, I think they got some really impressive wins, and I think they really hung tight. Even in that last game against Boston, showed their resiliency and hung around in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Charlotte had a great weekend. They're looking towards next year for them. I think a little bit more explosiveness on offense, maybe some cohesion around the beaters, but they're not that many pieces away from being a contender to maybe a semifinal team.
Yeah, I mean, their beaters can hang with basically anybody. I mean, it's one thing to say you can't hang with Max Havlin and Lulu Zhu, but I don't think the beating game's been super one-sided when those two have been off the pitch. Mm-hmm. It's just, we got to see how this team continues to recruit. A player like Manowar coming into the program this year as a spark plug. Some of these quaffle veterans, they're a little bit, towards the end of their career, maybe a step slower than they were in their very much prime. You need some of those spark plugs. That's what Boston has brought in this year, and that's what Charlotte needs to find a little bit more of now going forward.
Yeah, a little bit of fresh blood cycling through would really be nice. And I'd like to see them to get back more toward that running gun style. It was so fun to watch. Gave them such a dimension that other teams just, quite frankly, didn't have. We haven't seen a lot of teams get out on the break. We've seen Boston do it effectively, mostly through beater play. And we've seen San Antonio get on the break a little bit, again, with Danny Williams leading the way. But there aren't a lot of teams that generate those looks against even just one beater back. And these set defenses are so tough sometimes that it's important to get easy looks against defenses that haven't coalesced. So we're gonna come back to play here pretty soon. Looks like it's going to be Boston Quaffle. I can account for one bludger right now. We'll see where the other ones are in a minute. It's going to be Ryan Davis and Harry Greenhouse. It's going to be Ryan Davis for Charlotte. Looks like it might not be Harry Greenhouse for Boston. But yeah, as we return to the pitch, the set score is going to be 190. Ryan Fenning with the ball for the Boston Forge.
Six points stand between Boston and another return to the semifinals. Of course, listing off some of the dominant history, Boston has 3 of MLQ's 6 championships. The only team who's ever beaten them at MLQ Championships is Austin. They did in the semifinals last year. Would have to do in the finals this year. Of course, Austin's basically has the same story on their side. They've really only ever beaten each other in this championship. Getting closer and closer, and it's fun to watch the sport grow in parity. As really we have a really tight game right now going on between Austin and Washington. 100-80 with Snitch on pitch in favor of Austin over in Game 2 on pitch 1. But we're back with more action here, and it is going to be Steve Tremble getting the start once again here for Boston. Chance to get a catch and really put his team in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and Boston is going to have bludgeon control, and it's Nohu Sasura and Aaron McCready in for Boston to do some Snitch on pitch beating.
Tremble trying to go low here on Ricky Nelson. As all the beating game is around the snitch. I don't think Boston wants to just give Ryan Davis another free catch. They've learned their lesson. Tommy O'Connor has the ball on the near side. The buddy stepping out to him. Pass across, picked up cleanly by Hartman.
Davis has the snitch sock in hand. We'll see what the call is. Free catch or not, sometimes seekers are just too good. We'll see what the... So a nice beat there from Boston. Saves the snitch catch.
Hartman lobs one over the top to Bird. Bird has a lot of space to work.
Nice take there from Bird.
Yeah. Also, appreciate the effort there by Fetting. I mean, up 9 points, easily could have just let that one go. Really made the press to make the stop.
Yeah, and Tremple got in behind the snitch there just for a second. Boston taking its time.
Oof. Now Poland gets pushed over. Smart play there by Logan Hartman. Gets the second reset. Sometimes just the little heads-up plays that make the difference. Hartman's also going to get an opportunity here.
Shot falls short. Asura beat their own player. Now able to clean up the play behind the hoops.
Yeah, a little hopeful there from Hartman. Tremple still getting all the time in the world behind Blitsky and McCready because, in fairness, Charlotte is playing bludgers in the quaffle game largely. And Tremple will deliver, and that might be the icing on top of a very nice sweep here for Boston.
Yeah, and it looks like Tremple 5-holed Ricky Nelson there. Catch waved off. A really good effort from Tremple, though.
Meanwhile, Washington Austin is now 100-100. Set score 140. I promise not to be that football announcer who called another game during his broadcast, but a lot happening over on pitch one. As now both seekers over here are getting a chance. Ryan Davis had a pretty good shot. No good, though.
Yeah, and Boston moving the ball around. Big hit there.
Yeah, Tommy O'Connor not ready to give up on this one.
Yeah, having a really nice day stepping in for Trey Presley.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good player for Rochester last year. Didn't get a ton of minutes this year for Charlotte. Another player who, when talk about this team going younger and finding its next generation, could definitely make a difference. The lights are coming on here at Troy Park.
Manowar in way behind. Looks like they might try and pivot over to him.
Braxton Hale has the ball on the near side.
Goes back up top to O'Connor.
Davis now Greenhouse fighting back and forth.
Yeah, and it is Manowar finding the ball behind. Quickly switches the play back up top. Labuddy unable to make the stop, and that ball does not go through the hoops. Waved off by the AR in front of the hoops. Davis with a lot of time on the snitch right now.
I guess stoppage.
Greenhouse in the game for Boston at seeker. Good run there from Tremple, though.
Yeah. But, I gotta say, Charlotte, to its credit, has been able to manipulate the beating game. I mean, in part, it's because Tremple wasn't able to deliver a catch, but manipulate the beating game enough to get some defensive stops going here.
Yeah, score hasn't changed since the snitch has come on pitch. That's got to be heartening for Charlotte.
Yeah. Hey, you take your victories when you can take them.
As the players come untangled from the scrum.
Over on the other field, they're coming out of an Austin called timeout. Austin leads 110-100. Snitch still on pitch. Only Washington is trying to catch it, and it's a set score of 140. Pile up there is just going to be resolved easily by, I believe it's Aaron McCready. Oh, and Ryan Davis does deliver the catch.
So I think we've had two waved offs.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna commit to. Oh, well, that's what I get for not committing. Ryan Davis delivers one more grab. I think probably has probably caught 5 snitches in 6 games for this team.
Yeah.
Yeah, a real impressive showing from the Team USA Seeker, showing why they have that title.
A really good day here. I mean, the first one that we saw with the double move was my favorite by far. So the score is going to be 13-8, 130 to 85. Set score 190.
Yeah, so
Still a long
Boston
way.
still needs 6 goals. We've
Still
got a lot of
still a long way to go. But
a lot
now,
of runway.
But now the Bludgers are going to come back into play, and I think Boston's going to be able to close this one out. And we are going to see Boston go to Montero and Collier.
It's Finn McGargan with the ball on the near side. Emma Poland's going to get it up top.
That's
Lost
a bad
one.
pass
That's a
there.
risky one. Manowar and Skura, just the athleticism going at each other. Really fun to watch, but in the end, Skura comes out of the scrum with it. Braxton Hill, though, is going to make a big hit. And it's going to be first there. Celine Richard, she's able to clean up. I think that should end up being Charlotte Ball and all of a sudden.
LeBuddy comes up with it. Now over to McGargan.
McGargan chooses not to try to get past Manowar.
Oh,
And
and
just rips.
Yeah, I thought that one went through, but obviously the goal ref had other ideas.
I mean, at Tufts University, shooters got to shoot has long been a mantra. Finn McGargan has always lived up to that mantra.
Held the banner well while captaining Tufts.
Tano kind of bringing the ball down. Ball goes over far side here. It's going to go back to Hale. Hale looking to drive. Skura gets a wrap. And eventually it's a beat that cleans it up. Kieran Collier takes an exchange with Goldberg. That's going to free up the team to run. Ian Skura is never going to pass up that opportunity. Lobs one across, and it's McGargan putting it through.
Yeah, that's the first goal that Boston has scored since Snitch came on pitch.
Bludger control is with Boston, and it does feel like this might be kind of the combination and the bludger control that could really propel them towards the semifinal. But again, you got to say, I don't know if Boston's winning this tournament if they can never catch a snitch, and they have 3 total snitch catches this entire season.
Yeah, it's going to be it will definitely be hard. They don't have a go-to seeker right now.
So Washington is catch to win with TJ Jenner actively working on the snitch right now. It's 110-110 over there. In our game right now, Manowar has the ball, zips it past.
Oh,
what a find! How did he see Madison Burns there?
Wow, yeah, absolutely unbelievable play there from Manowar. And Burns with a clean catch and clean finish, everything you can ask for from a chaser at the hoop.
Yeah, you love to see it. Hey, you take your wins wherever you can get them at this point. In a 6-game day.
Yeah, now Mayer with the ball. Oh, back over to Skura. Ball gets swung around behind the hoops to LeBuddy. LeBuddy looks for a shot.
Oh, nice block by LeBuddy.
Recovers the ball. Tries to block a second one. That's a little bit too. Just ran out of skill there at the end.
So now bringing the ball back down is Manowar. And hey, quaffle-wise, like Charlotte's had a pretty good period since the 20-minute mark, and they get the grab. I mean, I'm not saying they're back in this game, but it's only a 5-goal game. I'm just saying.
I'm not saying, but I'm saying. Greenhouse looking to settle things down now. Back in the game for Boston.
Lee Hodge with the ball on the near side.
Yeah, gonna take the green headband.
Classic with it behind. Back to Hodge. Nice 1-2 combination there.
Nice hands there from Greenhouse.
Shuts the door.
Yeah, Skura dispatches with the defender. And a long pass there.
Oh, Sniper gets up for it and finishes. I did not think he was getting up to that pass.
Really nice find there from Skura. Really nice finish there from Steinberg.
Washington is now ahead in the quaffle game, and they're the only team trying to catch the snitch. 2 goals, and Washington would be the first team to ever beat Austin at MLQ Championships besides Boston.
Good hands again from Boston. Greenhouse gonna settle things down. In behind.
Oh, he's got Steinberg if he wants him. Can we get another home run ball here? No, I think Skura's just going to go ahead and end and just flip one up. Steinberg just delivering left and right for Boston here.
Yeah, and this Boston chasing game once we find the starters again, Skura looks really comfortable out there. Set score again 190. Score is 16-9.
Really crazy. Boston only scored 1 goal for that, I would say, 15-minute stretch there between snitch on pitch and...
Sometimes it feels like you're just holding your breath. They were playing down into their depth chart. Now LeBeau back in the game. It's at beater for Charlotte.
Burns with the ball up top.
Montero able to hold on to the bludgeon and scrum with them both.
Hodge has the ball on the far side. Big hit there. I think your Greenhouse might be headed into the rest book for that one.
Yeah, that might warrant a red possibly. It looked like Skura spun Burns and then Greenhouse followed up with the hit. Maybe a red for dangerous play. Probably just a yellow.
$169.
It will be a yellow for Greenhouse. I think Charlotte had a shot at a red there.
Boston happy to get some fresh drinks, but I mean, obviously this is not the team that should need any refreshments. It's Charlotte's played 6 games today and still fighting till the very end, all the way up and down the roster. You love to see it.
On the restart, it will be Charlotte's quaffle, obviously, after the yellow.
Madison Burns is going to take a better positioning. That's going to allow her, I can only assume, a pretty easy goal here.
Yeah, Montero has a bludger. It has to be a quick shot here from the top of the keeper zone. Montero asking, "Don't you want to start from a different position that's closer?"
Hey, you got to shoot your shot. The worst they can say is no.
After the false start, restart, really good little flick there from Burns.
Yep, another goal for Charlotte. But still, Boston only needing 3 here. Not much more needed.
Mayer's is going to take the space.
And just flips it back up. Steinberg brings it back to the other side and delivers. It's been the Andrew Steinberg show for the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, nice little game here for Steinberg. Really confidence building. Meanwhile, Washington with a goal away from winning this thing outright. 131-20, set score 140. That's over on pitch 1 with an exciting finish.
And Washington's going to get possession of the ball. Washington is ball in hand to beat Austin and force the game 3, which, unless this game turns around, largely would be the only game left tonight. Kadilabov protecting bludger control. Oh, no, sorry. He's protecting the quaffle there, knocking it back to Lee Hodge. In my defense, there's not a ton of color difference between the quaffles and the bludgers.
It is Montero in color with bludger control for Boston.
Hodge over to Burns. Burns, who I also think, has had a very nice day. I think we know what just happened on the other pitch. As a nice shot there.
And a big cheer goes up from pitch 1. Boston with the quaffle over here on pitch 2. It's Ian Skura with it.
Justin Cole ripped one from distance. Speaking of ripping one from distance, Ian Skura does the same. And Boston needs just
2 more goals.
I think Boston should only need 1 more here, but us on the score table will get that figured out. I'm sure our esteemed producer will reach out to them. Because we got the 1 goal during the snitch period, 3 Andrew Steinberg goals, and then Ian Skura goal. I can count to 6 now. I don't know if you knew that about me. I know we had the same, questionable alma mater, but yeah, Washington completes the win over on pitch 1. There will be a game 3. And the implications of that, like I said, Austin has never showed up to championships and lost to any team but Boston, even a single game, never mind a series. That just changed.
Washington, a really dangerous and talented team.
If they can hang in the beater game, I mean, they have the quaffle game. That game 3 is about to be electric under the lights. I would not miss it.
So Boston does need 2 more goals to finish this one out.
Maybe one. We're not sure. Remember now.
Set score 190. Boston has had a little bit of trouble closing these games out.
Yeah, but is it because they're trying and failing, or is it because they're working through their depth, trying some things out? It's hard to say.
Yeah.
He's going to bring the ball down here. He's got Steinberg shooting down the right side. Hits the lane here. Tries a shot pass. Gets knocked down. Quincy Hill just comes up with it.
Charlotte with the ball. With up top, and the penalty has been killed for Boston.
Yep, Ross.
They were playing a player down. Now back at full strength.
Hildreth has it up top. Closed down by McCready. Pass goes across. Athena Mayer just picks it off.
Yeah.
Going the other way here. Steinberg's leading the charge. Does he in Greenhouse see him? Oh, he gets up to it! Oh, but the door is shut by Thompson. But I love them going for it, and Steinberg really getting up for that one.
Yeah, really good energy from Steinberg to close this game out.
I think the real tough thing is that I don't think Harry Clark has realized that we're not going to be saying help him clean up from this game with Austin Washington Game 3 about to start.
Nice pick there from Hildreth.
Yep. Thompson has the ball on the line.
Might have been moving.
Oh, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a real tough call to make in Quidditch because you are allowed to move. You just can't charge into somebody.
Hildreth thought he was getting called for a moving screen there.
No call. Ball goes behind to Thompson. Back up here. Ross trying to be an option on the far side. Ripped through. That is a good goal. I believe that is Taylor Dively with the goal there. $170, $125. Sorry, our scoreboard hasn't been updated yet.
Pass out to Peter Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence has some space. Slows it down. Gets it to Steinberg. Lawrence picks that one up. Over to Manhart. Manhart has a lane to hit. Knocked away by the bludger. Nice save there by Andrew Stanberg to keep the possession. Now it's going to be Ryan Fenning. I don't think Ryan Fenning's getting stopped here.
Yeah,
puts it through.
Fenning made a really nice decision there just to put the hand through the hoop.
Game point Boston. Series point Boston. 180, 125.
Looked like a missed beat there from McCready, who's going to run back. That was the third bludger.
Bringing the ball down is Quincy Hildreth. Dively on the near side. Fades back. Andrew Steinberg.
All sorts of into it. Still communicating. You love to see that. Maybe a little deep in the zone.
Dively is going to get it in a dangerous spot, trying to go around Lawrence. Lawrence says no. Lawrence's broom comes off. Dively still in possession. Dively back behind. Thompson eats a big hit from Ryan Fenning, and that pass goes awry. Game point here. Can Boston finally put this one away?
Ball will be in Fenning's hands. Now back to Lawrence.
One bludger there. Belongs to Bonadio. Harrelson does have one, but she has to get by Will Andrews to keep it. Aaron McCready tries to run a 1.5 there. It does open up some space, but Manhart's shot gets knocked down. Recovered by Quincy Hildreth.
Hildreth with possession of the quaffle up top.
Thompson all the way across. I believe that's Braxton Hale. Will Andrews is going to chase him down, force the turnover. Ryan Fenning's going to get there first. 1 goal still for Boston.
Look for Boston to send their beaters up to try and create some chaos here.
Steven Tremple getting his first minutes now in the quaffle game. Has only played seeker so far for Boston.
Yeah, like you pointed out, Boston. Oh, nice play there.
Fenning back to, I think that was Tremple. Tremple couldn't get to go. Fenning's going to do it himself. Driving through with a big physical presence.
Yeah, the physicality from Fenning is really nice to see Boston close this game out with. Final thoughts?
I mean, Boston took care of the business they had to. I think they took their foot off the gas down the stretch. I don't think that particularly though says much about what their performance is going to be tomorrow.
I agree. I think Boston was a dominant team through and through. Look for them to continue to have a stranglehold on teams with their beater play.
Yeah, so we've got one semifinal all settled up. Boston will be taking on San Antonio. Max Havlin and Daniel Williams have not played a lot of Quidditch against each other. It's going to be a fun one to watch. We still have a second semifinal, though, to get set. We know one team is already there, the New York Titans. But on the other side, we are about to have an exciting Game 3, Washington Admirals versus the Austin Outlaws. Go check that out on pitch 1. We're closing out here on pitch 2. Thanks to Harry Clark for holding down the fort out here on pitch 2. But definitely don't miss it. Tune into pitch 1. Washington, Austin, about to take place. Take care.